Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Separation of Families, Part 2. Let the reader now stop 1 minute and look over again those previous 2 weeks' advertisements. This is not novel writing. This is fact. See these human beings tumbled promiscuously out before the public with horses, mules, second-hand buggies, cottonseed, bedsteads, etc., etc., and Christian ladies in the same newspaper saying that they prayerfully study God's Word and believe their institutions have His sanction? Does he suppose that here, in these 2 weeks, there have been no scenes of suffering? Imagine the distress of these families, the nights of anxiety of these mothers and children, wives and husbands, when these sales are about to take place. Imagine the scenes of the sales. A young lady, a friend of the writer, who spent a winter in Carolina, described to her the sale of a woman and her children. When the little girl, 7 years of age, was put on the block, she fell into spasms with fear and excitement. She was taken off, recovered, and put back. The spasms came back. 3 times the experiment was tried, and at last the sale of the child was deferred. See also the following from Dr. Elwood Harvey, editor of a Western paper, to the Pennsylvania Freeman, December 25, 1846. Quote, "We attended a sale of land and other property near Petersburg, Virginia, and unexpectedly saw slaves sold at public auction. The slaves were told they would not be sold and were collected in front of the quarters, gazing on the assembled multitude. The land being sold, the auctioneer's loud voice was heard, 'Bring up the niggers!' A shade of astonishment and affright passed over their faces as they stared first at each other and then at the crowd of purchasers, whose attention was now directed to them. When the horrible truth was revealed to their minds that they were to be sold, and nearest relations and friends parted forever, the effect was indescribably agonizing. Women snatched up their babes and ran screaming into the huts. Children hid behind the huts and trees, and the men stood in mute despair. The auctioneer stood on the portico of the house, and the men and boys were ranging in the yard for inspection. It was announced that no warranty of soundness was given, and purchasers must examine for themselves. A few old men were sold at prices from $13 to $25, and it was painful to see old men, bowed with years of toil and suffering, stand up to be the jest of brutal tyrants, and to hear them tell their disease and worthlessness, fearing that they would be bought and traded for the Southern market. A white boy, about 15 years old, was placed on the stand. His hair was brown and straight, his skin exactly the same hue as other white persons, and no discernible trace of Negro features in his countenance. Some vulgar jests were passed on his color, and $200 was bid for him, but the audience said that it was not enough to begin on for such a likely young nigger. Several remarked that they would not have him as a gift. Some said a white nigger was more trouble than he was worth. One man said it was wrong to sell white people. I asked him if it was more wrong than to sell black people. He made no reply. Before he was sold, his mother rushed from the house upon the portico, crying in frantic grief, 'My son, oh, my boy, they will take away my dear—' Here her voice was lost, as she was rudely pushed back and the door closed. The sale was not for a moment interrupted, and none of the crowd appeared to be in the least affected by the scene. The poor boy, afraid to cry before so many strangers who showed no signs of sympathy or pity, trembled and wiped tears from his cheeks with his sleeves. He was sold for about $250. During the sale, the quarters resounded with cries and lamentations that made my heart ache. A woman was next called by name. She gave her infant one wild embrace before leaving it with an old woman, and hastened mechanically to obey the call, but stopped, threw her arms aloft, screamed, and was unable to move. One of my companions touched my shoulder and said, "Come, let us leave here. I can bear no more." We left the ground. The man who drove our carriage from Petersburg had 2 sons who belonged to the estate, small boys. He obtained a promise that they should not be sold. He was asked if they were his only children. He answered, "All that's left of 8. 3 others had been sold to the South, and he would never see or hear from them again. As Northern people do not see such things, they should hear of them often enough to keep them awake to the sufferings of the victims of their indifference." End quote. Such are the common incidents, not the admitted cruelties, of an institution which people have brought themselves to feel is in accordance with God's word. Suppose it to be conceded now that, quote, "the family relation is protected as far as possible." End quote. The question still arises, how far is it possible? Advertisements of sales to the number of those we have quoted, more or less, appear from week to week in the same papers, in the same neighborhood, and professional traders make it their business to attend them and buy up victims. Now, if the inhabitants of a given neighborhood charge themselves with the care to see that no families are separated in this whirl of auctioneering, one would fancy that they could have very little else to do. It is a fact, and a most honorable one to our common human nature, that the distress and anguish of these poor helpless creatures does often raise up for them friends among the generous-hearted. Southern men often go to the extent of their means, and beyond their means, to arrest the cruel operations of trade and relieve cases of individual distress. There are men at the South who could tell, if they would, how, when they have spent the last dollar that they thought they could afford on one week, they have been importuned by precisely such a case the next, and been unable to meet it. There are masters at the South who could tell, if they would, how they have stood and bid against a trader to redeem some poor slave of their own, till the bidding was perfectly ruinous, and they had been obliged to give up by sheer necessity. Good-natured auctioneers know very well how they have often been entreated to connive at keeping a poor fellow out of the trader's clutches, and how sometimes they succeed, and sometimes they do not. The very struggle and effort which generous Southern men make to stop the regular course of trade only shows them the hopelessness of the effort. We fully concede that many of them do as much or more than any of us would do under similar circumstances, and yet they know that what they do amounts, after all, to the merest trifle. But let us still further reason upon the testimony of advertisements. What is to be understood by the following of the Memphis Eagle and Inquirer, Saturday, November 13th, 1852, under the editorial motto, "Liberty and Union, now and forever," come with the following illustrations. Number 1. 75 Negroes. I have just received from the East 75 assorted A No. 1 Negroes. Call soon if you want to get the first choice. Benjamin Little. Number 2. Cash for Negroes. I will pay as high cash prices for a few likely young Negroes as any trader in this city. Also will receive and sell on commission at Bird's Hill, Old Stand on Adams Street, Memphis. Benjamin Little. Number 3. 500 Negroes wanted. We will pay the highest cash price for all good Negroes offered. We invite all those having Negroes for sale to call on us at our mart, opposite the lowest steamboat landing. We will also have a large lot of Virginia Negroes for sale in the fall. We have as safe a jail as any in the country, where we can keep Negroes safe for those that wish them kept. Bolton, Dickens and Company. Under the head of advertisements, number 1, let us humbly inquire what assorted A No. 1 Negroes means. Is it likely that it means Negroes sold in families? What is meant by the invitation, "Call soon if you want to get the first choice"? So much for advertisement number 1. Now let us propound a few questions to be initiated on number 2. What does Mr. Benjamin Little mean by saying that he will pay as high a cash price for a few likely young Negroes as any trader in the city? Do families commonly consist exclusively of likely young Negroes? On the third advertisement, we are also desirous of some information. Messrs. Bolton, Dickens and Company state that they expect to receive a large lot of Virginia Negroes in the fall. Unfortunate Messrs. Bolton, Dickens, and Company, do you suppose that Virginia families will sell their Negroes? Have you read Mr. J. Thornton Randall's last novel, and have you not learned that old Virginia families never sell to traders, and more than that they always club together and buy up the Negroes that are for sale in their neighborhood, and the traders, when they appear on the ground, are hustled off with very little ceremony? One would really think that you had got your impressions on the subject from Uncle Tom's Cabin. For we are told that all who derive their views of slavery from this book regard the families of slaves as utterly unsettled and vagrant. Footnote. This is from an article in Fraser's Magazine for October by a South Carolinian. End footnote. But before we recover from our astonishment on reading this, we take up the Natchez, Mississippi Courier of November 20th, 1852, and there we read, Negroes. The undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has leased the stand in the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, and that he intends to keep a large lot of Negroes on hand during the year. He will sell as low or lower than any other trader at this place or in New Orleans. He has just arrived from Virginia with a very likely lot of field men and women, also house servants, 3 cooks, and a carpenter. Call and see. A fine buggy horse, a saddle horse, and a carryall on hand and for sale. Thomas G. James. Natchez, September 28, 1852. Where in the world did this lucky Mr. Thomas G. James get this likely Virginia assortment? Probably in some county in which Mr. Thornton Randolph never visited. And had no families been separated to form the assortment? We hear of a lot of field men and women. Where are their children? We hear of a lot of house servants, of 3 cooks and 1 carpenter, as well as a fine buggy horse. Had these unfortunate cooks and carpenters no relations? Did no sad natural tears stream down their dark cheeks when they were being assorted for the Natchez market? Does no mournful heart among them yearn to the song of "Oh, carry me back to old Virginny"? Still further, we see in the same paper the following. Slaves, 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 fresh arrivals weekly. Having established ourselves at the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, we have now on hand and intend to keep throughout the entire year a large and well-selected stock of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc., which we can and will sell as low or lower than any other house here or in New Orleans. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to call on us before making purchases elsewhere, as our regular arrivals would keep us supplied with a good and general assortment. Our terms are liberal. Give us a call. Griffin and Pullman, Natchez, October 15, 1852. Free Trader and Concordia Intelligencer, copy as above. Indeed, Messrs. Griffin and Pullman, it seems, are equally fortunate. They are having fresh supplies weekly, and are going to keep a large, well-selected stock constantly on hand, to wit, field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc. Let us respectfully inquire what is the process by which a trader acquires a well-selected stock. He goes to Virginia to select. He has had orders, say, for 1 dozen cooks, for half a dozen carpenters, for so many house servants, etc., etc. Each one of these individuals have their own ties. Besides being cooks, carpenters, and house servants, they are also fathers, mothers, husbands, wives. But what of that? They must be selected. It is an assortment that is wanted. The gentleman who has ordered a cook does not, of course, want her 5 children, and the planter who has ordered a carpenter does not want the cook, his wife. A carpenter is an expensive article, at any rate, as they cost from $1,000 to $1,500, and a man who has to pay out this sum for him cannot always afford himself the luxury of indulging his humanity. And as to the children, they must be left in the slave-raising state. For when the ready-raised article is imported weekly into Natchez or New Orleans, is it likely that the inhabitants will encumber themselves with the labor of raising children? No, there must be division of labor in all well-ordered business. The northern slave states raise the article, and the southern ones consume it. The extracts have been taken from the papers of the more southern states. If now the reader has any curiosity to explore the selecting process in the northern states, the Daily Prince will further enlighten him. In the Daily Virginian of November 19, 1852, Mr. J.B. McClendon thus announces to the Old Dominion that he has settled himself down to attend to the selecting process. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located in Lynchburg, is giving the highest cash prizes for Negroes between the ages of 10 and 30. Those having Negroes for sale may find it to their interest to call on him at the Washington Hotel, Lynchburg, or address him by letter. All communications will receive prompt attention. J.B. McClendon. November 5, Daily. Mr. McClendon distinctly announces that he is not going to take any children under 10 years of age, nor any grown people over 30. Likely young Negroes are what he is after. Families, of course, never separated. Again, in the same paper, Mr. Seth Woodruff is desirous of keeping up a recollection in the community that he also is in the market, as it would appear he has been some time past. He likewise wants Negroes between 10 and 30 years of age, but his views turn rather on mechanics, blacksmiths, and carpenters. Witness his hand. Negroes wanted. The subscriber continues in market for Negroes of both sexes between the ages of 10 and 30 years, including mechanics such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and will pay the highest market prices in cash. His office is a newly erected brick building on First or Lynch Street, immediately in rear of the Farmers' Bank, where he is prepared, having erected buildings with that view, to board Negroes sent to Lynchburg for sale or otherwise on as moderate terms, and keep them there as secure as if they were placed in the jail at the corporation. August 26th. Seth Woodruff. There is no manner of doubt that this Mr. Seth Woodruff is a gentleman of humanity and wishes to avoid the separation of families as much as possible. Doubtless he ardently wishes that all his blacksmiths and carpenters would be considerate and never have any children under 10 years of age. But if the thoughtless dogs have got them, what's a humane man to do? He has to fill out Mr. This, That, and the Other's order. That's a clear case, and therefore John and Sam must take their last look at their babies, as Uncle Tom did of his when he stood by the rough trundle bed and dropped into it great useless tears. Nay, my friends, don't curse poor Mr. Seth Woodruff, because he does the horrible, loathsome work of tearing up the living human heart to make twine and shoestrings for you. It's disagreeable business enough, he will tell you sometimes, and if you must have him do it for you, treat him civilly, and don't pretend that you are any better than he. But the good trade is not confined to the Old Dominion by any means. See the following extract from a Tennessee paper, the Nashville Gazette, November 23, 1852, where Mr. A. McLean, general agent in this kind of business, thus makes known his wants and intentions. Wanted. I want to purchase immediately 25 likely Negroes, male and female, between the ages of 15 and 25, for which I will pay the highest price in cash. A. McLean, General Agent, Cherry Street, November 9th. Mr. McLean, it seems, only wants those between the ages of 15 and 25. This advertisement is twice repeated in the same paper, from which fact we may conjecture that the gentleman is very much in earnest in his wants, and entertains rather confident expectations that somebody will be willing to sell. Further, the same gentleman states another want. Wanted. I want to purchase immediately a Negro man carpenter, and will give a good price. September 29th, A. McLean, General Agent. Mr. McLean does not advertise for his wife and children, or where this same carpenter is to be sent, whether to the New Orleans market, or up the Red River, or off to some far bayou of the Mississippi, never to look upon wife or child again. But again, Mr. McLean in the same paper tells us of another want. Wanted immediately. A wet nurse. Any price will be given for one of good character, constitution, etc. Apply to A. McLean, General Agent. And what is done with the baby of this wet nurse? Perhaps at the moment that Mr. McLean is advertising for her, she is hushing the little thing in her bosom and thinking, as many another mother has done, that it is about the brightest, prettiest little baby that ever was born, for singularly enough, even black mothers do fall into this delusion sometimes. No matter for all this, she is wanted for a wet nurse. Aunt Prue can take her baby and raise it on corn cake and what not. Off with her to Mr. McLean. See also the following advertisement of the good state of Alabama, which shows how the trade is thriving there. Mr. S. N. Brown, in the Advertiser and Gazette, Montgomery, Alabama, holds forth as follows. Negroes for sale. S. N. Brown takes this method of informing his old patrons and others wanting to purchase slaves that he has now on hand of his own selection and purchasing a lot of likely young Negroes, consisting of men, boys, and women, field hands, and superior house servants, which he offers and will sell as low as the times will warrant. Office on Market Street, above the Montgomery Hall, at Lindsay's old stand, where he intends to keep slaves for sale on his own account and not on commission, therefore thinks he can give satisfaction to those who patronize him. Montgomery, Alabama, September 3rd, 1852. Where were these boys and girls of Mr. Brown selected, let us ask? How did their fathers and mothers feel when they were selected? Emmeline was taken out of one family and George out of another. The judicious trader has traveled through wide regions of country, leaving in his track wailing and anguish. A little incident, which has recently been the rounds of the papers, may perhaps illustrate some of the scenes he has occasioned. Incident of slavery. A Negro woman belonging to George M. Garrison of Polk County killed 4 of her children by cutting their throats while they were asleep on Thursday night, the 2nd instant, and then put an end to her own existence by cutting her throat. Her master knows of no cause for the horrid act, unless it be that she heard him speak of selling her and 2 of her children, and keeping the others. The uncertainty of the master in this case is edifying. He knows that Negroes cannot be expected to have the feelings of cultivated people, and yet here is a case where the creature really acts unaccountably, and he can't think of any cause except that he was going to sell her from her children. But compose yourself, dear reader. There was no great harm done. These were all poor people's children, and some of them, though not all, were black, and that makes all the difference in the world, you know. But Mr. Brown is not alone in Montgomery. Mr. J. D. Lindsay wishes to remind the people of his depot. 100 Negroes for sale. At my depot on Commerce Street, immediately between the Exchange Hotel and F. M. Gilmer, Jr.'s warehouse, where I will be receiving from time to time large lots of Negroes during the season, and will sell on as accommodating terms as any house in the city. I would respectfully request my old customers and friends to call and examine my stock. J.N.O. W. Lindsay. Montgomery, November 2nd, 1852. Mr. Lindsay is going to be receiving from time to time all the season, and will sell as cheap as anybody, so there's no fear of the supply falling off. And lo, in the same paper, Messrs. Sanders and Foster press their claims also on the public notice. Negroes for sale. The undersigned have bought out the well-known establishment of Eccles and Brown, where they have now on hand a large lot of likely young Negroes, to wit, men, women, boys, and girls, good field hands. Also several good house servants and mechanics of all kinds. The subscribers intend to keep constantly on hand a large assortment of Negroes, comprising every description. Persons wishing to purchase will find it much to their interest to call and examine previous to buying elsewhere. Sanders and Foster, April 13th. Messrs. Sanders and Foster are going to have an assortment also. All their Negroes are to be young and likely. The trashy old fathers and mothers are all thrown aside like a heap of pigweed after one has been weeding a garden. Query. Are these Messrs. Sanders and Foster and J.W. Lindsay and S.N. Brown and McLean and Woodroof and McClendon all members of the church in good and regular standing? Does the question shock you? Why so? Why should they not be? The Reverend Dr. Smiley of Mississippi, in a document endorsed by 2 presbyteries, says distinctly that the Bible gives a right to buy and sell slaves. Footnote. If language can convey a clear and definite meaning at all, I know not how it can be more unequivocally or more plainly present to the mind. Any thought or idea that the 25th chapter of Leviticus clearly or unequivocally establishes the fact that slavery or bondage was sanctioned by God himself, and that buying, selling, holding, and bequeathing slaves as property are regulations which were established by himself. This comes from Smiley on slavery. End footnote. If the Bible guarantees this right and sanctions this trade, why should it shock you to see the slave trader at a communion table? Do you feel that there is blood on his hands, the blood of human hearts, which he has torn asunder? Do you shudder when he touches the communion bread, and when he drinks the cup, which whosoever drinketh unworthily drinketh damnation to himself? But who makes the trader? Do not you? Do you think that the trader's profession is a healthy one for the soul? Do you think the scenes with which he must be familiar, and the deeds he must do in order to keep up an assortment of Negroes for your convenience, are such things as Jesus Christ approves? Do you think that they tend to promote his growth and grace, and to secure his soul's salvation? Or is it so important for you to have assorted Negroes that the traders must not only be turned out of good society in this life, but run the risk of going to hell forever for your accommodation? But let us search the Southern papers and see if we cannot find some evidence of that humanity which avoids the separation of families as far as possible. In the Argus, published at Weston, Missouri, November 5th, 1852, see the following. A Negro for sale. I wish to sell a black girl about 24 years old, a good cook and washer, handy with a needle, can spin and weave. I wish to sell her in the neighborhood of Camden Point. If not sold there in a short time, I will hunt the best market, or I will trade her for 2 small ones, a boy and a girl. M. Doyle. Consider it, Mr. Doyle. He is opposed to the separation of families, and therefore wishes to sell this woman in the neighborhood of Camden Point, where her family ties are, perhaps her husband and children, her brothers or sisters. He will not separate her from her family if it is possible to avoid it, that is to say, if he can get as much for her without. But if he can't, he will hunt the best market. What more would you have of Mr. Doyle? How speeds the blessed trade in the state of Maryland? Let us take the Baltimore Sun of November 23rd, 1852. Mr. J.S. Donovan thus advertises the Christian public of the accommodations of his jail. Cash for Negroes. The undersigned continues at his old stand, number 13 Camden Street, to pay the highest prices for Negroes. Persons bringing Negroes by railroad or steamboat will find it very convenient to secure their Negroes, as my jail is adjoining the railroad depot and near the steamboat landings. Negroes received for safekeeping. J.S. Donovan. Messrs. B.M. and W.L. Campbell, in the respectable old stand of Slatter, advertise as follows. Slaves wanted. We are at all times purchasing slaves, paying the highest cash prices. Persons wishing to sell will please call at 242 Pratt Street, Slatter's old stand. Communications attended to. B.M. and W.L. Campbell. In another column, however, Mr. John Denning has his season advertisement in terms which border on the sublime. 5,000 Negroes wanted. I will pay the highest prices in cash for 5,000 Negroes with good titles, slaves for life or for a term of years, in large or small families or single Negroes. I will also purchase Negroes restricted to remain in the state that sustain good characters. Families never separated. Persons having slaves for sale will please call and see me, as I am always in the market with the cash. communications promptly attended to, and liberal commissions paid by John N. Denning, number 18, South Frederick Street, between Baltimore and 2nd Streets, Baltimore, Maryland. Trees in front of the house. Mr. John Denning also is a man of humanity. He never separates families. Don't you see it in his advertisement? If a man offers him a wife without her husband, Mr. John Denning won't buy her. Oh, no. His 5,000 are all unbroken families. He never takes any other, and he transports them whole and entire. This is a comfort to reflect upon, certainly. See also The Democrat, published in Cambridge, Maryland, December 8, 1852. A gentleman gives this pictorial representation of himself with the proclamation to the slaveholders of Dorchester and adjacent counties that he is again in the market. Negroes wanted. I wish to inform the slaveholders of Dorchester and the adjacent counties that I am again in the market. Persons having Negroes that are slaves for life to dispose of will find it to their interest to see me before they sell, as I am determined to pay the highest prices in cash that the Southern market will justify. I can be found at A. Hall's Hotel in Easton, where I will remain until the 1st day of July next. Communications addressed to me at Easton or information given to William Bell in Cambridge will meet with prompt attention. William Harker. Mr. Harker is very accommodating. He keeps himself informed as to the state of the Southern market, and will give the very highest price that it will justify. Moreover, he will be on hand till July, and will answer any letters from the adjoining country on the subject. On one point he ought to be spoken to. He has not advertised that he does not separate families. It is a mere matter of taste, to be sure, but then some well-disposed people like to see it on the trader's card, thinking it has more creditable appearance, and probably Mr. Harker, if he reflects a little, will put it in next time. It takes up very little room and makes a good appearance. We are occasionally reminded by the advertisements for runaways to how small an extent it is found possible to avoid the separation of families, as in the Richmond Whig of November 5th, 1852. $10 reward. We are requested by Henry P. Davis to offer a reward of $10 for the apprehension of a Negro man named Henry, who ran away from the said Davis farm near Petersburg on Thursday, the 27th October. Said slave came from near Lynchburg, Virginia, purchased of blank Cock, and has a wife in Halifax County, Virginia. He has recently been employed on the South Side Railroad. He may be in the neighborhood of his wife. Pulliam and Davis, Auctioneers, Richmond. It seems to strike the advertiser as possible that Henry may be in the neighborhood of his wife. We should not at all wonder if he were. The reader by this time is in possession of some of those statistics of which the South Carolinian speaks when he says, "We feel confident if statistics could be had to throw light upon the subject, we should find that there is less separation of families among the Negroes than occurs with almost any other class of persons." In order to give some little further idea of the extent to which this kind of property is continually changing hands, see the following calculations, which has been made from 64 Southern newspapers, taken very much at random. The papers were all published in the last 2 weeks of the month of November, 1852. The Negroes are advertised sometimes by name, sometimes in definite numbers, and sometimes in lots, assortments, and other indefinite terms. We present the result of this estimate, far as it must fall from a fair representation of the facts, in a tabular form. Here is recorded in only 11 papers the sale of 849 slaves in 2 weeks in Virginia, the state where Mr. J. Thornton Randolph describes such an event as a separation of families, being a thing that, quote, "we read of in novels sometimes," end quote. And here we have a chart showing the number of Negroes advertised, number of lots, number of runaways described in 11 different states, and the number of papers published in each of those states that collate this information. States where published: Virginia, 11 papers consulted. 849 Negroes advertised, 7 lots, 15 runaways described. Kentucky, 5 papers consulted, 238 Negroes advertised in 1 lot, 7 runaways described. In Tennessee, 8 papers consulted, 385 Negroes advertised in 4 lots, 17 runaways described. In South Carolina, 12 papers were consulted, 852 Negroes advertised in 2 lots, 7 runaways described. In Georgia, 6 papers were consulted, 98 Negroes advertised in 2 lots, no runaways. In Alabama, 10 papers were consulted, 549 Negroes advertised in 5 lots, 5 runaways. In Mississippi, 8 papers consulted, 669 Negroes advertised in 5 lots, 6 runaways. In Louisiana, 4 papers consulted, 460 Negroes advertised in 4 lots, 35 runaways described. Total of 64 papers consulted, 4,100 Negroes advertised in 30 lots, and 92 runaways. 35 of those in Louisiana. In South Carolina, where the writer in Fraser's magazine dates from, we have during these same 2 weeks a sale of 852 recorded by 12 papers. Verily, we must apply to the newspapers of his state the same language which he applies to Uncle Tom's Cabin. Quote, "Were our views of the system of slavery to be derived from these papers, we should regard the families of slaves as utterly unsettled and vagrant." End quote. The total in 64 papers in different states for only 2 weeks is 4,100, besides 92 lots, as they are called. And now, who is he who compares the hopeless, returnless separation of the Negro from his family to the voluntary separation of the freeman whom necessary business interest takes for a while from the bosom of his family? Is not the lot of the slaves bitter enough without this last of mockeries and worst of insults? Well may they say in their anguish, quote, "Our soul is exceedingly filled with the scorning of them that are at ease, and with the contempt of the proud." End quote. From the poor Negro exposed to bitterest separation, the law jealously takes away the power of writing. For him the gulf of separation yawns black and hopeless, with no redeeming signal. Ignorant of geography, he knows not whither he is going, or where he is, or how to direct a letter. To all intents and purposes, it is a separation hopeless as that of death, and as final. This ends Chapter 3, Part 2, Separation of Families. Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Part 1 of 2, The Slave Trade. What is it that constitutes the vital force of the institution of slavery in this country? Slavery, being an unnatural and unhealthful condition of society, being a most wasteful and impoverishing mode of cultivating the soil, would speedily run itself out in a community and become so unprofitable as to fall into disuse, were it not kept alive by some unnatural process. What has that process been in America? Why has that healing course of nature which cured this awful wound in all the northern states stopped short on the Mason and Dixon's line? In Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky, slave labor long ago impoverished the soil almost beyond recovery and became entirely unprofitable. In all these states, it is well known that the question of emancipation has been urgently presented. It has been discussed in legislatures, and Southern men have poured forth on the institution of slavery such anathemas as only Southern men can pour forth. All that has ever been said of it at the North has been said in fourfold thunders in these Southern discussions. The state of Kentucky once came within one vote in her legislature of taking measures for gradual emancipation. The state of Virginia has come almost equally near, and Maryland has long been waiting at the door. There was a time when no one doubted that all these states would soon be free states, and what is now the reason that they are not? Why are these discussions now silenced, and why does this noble determination now retrograde? The answer is in a word. It is the extension of slave territory, the opening of the great southern slave market, and the organization of the great internal slave trade that has arrested the progress of emancipation. While these states were beginning to look upon the slave as one who might possibly yet become a man, while they meditated giving to him and his wife and children the inestimable blessings of liberty, this great southern slave mart was opened. It began by the addition of Missouri as slave territory, and the votes of 2 northern men were those which decided this great question. Then, by the assent and concurrence of northern men, came in all the immense acquisition of slave territory, which now opened so boundless a market to tempt the avarice and cupidity of the northern slave-raising states. This acquisition of territory has deferred, perhaps for indefinite ages, the emancipation of a race. It has condemned to sorrow and heartbreaking separation, to groans and wailings, hundreds of thousands of slave families. It has built through all the southern states slave warehouses, with all their ghastly furnishings of gags and thumbscrews and cowhides. It has organized unnumbered slave coffles, clanking their chains and filing in mournful march through this land of liberty. This accession of slave territory hardened the heart of the master. It changed what was before, in comparison, a kindly relation into the most horrible and inhuman of trades. The planter, whose slaves had grown up around him, and whom he had learned to look upon almost as men and women, saw on every sable forehead now nothing but its market value. This man was $1,000, and this $800. The black baby in its mother's arms was $100 bill, and nothing more. All those nobler traits of mind and heart which should have made the slave a brother became only so many stamps on his merchandise. Is the slave intelligent? Good. That raises his price $200. Is he conscientious and faithful? Good. Stamp it down in his certificate. It's worth $200 more. Is he religious? Does that Holy Spirit of God, whose name we mention with reverence and fear, make that despised form his temple? Let that also be put down in the estimate of his market value, and the gift of the Holy Ghost shall be sold for money. Is he a minister of God? Nevertheless, he has his price in the market. From the church and from the communion table, the Christian brother and sister are taken to make up the slave coffle. And woman, with her tenderness, her gentleness, her beauty, woman, to whom mixed blood of the black and the white have given graces perilous for a slave, what is her accursed lot in this dreadful commerce? The next few chapters will disclose facts on this subject, which ought to wring the heart of every Christian mother, if indeed she be worthy of that holiest name. But we shall not deal in assertions merely. We have started the thing to be proved. Let us show the facts which prove it. The existence of this fearful traffic is known to many, the particulars and dreadful extent of it realized but by few. Let us enter a little more particularly on them. The slave-exporting states of Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Missouri. These are slave-raising states, and the others are slave-consuming states. We have shown in the preceding chapters the kind of advertisements which are usual in those states, but as we wish to produce on the minds of our readers something of the impression which has been produced on our own mind by their multiplicity and abundance, we shall add a few more here. For the state of Virginia, see all the following. Quote, The Kanawha Republican, October 20th, 1852, Charleston, Virginia. At the head, Liberty, with a banner, Drapeau sans tache. Translation: An unspoiled flag. Cash for Negroes. The subscriber wishes to purchase a few young Negroes from 12 to 25 years of age, for which the highest market price will be paid in cash. A few lines addressed to him through the post office, Kanawha, CH, or a personal application will be promptly attended to. James L. Ficklin, October 20th, 1853. Alexandria Gazette, October 28th. Cash for Negroes. I wish to purchase immediately for the South any number of Negroes from 10 to 30 years of age, for which I will pay the very highest cash price. All communications promptly attended to. Joseph Bruin, West End, Alexandria, Virginia, October 26th, T.F. Lynchburg, Virginia, November 18th. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located in Lynchburg, is giving the highest cash prices for Negroes between the ages of 10 and 30 years. Those having Negroes for sale may find it to their interest to call on him at the Washington Hotel, Lynchburg, or address him by letter. All communications will receive prompt response. J. B. McClendon. November 5th, D.L.Y. Rockingham Register, November 13th. Cash for Negroes. I wish to purchase a number of Negroes of both sexes and all ages for the Southern market, for which I will pay the highest cash prices. Letters addressed to me at Winchester, Virginia, will be promptly attended to. H. J. McDaniel, agent for William Crowe. November 24th, 1846, T.F. Richmond Whig, November 16th. Pullman and Davis, auctioneers for the sale of Negroes, D.M. Pullman, Hector Davis. The subscribers continue to sell Negroes at their office on Wall Street. From their experience in the business, they can safely ensure the highest prices for all Negroes entrusted to their care. They will make sales of Negroes in estates and would say to commissioners, executors, and administrators that they will make their sales on favorable terms. They are prepared to board and lodge Negroes comfortably at 25 cents per day. Notice: cash for slaves. Those who wish to sell slaves in Buckingham and the adjacent counties in Virginia, by application to Anderson D. Abraham, Sr., or his son, Anderson D. Abraham, Jr., they will find sale at the highest cash prices for 150 to 200 slaves. One or the other of the above parties will be found for the next 8 months at their residence in the aforesaid county and state. Address: Anderson D. Abraham, Sr., Maysville Post Office, White Oak Grove, Buckingham County, Virginia. Winchester Republican, June 29, 1852. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located himself in Winchester, Virginia, wishes to purchase a large number of slaves of both sexes, for which he will give the highest price in cash. Persons wishing to dispose of slaves will find it to their advantage to give him a call before selling. All communications addressed to him at the Taylor Hotel, Winchester, Virginia, will meet with prompt attention. Elijah McDowell, agent for B.M. and William M. Campbell of Baltimore. December 27, 1851, L.Y. For Maryland, Port Tobacco Times, October 1852. Slaves wanted. The subscriber is permanently located at Middleville, Charles County, immediately on the road from Port Tobacco to Allan's Fresh, where he will be pleased to buy any slaves that are for sale. The extreme value will be given at all times, and liberal commissions paid for information leading to a purchase. Apply personally or by letter addressed to Allan's Fresh, Charles County. John G. Campbell. Middleville, April 14, 1852. Cambridge, Maryland Democrat, October 27, 1852. Negroes wanted. I wish to inform the slaveholders of Dorchester and the adjacent counties that I am again in the market. Persons having Negroes that are slaves for life to dispose of will find it to their interest to see me before they sell, as I am determined to pay the highest prices in cash that the Southern market will justify. I can be found at A. Hall's Hotel in Easton, where I will remain until the 1st day of July next. Communications addressed to me at Easton or information given to William Bell in Cambridge will meet with prompt attention. I will be at John Bradshaw's Hotel in Cambridge every Monday. William Harker, October 6, 1852, 3 M. The Westminster Carrolltonian, October 22, 1852. 25 Negroes wanted. The undersigned wishes to purchase 25 likely young Negroes, for which the highest cash prices will be paid. All communications addressed to me in Baltimore will be punctually attended to. Lewis Winters, January 2nd, T.F. For Tennessee, the following. Nashville True Whig, October 20th, 1852. For sale, 21 likely Negroes of different ages, October 6th. A. McLean, General Agent. Wanted. I wish to purchase immediately a Negro man, carpenter, and will give a good price, October 6th. A. McLean, General Agent. Nashville Gazette, October 22nd. For sale, several likely girls from 10 to 18 years old, a woman 24, and a very valuable woman 25 years old, with 3 very likely children. Williams and Glover, A.B.U. October 16th, 1852. Wanted. I want to purchase 25 likely Negroes between the ages of 18 and 25, male and female, for which I will pay the highest price in cash. A. McLean, Cherry Street, October 20th. The Memphis Daily Eagle and Enquirer, 500 Negroes wanted. We will pay the highest cash price for all good Negroes offered. We invite all those having Negroes for sale to call on us at our mart opposite the lower steamboat landing. We will also have a large lot of Virginia Negroes for sale in the fall. We have as safe a jail as any in the country, where we can keep Negroes safe for those that wish them kept. Bolton, Dickens and Company. J.E. 13, D and W. Land and Negroes for sale. A good bargain will be given in about 400 acres of land. 200 acres are in a fine state of cultivation, fronting the railroad about 10 miles from Memphis, together with 18 or 20 likely Negroes, consisting of men, women, boys, and girls. Good time will be given on a portion of the purchase money. J. M. Provine, October 17th, 1 M. Clarksville Chronicle, December 3rd, 1852. Negroes wanted. We wish to hire 25 good steamboat hands for the New Orleans and Louisville trade. We will pay very full prices for the season, commencing about the 15th November. McClure and Crozier, agents, S.B. Belpoor. September 10th, 1852, 1 M. Missouri, the Daily St. Louis Times, October 14th, 1852. Reuben Bartlett. On Chestnut between 6th and 7th Streets, near the city jail, will pay the highest price in cash for all good Negroes offered. There are also other buyers to be found in the office, very anxious to purchase, who will pay the highest prices given in cash. Negroes boarded at the lowest prices. July 15th, 6 M. Negroes. Blakely and McAfee having dissolved co-partnership by mutual consent, the subscriber will at all times pay the highest cash prices for Negroes of every description. Will also attend to the sale of Negroes on commission, having a jail and yard fitted up expressly for boarding them. Negroes for sale at all times. 3 A.B. McAfee, 93rd Olive Street. 100 Negroes wanted. Having just returned from Kentucky, I wish to purchase as soon as possible 100 likely Negroes, consisting of men, women, boys, and girls, for which I will pay at all times from $50 to $100 on the head, more money than any other trading man in the city of St. Louis or the state of Missouri. I can at all times be found at Barnum's City Hotel, St. Louis, Missouri. J.E. 12D and W.L.Y., John Mattingly. From another St. Louis paper, Negroes Wanted. I will pay at all times the highest price in cash for all good Negroes offered. I am buying for the Memphis and Louisiana markets and can afford to pay and will pay as high as any trading man in this state. All those having Negroes to sell will do well to give me a call at number 210, corner of 6th and Wash Streets, St. Louis, Missouri. Thomas Dickens, of the firm of Bolton, Dickens and Company. 018-6M. 100 Negroes Wanted. Having just returned from Kentucky, I wish to purchase 100 likely Negroes, consisting of men and women, boys and girls, for which I will pay in cash from $50 to $100 more than any other trading man in the city of St. Louis or the state of Missouri. I can at all times be found at Barnum's City Hotel, St. Louis, Missouri. JE14D and WLY, John Mattingly. B. M. Lynch, number 104 Locust Street, St. Louis, Missouri, is prepared to pay the highest prices in cash for good and likely Negroes, or will furnish boarding for others in comfortable quarters and under secure fastenings. He will also attend to the sale and purchase of Negroes on commission. Negroes for sale at all times. And W. Now we ask you, Christian reader, we beg you to think what sort of scenes are going on in Virginia under these advertisements. You see that they are carefully worded so as to take only the young people, and they are only a specimen of the standing season advertisements, which are among the most common things in the Virginia papers. A succeeding chapter will open to the reader the interior of these slave prisons and show him something of the daily incidents of this kind of trade. Now let us look at the corresponding advertisements in the southern states. The coffles made up in Virginia and other states are thus announced in the southern market. From the Natchez, Mississippi Free Trader, November 20th. Negroes for sale. The undersigned have just arrived direct from Richmond, Virginia, with a large and likely lot of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, seamstresses, cooks, washers and ironers, a first-rate brick mason, and other mechanics, which they now offer for sale at the forks of the road, near Natchez, Mississippi, on the most accommodating terms. They will continue to receive fresh supplies from Richmond, Virginia, during the season, and will be able to furnish to any order any description of Negroes sold in Richmond. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to give us a call before purchasing elsewhere. November 20th, 6M. Matthews, Branton and Company. To the public, Negroes bought and sold. Robert S. Adams and Moses J. Wicks have this day associated themselves under the name and style of Adams and Wicks for the purpose of buying and selling Negroes in the city of Aberdeen and elsewhere. They have an agent who has been purchasing Negroes for them in the old states for the last 2 months. One of the firm, Robert S. Adams, leaves this day for North Carolina and Virginia and will buy a large number of Negroes for this market. They will keep at their depot in Aberdeen during the coming fall and winter a large lot of choice Negroes, which they will sell low for cash or for bills on mobile. Robert S. Adams, Moses J. Wicks. Aberdeen, Mississippi, May 7th, 1852. Slaves, 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 fresh arrivals weekly. Having established ourselves at the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, we have now on hand and intend to keep throughout the entire year a large and well-selected stock of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc., which we can sell and will sell as low or lower than any other house here or in New Orleans. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to call on us before making purchases elsewhere, as our regular arrivals will keep us supplied with a good and general assortment. Our terms are liberal. Give us a call. Griffin and Pullman, Natchez, October 16, 1852, 6M. Negroes for sale. I have just returned to my stand at the forks of the road with 50 likely young Negroes for sale. R.H. Elam, September 22nd. Notice, the undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has leased the stand in the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, and that he intends to keep a large lot of Negroes on hand during the year. He will sell as low or lower than any other trader at this place or in New Orleans. He has just arrived from Virginia, with a very likely lot of field men and women and house servants, 3 cooks, a carpenter, and a fine buggy horse, and a saddle horse and carryall. Call and see. Thomas G. James. Daily Orleanian, October 19th, 1852. W.F. Tannehill, number 159 Gravier Street. Slaves, 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 constantly on hand, bought and sold on commission at the most reasonable prices. Field hands, cooks, washers and ironers, and general house servants. City reference given if required. October 14th. Dépôt d'esclaves de la Nouvelle-Orléans, nombre 68, rue Baron. William F. Tannehill et compagnon ont constamment en main un assortiment complet d'esclaves bien choisis à vendre. Aussi, vente et achat d'esclaves par commission. Nous avons actuellement en main un grand nombre de nègres à lui au mois, parmi lesquels se trouvent des jeunes garçons, domestiques de maison, cuisinières, blanchisseuses et repasseuses, nourrices, etc. References: Wright, Williams and Company, Williams, Phillips and Company, Moses Greenwood, Moon, Titus and Company, S. O. Nelson and Company, E. W. Diggs, 3ms. New Orleans Daily Crescent, October 21st, 1852. Slaves. James White, number 73 Baronne Street, New Orleans, will give strict attention to receiving, boarding, and selling slaves consigned to him. He will also buy and sell on commission. References: Messrs. Robson and Allan, McRae, Kaufman and Company, Pregham, Bryan and Company, September 23rd. Negroes wanted. 15 or 20 good Negro men wanted to go on a plantation. The best of wages will be given until the 1st of January, 1853. Applied to Thomas G. Mackey and Company, 5 Canal Street, corner of Magazine, upstairs. September 11th. From another number of the Mississippi Free Trader is taken the following. Negroes. The undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has a lot of about 45 now on hand, having this day received a lot of 25 direct from Virginia, 2 to 3 good cooks, a carriage driver, a good houseboy, a fiddler, a fine seamstress, and a likely lot of field men and women, all of whom he will sell at a small profit. He wishes to close out and go on to Virginia after a lot for the fall trade. Call and see Thomas G. James. The slave-raising business of the northern states has been variously alluded to and recognized, both in the business statistics of the states and occasionally in the speeches of patriotic men, who have justly mourned over it as a degradation to their country. In 1841, the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society addressed to the Executive Committee of the American Anti-Slavery Society some inquiries on the internal American slave trade. A labored investigation was made at that time, the results of which were published in London, and from that volume are made the following extracts. The Virginia Times, a weekly newspaper published at Wheeling, Virginia, estimates in 1836 the number of slaves exported for sale from that state alone during the 12 months preceding at 40,000, the aggregate value of whom is computed at $24 millions. Allowing for Virginia 1/2 of the whole exportation during the period in question, and we have the appalling sum total of 80,000 slaves exported in a single year from the breeding states. We cannot decide with certainty what proportion of the above number was furnished by each of the breeding states, But Maryland ranks next to Virginia in point of numbers. North Carolina follows Maryland, Kentucky, North Carolina, then Tennessee and Delaware. The Natchez, Mississippi Courier says, quote, that the states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas imported 250,000 slaves from the more northern states in the year 1836. This seems absolutely incredible, but it probably includes all the slaves introduced by the immigration of their masters. The following from the Virginia Times confirms this supposition. In the same paragraph, which is referred to under the second query, it is said, "We have heard intelligent men estimate the number of slaves exported from Virginia within the last 12 months at 120,000, each slave averaging at least $600, making an aggregate of $72 million. Of the number of slaves exported, not more than 1/3 have been sold, and others having been carried by their masters, who have removed. Assuming 1/3 to be the proportion of the sold, there are more than 80,000 imported for sale into the 4 states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas. Supposing 1/2 of 80,000 to be sold into the other buying states, South Carolina, Georgia, and the territory of Florida, and we are brought to the conclusion that more than 120,000 slaves were, for some years previous to the great pecuniary pressure in 1837, exported from the breeding to the consuming states." The Baltimore American gives the following from a Mississippi paper of 1837. Quote, "The report made by the Committee of the Citizens of Mobile, appointed at their meeting held on the 1st instant on the subject of the existing pecuniary pressure, states that so large has been the return of slave labor that purchases by Alabama of that species of property from other states since 1833 have amounted to about $10 million annually." End quote. Dealing in slaves, says the Baltimore, Maryland Register of 1829, has become a large business. Establishments are made in several places in Maryland and Virginia, at which they are sold like cattle. These places of deposit are strongly built and well supplied with iron thumb screws and gags, and ornamented with cow skins and other whips, oftentimes bloody. End quote. Professor Dew, now president of the University of William and Mary in Virginia, in his review of the debate in the Virginia legislature in 1831 through 32, says on page 120, quote, "A full equivalent being left in the place of the slave, the purchase money, this immigration becomes an advantage to the state, and does not check the black population as much as at first view we might imagine, because it furnishes every inducement to the master to attend to the Negroes, to encourage breeding, and to cause the greatest number possible to be raised." Again, Virginia is, in fact, a Negro-raising state for the other states. End quote. Mr. Goode of Virginia, in his speech before the Virginia legislature in January 1832, said, quote, "The superior usefulness of the slaves in the South will constitute an effectual demand, which will remove them from our limits. We shall send them from our state, because it will be our interest to do so. But gentlemen are alarmed lest the markets of other states be closed against the introduction of our slaves. Sir, the demand for slave labor must increase." End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 1 of 2. The Slave Trade. Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Part 2 of 2, The Slave Trade. In the debates of the Virginia Convention in 1829, Judge Upshur said, quote, "The value of slaves as an article of property depends much on the state of the market abroad. In this view, it is the value of land abroad and not of land here which furnishes the ratio. Nothing is more fluctuating than the value of slaves. A late law of Louisiana reduced their value 25% in 2 hours after its passage was known. If it should be our lot, as I trust it will be, to acquire the country of Texas, their price will rise again." End quote. Honorable Philip Doddridge of Virginia, in his speech in the Virginia Convention in 1829, Debates, page 89, said, "The acquisition of Texas will greatly enhance the value of the property in question, namely Virginia slaves." Reverend Dr. Graham of Fayetteville, North Carolina, at a colonization meeting held at that place in the fall of 1837, said, "There were nearly 7,000 slaves offered in New Orleans market last winter. From Virginia alone, 6,000 were annually sent to the South, and from Virginia and North Carolina, there had gone to the South in the last 20 years 300,000 slaves." Honorable Henry Clay of Kentucky, in his speech before the Colonization Society in 1829, says, "It is believed that nowhere in the farming portion of the United States would slave labor be generally employed if the proprietor were not tempted to raise slaves by the high price of the Southern markets, which keeps it up in his own." End quote. The New York Journal of Commerce of October 12, 1835, contains a letter from a Virginian, whom the editor calls a very good and sensible man, asserting that 20,000 slaves had been driven to the South from Virginia that year, but little more than 3/4 of which had then elapsed. Mr. Golson of Virginia, in his speech in the legislature of that state, January 18, 1831, see the Richmond Whig, says, "It has always, perhaps erroneously, been considered by steady and old-fashioned people that the owner of land had a reasonable right to its annual profits, the owner of orchards to their annual fruits, the owner of brood mares to their product, and the owner of female slaves to their increase. We have not the fine-spun intelligence nor legal acumen to discover the technical distinctions drawn by gentlemen, that is, the distinction between female slaves and brood mares. The legal maxim of partus sequitur ventrum is coeval with the existence of the right of property itself, and is founded in wisdom and justice. It is on the justice and inviolability of this maxim that the master forgoes the service of the female slave, has her nursed and attended during the period of her gestation, and raises the helpless infant offspring. The value of the property justifies the expense, and I do not hesitate to say that in its increase consists much of our wealth." Can any comment on the state of public sentiment produced by slavery equal the simple reading of this extract, if we remember that it was spoken in the Virginia legislature? One would think the cold cheek of Washington would redden in its grave for shame that his native state had sunk so low. That there were Virginian hearts to feel this disgrace is evident from the following reply of Mr. Faulkner to Mr. Golson in the Virginia House of Delegates, 1832. See the Richmond Whig. Quote, "But he, Mr. Golson, has labored to show that the abolition of slavery would be impolitic, because your slaves constitute the entire wealth of the state, all the productive capacity Virginia possesses, and, sir, as things are, I believe he is correct. He says that the slaves constitute the entire available wealth of Eastern Virginia. Is it true that for 200 years the only increase in the wealth and resources of Virginia has been a remnant of the natural increase of this miserable race? Can it be that on this increase she places her sole dependence? Until I heard these declarations, I had not fully conceived the horrible extent of this evil. These gentlemen state the fact, which the history and present aspect of the Commonwealth but too well sustain. What, sir? Have you lived for 200 years without personal effort or productive industry, in extravagance and indolence, sustained alone by the return from the sales of the increase of slaves, and retaining merely such a number as your now impoverished lands can sustain as stock? Mr. Thomas Jefferson Randolph, in the Virginia legislature, used the following language. Liberty Bell, page 20. Quote, I agree with gentlemen in the necessity of arming the state for internal defense. I will unite with them in any effort to restore confidence to the public mind and to conduce to the sense of the safety of our wives and our children. Yet, sir, I must ask upon whom is to fall the burden of this defense? Not on the lordly masters of their 100 slaves, who will never turn out except to retire with their families when danger threatens. No, sir, it is to fall upon the less wealthy class of our citizens, chiefly upon the non-slaveholder. I have known patrols turn out where there was not a slaveholder among them, and this is the practice of the country. I have slept in times of alarm, quiet in bed, without having a thought of care, while these individuals, owning none of this property themselves, were patrolling under a compulsory process for a pittance of 75 cents per 12 hours, the very curtilage of my house, and guarding that property which was alike dangerous to them and myself. After all, this is but an expedient. As this population becomes more numerous, it becomes less productive. Your guard must be increased until finally its profits will not pay for the expense of its subjection. Slavery has the effect of lessening the free population of a country. The gentleman has spoken of the increase of the female slaves being a part of the profit. It is admitted, but no great evil can be averted, no good attained, without some inconvenience. It may be questioned how far it is desirable to foster and encourage this branch of profit. It is a practice, and an increasing practice in parts of Virginia, to rear slaves for market. How can an honorable mind, a patriot, and a lover of his country, bear to see this ancient dominion, rendered illustrious by the noble devotion and patriotism of her sons in the cause of liberty, converted into one grand menagerie, where men are to be reared for the market, like oxen for the shambles? Is it better, is it not worse than the slave trade? That trade which enlisted the labor of the good and wise of every creed and every clime to abolish it? The trader receives the slave, a stranger in language, aspect, and manners, from the merchant who has brought him from the interior. The ties of father, mother, husband, and child have all been rent in twain before he receives him. His soul has become callous. But here, sir, individuals whom the master has known from infancy, whom he has seen sporting in the innocent gambols of childhood, who have been accustomed to look to him for protection, he tears from the mother's arms and sells into a strange country, among strange people, subject to cruel taskmasters. He has attempted to justify slavery here because it exists in Africa, and has stated that it exists all over the world. Upon the same principle he could justify Mohammedanism, with its plurality of wives, petty wars for plunder, robbery, and murder, and any other of the abominations and enormities of savage tribes. Does slavery exist in any part of civilized Europe? No, sir, in no part of it. End quote. The calculations in the volume from which we have been quoting were made in the year 1841. Since that time, the area of the Southern slave market has been doubled, and the trade has undergone a proportional increase. Southern papers are full of its advertisements. It is, in fact, the great trade of the country. From the single port of Baltimore in the last 2 years, 1,033 slaves have been shipped to the Southern market, as is apparent from the following report of the Custom House officer. Abstract of the number of vessels cleared in the District of Baltimore for Southern ports having slaves on board from January 1st, 1851 to November 20th, 1852. I will here summarize the data. Various vessels, comprised of sloops, barks, ships, and schooners of various names, bound for Norfolk, Virginia, New Orleans, Aquaria Creek, Virginia, Charleston, and Savannah, total of 1,033 slaves. If we look back to the advertisements, we shall see that the traders take only the younger ones between the ages of 10 and 30. But this is only one port and only one mode of exporting, for multitudes of them are sent in coffles over land, and yet Mr. J. Thornton Randolph represents the Negroes of Virginia as living in pastoral security, smoking their pipes under their own vines and fig trees, the venerable patriarch of the flock declaring that he never had here such a ting as a nigger sold to Georgia in all his life, unless that nigger did something very bad. An affecting picture of the consequences of this traffic upon both master and slave is drawn by the committee of the volume from which we have quoted. The writer cannot conclude this chapter better than by the language which they have used. Quote, "This system bears with extreme severity upon the slave. It subjects him to a perpetual fear of being sold to the soul driver, which to the slave is the realization of all conceivable woes and horrors more dreaded than death. An awful apprehension of this fate haunts the poor sufferer by day and by night from his cradle to his grave. Suspense hangs like a thundercloud over his head. He knows that there is not a passing hour, whether he wakes or sleeps, which may not be the last that he shall spend with his wife and children. Every day or week some acquaintance is snatched from his side, and thus the consciousness of his own danger is kept continually awake. Surely my turn will come next, is his harrowing conviction, for he knows that he was reared for this, as the ox for the yoke, or the sheep for the slaughter. In this aspect, the slave's condition is truly indescribable. Suspense, even when it relates to an event of no great moment, and endureth but for a night, is hard to bear. But when it broods over all, absolutely all that is dear, chilling the present with its deep shade, and casting its awful gloom over the future, it must break the heart. Such is the suspense under which every slave in the breeding states lives. It poisons all his little lot of bliss. If a father, he cannot go forth to his toil without bidding a mental farewell to his wife and children. He cannot return, weary and worn, from the field with any certainty that he shall not find his home robbed and desolate. Nor can he seek his bed of straw and rags without the frightful misgiving that his wife may be torn from his arms before morning. Should a white stranger approach his master's mansion, he fears that the soul driver has come, and awaits in terror the overseer's mandate. You are sold. Follow that man. There is no being on earth whom the slaves of the breeding state regard with so much horror as the trader. He is to them what the prowling kidnapper is to their less wretched brethren in the wilds of Africa. The master knows this, and there is no punishment so effectual to secure labor or deter from misconduct as the threat of being delivered to the soul driver. Footnote: This horribly expressive appellation is in common use among the slaves of the breeding states. End of footnote. Another consequence of this system is the prevalence of licentiousness. This is indeed one of the foul features of slavery everywhere, but it is especially prevalent and indiscriminate where slave breeding is conducted as a business. It grows directly out of the system and is inseparable from it. The pecuniary inducement to general pollution must be very strong, since the larger the slave increase, the greater the master's gains, and especially since the mixed blood demands a considerably higher price than the pure black. End quote. The remainder of the extract contains specifications too dreadful to be quoted. We can only refer the reader to the volume we have been quoting from, page 13. The poets of America, true to the holy soul of their divine art, have shed over some of the horrid realities of this trade the pathetic light of poetry. Longfellow and Whittier have told us, in verses beautiful as strung pearls, yet sorrowful as a mother's tears, some of the incidents of this unnatural and ghastly traffic. For the sake of a common humanity, let us hope that the first extract describes no common event. The Quadroon Girl. by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The slaver in the broad lagoon lay moored with idle sail. He waited for the rising moon and for the evening gale. Under the shore his boat was tied, and all her listless crew watched the gray alligator slide into the still bayou. Odors of orange flowers and spice reached them from time to time, like airs that breathe from paradise upon a world of crime. The planter, under his roof of thatch, smoked thoughtfully and slow. The slaver's thumb was on the latch. He scorned in haste to go. He said, "My ship at anchor rides in yonder broad lagoon. I only wait the evening tides and the rising of the moon." Before them, with her face upraised, in timid attitude, like one half curious, half amazed, a quadroon maiden stood. Her eyes were large and full of light, her arms and neck were bare. No garment she wore save a kirtle bright, and her own long raven hair. And on her lips there played a smile, as holy, meek, and faint, as lights in some cathedral aisle, the features of a saint. "The soil is barren, the farm is old," the thoughtful planter said, then looked upon the slaver's gold, and then upon the maid. His heart within him was at strife with such accursed gains, for he knew whose passions gave her life, whose blood ran in her veins. But the voice of nature was too weak. He took the glittering gold. Then pale as death grew the maiden's cheek, her hands as icy cold. The slaver led her from the door. He led her by the hand, to be his slave and paramour in a strange and distant land. And now this poem, the farewell of a Virginia slave mother to her daughters sold into Southern bondage, by John G. Whittier. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, where the slave whip ceaseless swings, where the noisome insect stings, where the fever demon strews poison with the falling dews, where the sickly sunbeams glare through the hot and misty air. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, from Virginia's hills and waters. Woe is me, my stolen daughters! Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. There no mother's eye is near them, there no mother's ear can hear them. Never, when the torturing lash seams their back with many a gash, shall a mother's kindness bless them, or a mother's arms caress them. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. Oh, when weary, sad, and slow, from the fields at night they go, faint with toil and racked with pain, to their cheerless homes again. There no brother's voice shall greet them, there no father's welcome meet them. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, from the tree whose shadow lay on their childhood's place of play, from the cool spring where they drank, rock and hill and rivulet bank, from the solemn house of prayer and the holy councils there. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, toiling through the weary day, and at night the spoilers prey. Oh, that they had earlier died, sleeping calmly side by side, where the tyrant's power is o'er, and the fetter galls no more. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. By the holy love he beareth, by the bruised reed he spareth. Oh, may he, to whom alone all their cruel wrongs are known, still their hope and refuge prove, with a more than mother's love. Gone, gone, gone. The following extract from a letter of Dr. Bailey in the Era, 1847, presents a view of this subject more creditable to some Virginia families. May the number that refuse to part with slaves except by emancipation increase. Quote, The sale of slaves to the South is carried to a great extent. The slaveholders do not, so far as I can learn, raise them for that special purpose, but here is a man with a score of slaves located on an exhausted plantation. It must furnish support for all, but while they increase, its capacity of supply decreases. The result is he must emancipate or sell. But he has fallen into debt, and he sells to relieve himself from debt, and also from an excess of mouths. Or he requires money to educate his children, or his Negroes are sold under execution. From these and other causes, large numbers of slaves are continually disappearing from the state, so that the next census will undoubtedly show a marked diminution of the slave population. The season for this trade is generally from November to April, and some estimate that the average number of slaves passing by the Southern Railroad weekly during that period of 6 months is at least 200. A slave trader told me that he had known 100 pass in a single night. But this was only one route. Large numbers are sent off westwardly and also by sea coastwise. The Davises in Petersburg are the great slave dealers. They are Jews who came to that place many years ago as poor peddlers, and I am informed are members of a family which has its representatives in Philadelphia, New York, etc. These men are always in the market, giving the highest prices for slaves. During the summer and fall they buy them up at low prices, trim, shave, wash them, fatten them so that they may look sleek, and sell them to great profit. It might not be unprofitable to inquire how much northern capital and what firms in some of the northern cities are connected with this detestable business. There are many planters here who cannot be persuaded to sell their slaves. They have far more than they can find work for, and could at any time obtain a high price for them. The temptation is strong, for they want more money and fewer dependents, but they resist it, and nothing can induce them to part with a single slave, though they know that they would be greatly the gainers, in a pecuniary sense, were they to sell 1/2 of them. Such men are too good to be slaveholders. Would that they might see it their duty to go one step further and become emancipators. The majority of this class of planters are religious men, and this is the class to which generally are to be referred the various cases of emancipation by will, of which from time to time we hear accounts. End of Part 3, Chapter 4, The Slave Trade.
Part 1, Chapter 5 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Chapter 5. Select Incidents of Lawful Trade, or Facts Stranger Than Fiction. The atrocious and sacrilegious system of breeding human beings for sale and trading them like cattle in the market fails to produce the impression on the mind that it ought to produce because it is lost in generalities. It is like the account of a great battle in which we learn in round numbers that 10,000 were killed and wounded, and throw the paper by without a thought. So when we read of 60 or 80,000 human beings being raised yearly and sold in the market, it passes through our mind, but leaves no definite trace. Sterne says that when he would realize the miseries of captivity, he had to turn his mind from the idea of hundreds of thousands languishing in dungeons, and bring before himself the picture of one poor solitary captive pining in his cell. In like manner, we cannot give any idea of the horribly cruel and demoralizing effect of this trade, except by presenting facts in detail, each fact being a specimen of a class of facts. For a specimen of the public sentiment, and the kind of morals and manners which this breeding and trading system produces, both in slaves and in their owners, the writer gives the following extracts from a recent letter of a friend in one of the Southern states. Dear Mrs. S., the sable goddess who presides over our bed and washstand is such a queer specimen of her race that I would give a good deal to have you see her. Her whole appearance, as she goes giggling and curtsying about, is perfectly comical, and would lead a stranger to think her really deficient in intellect. This is, however, by no means the case. During our 2 months' acquaintance with her, we have seen many indications of sterling good sense that would do credit to many a white person with 10 times her advantages. She is disposed to be very communicative, seems to feel that she has a claim upon our sympathy in the very fact that we come from the North, and that we could undoubtedly gain no little knowledge of the practical workings of the peculiar institution if we thought proper to hold any protracted conversation with her. This, however, would ensure a visit from the authorities requesting us to leave town on the next train of cars, so we are forced to content ourselves with gleaning a few items now and then, taking care to appear quite indifferent to her story, and to cut it short by dispatching her on some trifling errand. Being equally careful, however, to note down her peculiar expressions as soon as she has disappeared. A copy of these I have thought you would like to see, especially as illustrating the views of the married institution, which is a necessary result of the great human property relation system. A Southern lady who thinks Negro sentiment very much exaggerated in Uncle Tom's Cabin assures us that domestic attachments cannot be very strong, where one man will have 2 or 3 wives and families on as many different plantations. And the lady of our hotel tells us of her cook having received a message from her husband that he has another wife, and she may get another husband with perfect indifference, simply expressing a hope that she won't find another here during the next month, as she must then be sent to her owner in Georgia, and would be more unwilling to go. And yet both of these ladies are quite religious, and highly resent any insinuation that the moral character of the slaves is not far above that of the free Negroes at the North. With Violet's story, I will also enclose that of one of our waiters, in which I think you will be interested. Violet's mother and father both died, as she says, "'fore I had any sense, leaving 11 children, all scattered. To save my life, missus, couldn't tell dis yer night where one of dem is. Massa lib in Charleston. My first husband, when he was young, nice man. He had 7 children. Then he sold off to Florida. Never hear from him again. Old folks die. Oh, that's be my boderation, miss. When old people be dead, then we be scattered all about. Then I sold up here. Now have another husband, have 4 children up here. I lived very easily when my young husband lived, and we had children very fast. But now, these year ones tight fellas. Massa don't allow us to raise nothing. No pig, no goat, no dog, no nothing. Won't allow us to raise a bit of corn. We has to do just the best we can. They don't give us a single grain, but just 2 homespun frocks. No coat at all. Can't go to meeting, 'cause missus get this work done. Didn't get dinner. In summer I goes every Sunday evening, but these here short days, time get dinner dishes washed, then time to get supper. Generally goes Baptist church. Do your people usually go there? There be's 3 shares of dem. Methodist gang, Baptist gang, Episcopal gang. Last summer, used to have a right smart meeting in our yard. Sunday night. Master Johnson preached to us. Then he said couldn't have two meetings. We might go to church. Well, why? Gracious knows. I loves to go to meeting allers, especially when there's good preaching. Loves to have people talk good to me. Likes to have people read to me, too. 'Cause don't belong no church. No reason why I shan't. Does your master like to have others read to you? He won't hinder. I ain't bound to tell him when folks read to me. I have my soul to save. He have his soul to save. Our owners don't stand every few minutes and read to us. They think it is too great honor. They's very hard on us. Black preachers sometimes talk good to us and pray with us, and pray a heap for them too. I just done have a great quarrel with Dinah down in the kitchen. I tells Dinah, the way you goes on spile all the woman's character. She say she don't care. She do what she please with herself. Dinah, she slip away somehow from her first husband and have another child by Sambo. He belong Massa D. So she and her first husband, they fall out somehow. These here men, you know, is so queer. Missus, they don't never like such things. You know, missus, things we love, we don't like have anybody else have 'em. Such a thing as that, missus, touch your heart so, if you don't mind, 'twill fret you almost to death. If my husband was to slip away from me, missus, that our way, it would wake me right up. I'm brack, but I don't do so to my husband neither. What I hide behind the curtain now, I don't hide it behind the curtain when I stand before God. The whole world knows it then. Dinah, second husband, say what she do for her first husband, nothing to him. Now my husband don't feel so. He say he wouldn't do as Daniel do. He wouldn't buy things for the other children. Them as has the children might buy the things for 'em. Well, so there they is. Dinah's first husband come up whenever he can to see his children, and Sambo, he come up to see his child and give Dinah things for it. You know, missus, Massa had no nigger but me and one yellow girl when he bought me and my 4 children. Well, then Massa, he want me to breed, so he say, Violet, you must take some nigger in here, see? Then I say, no, Massa, I can't take any here. Then he say, you must, Violet, 'cause you see he want me breed for him. So he say plenty young fellers here. But I say I can't have any of them. Well then, missus, he go down to Virginia, and he bring up 2 niggers, and they was pretty old men. And missus say, one of them's for you, Violet. And I say, no, missus, I can't take one of them, 'cause I don't love 'em, and I can't have one I don't love. Then massa, he say, you must take one of these. And then if you can't love them, you must find somebody else you can love. Then I say, oh, no, massa, can't do that. I can't have one every day. Well, then, by and by, massa, he buy 3 more. And then missus say, now, Violet, one's them is for you. I say, I don't know. Maybe I can't love one of them neither. But she say, you must have one of these. Well, so Sam and I, we live along 2 year, he watching my way, I watching his ways. At last, one night, we was standing by the woodpile together, and the moon very shine, and I don't know how it was, missus. He answered me he want a wife, and he didn't know where he could get one. I say, plenty girls in G. He say, yeah, but maybe I shan't find any I like so well as you. Then I say, maybe he wouldn't like my ways, 'cause I's an old woman, and I have 4 children by my first husband, and anybody marry me, he must be just kind to dem children as dey was to me, else I couldn't love him. Then he say, if he had a woman to had children, mind you, he didn't say me, he would be just as kind to the children as he was to the mother, and that's according to how she do by him. Well, we went on from one thing to another, till at last we said we'd take one another, and we've lived together ever since, and I've had 4 children by him, and he never slip away from me, nor I from him. How were you married in your yard? We just takes one another. We ask the white folks leave, and then takes one another. Some folks, they's married by the book, but then what's the use? There's my first husband. We's married by the book, and he's sold away off to Florida, and I's here. They wants to do what they please with us, so they don't want us to be married. They don't care what we does, so long we just makes money for them. My first husband, he young, and he be very kind to me. Oh, missus, he very kind indeed. He set up all night and work so as to make me comfortable. Oh, we got along very well when I had him. But he sold away off Florida, and since then, miss, I just gone to nothing. These here white people, they have here, they won't allow us nothing at all. Just gives us food and 2 suits a year, a broad stripe and a narrow stripe. You'll see them, missus. And we did see them, for Violet brought us the narrow stripe, with a request that we would fit it for her. There was just enough to cover her, but no hooks and eyes, cotton, or even lining. These extras she must get as she can, and yet her master receives from our host $8 per month for her services. We asked how she got the broad stripe made up. Oh, missus, my husband, he working now out on the farm, so he have allowance 4 pounds bacon and 1 peck of meat every week. So he stinge himself as to give me 4 pounds of bacon to pay for making my frock. Query, are there any husbands in refined circles who would do more than this? Once, finding us all 3 busy writing, Violet stood for some moments silently watching the mysterious motion of our pens, and then in a tone of deepest sadness said, "Oh, that be great comfort, missus. You can write to your friends all about everything, and have them write to you. Our people can't do so. Whether they be live or dead, we can never know. Only sometimes we hear they be dead." What more expressive comment on the cruel laws that forbid the slaves to be taught to write? The history of the serving man is thus given. George's father and mother belonged to somebody in Florida. During the war, 2 older sisters got on board an English vessel and went to Halifax. His mother was very anxious to go with them and take the whole family, but her husband persuaded her to wait until the next ship sailed, when he thought he should be able to go too. By this delay, opportunity of escape was lost, and the whole family were soon after sold for debt. George, 1 sister, and their mother were bought by the same man. He says, my old boss cry powerful when she, the mother, die. Say he had rather lost $2,000. She was part Indian, hair straight as yourn, and she was white as that 'ere pillow. George married a woman in another yard. He gave his reason for it. 'Cause when a man sees his wife abused, he can't help feeling it. When he hears his wife's abused, it ain't like as how it is when he sees it. Then I can fadge for her better when she's in my own yard. This wife was sold up country. but after some years became lame and sick, couldn't do much, so her massa gave her time and paid her fare to G. The sick and infirm are always provided for, you know. Hadn't seen her for 3 years, said George, but as soon as I heard of it, went right down, hired a house, and got someone to take care of her, and used to go see her every 3 months. He was a mechanic, and worked sometimes all night to earn money to do this. His master asked $20 per month for his services, and allows him 50 cents a week for clothes, etc. Jay says if he could only save, by working nights, money enough to buy himself, he would get someone he could trust to buy him. Den work hard as ever till I could buy my children. Den I'd take them from dis here. Where? Oh, Philadelphia, New York, somewhere north. Why, you'd freeze to death. Oh, no, missus. I can bear cold. I want to go where I can belong to myself and do as I want to. The following communication has been given to the writer by Captain Austin Burse, shipmaster in Boston. Mr. Burse is a native of Barnstable, Cape Cod. He is well known to our Boston citizens and merchants. Start of letter by Austin Burse. I am a native of the state of Massachusetts. Between the years 1818 and 1830, I was, from time to time, mate on board of different vessels engaged in the coasting trade on the coast of South Carolina. It is well known that many New England vessels are in the habit of spending the winters on the southern coast in pursuit of this business. Our vessels used to run up the rivers for the rough rice and cotton of the plantations, which we took to Charleston. We often carried gangs of slaves to the plantations, as they had been ordered. These slaves were generally collected by slave traders in the slave pens of Charleston, brought there by various causes, such as the death of owners and division of estates, which threw them into the market. Some were sent as punishment for insubordination, or because the domestic establishment was too large, or because persons moving to the north or west preferred selling their slaves to the trouble of carrying them. We had on board our vessels, from time to time, numbers of these slaves, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes as high as 70 or 80. They were separated from their families and connections with as little concern as calves and pigs are selected out of a lot of domestic animals. Our vessels used to lie in a place called Poor Man's Hole, not far from the city. We used to allow the relations and friends of the slaves to come on board and stay all night with their friends before the vessel sailed. In the morning it used to be my business to pull off the hatches and warn them that it was time to separate, and the shrieks and heart-rending cries of those times were enough to make anybody's heart ache. In the year 1828, while mate on the brig Milton, from Boston bound to New Orleans, the following incident occurred, which I shall never forget. The traders brought on board 4 quadroon men in handcuffs to be stowed away for the New Orleans market. An old Negro woman, more than 80 years of age, came screaming after them, "My son, oh, my son!" She seemed almost frantic, and when we had got more than a mile out into the harbor, we heard her screaming yet. When we got into the Gulf Stream, I came to the men and took off their handcuffs. They were resolute fellows, and they told me that I would see that they would never live to be slaves in New Orleans. One of the men was a carpenter and one a blacksmith. We brought them into New Orleans and consigned them over to the agent. The agent told the captain afterwards that in 48 hours after they came to New Orleans, they were all dead men, having every one of them killed themselves, as they said they should. One of them, I know, was bought for a fireman on the steamer Post Boy, and went down to the Belize. He jumped overboard and was drowned. The others, One was sold to a blacksmith, and one to a carpenter. The particulars of their death I don't know, only that the agent told the captain that they were all dead. There was a plantation at Coosawhatchie, back of Charleston, South Carolina, kept by a widow lady who owned 80 negroes. She sent to Charleston and bought a quadroon girl, very nearly white, for her son. We carried her up. She was more delicate than our other slaves, so that she was not put with them, but was carried up in the cabin. I have been on the rice plantations on the river, and seen the cultivation of the rice in the fall of the year. The plantation hands, both men and women, work all the time above their knees in water in the rice ditches, pulling out the grass to fit the ground for sowing the rice. Hands sold here from the city, having been bred mostly to house labor, find this very severe. The plantations are so deadly that white people cannot remain on them during the summertime, except at a risk of life. The proprietors and their families are there only through the winter, and the slaves are left in the summer entirely under the care of overseers. Such overseers as I saw were generally a brutal, gambling, drinking set. I have seen slavery, in the course of my wanderings, in almost all the countries of the world. I have been to Algiers and seen slavery there. I have seen slavery in Smyrna among the Turks. I was in Smyrna when our American consul ransomed a beautiful Greek girl in the slave market. I saw her come aboard the brig Suffolk, when she came aboard to be sent to America for her education. I have seen slavery in the Spanish and French ports, though I have not been on their plantations. My opinion is that American slavery, as I have seen it in the internal slave trade, as I have seen it on the rice and sugar plantations, and in the city of New Orleans, is full as bad as slavery in any country in the world, heathen or Christian. People who go for visits or pleasure through the southern states cannot possibly know these things which can be seen of slavery by shipmasters who run up into the back plantations of countries and who transport the slaves and produce of plantations. In my past days, the system of slavery was not much discussed. I saw these things as others did, without interference, because I no longer think it right to see these things in silence. I trade no more south of Mason-Dixon's line. End of letter by Austin Burse. The following account was given to the writer by Lewis Hayden. Hayden was a fugitive slave who escaped from Kentucky by the assistance of a young lady named Delia Webster and a man named Calvin Fairbanks. Both were imprisoned. Lewis Hayden has earned his own character as a free citizen of Boston, where he can find an abundance of vouchers for his character. Start of letter by Lewis Hayden. I belong to the Reverend Adam Runkin, a Presbyterian minister in Lexington, Kentucky. My mother was of mixed blood, white and Indian. She married my father when he was working in a bagging factory nearby. After a while, my father's owner moved off and took my father with him, which broke up the marriage. She was a very handsome woman. My master kept a large dairy, and she was the milk woman. Lexington was a small town in those days, and the dairy was in the town. Back of the college was the Masonic Lodge. A man who belonged to the lodge saw my mother when she was about her work. He made proposals of a base nature to her. When she would have nothing to say to him, he told her that she need not be so independent, for if money could buy her, he would have her. My mother told old mistress and begged that master might not sell her. But he did sell her. My mother had a high spirit, being part Indian. She would not consent to live with this man as he wished. He sent her to prison and had her flogged and punished her in various ways, so that at last she began to have crazy turns. When I read in Uncle Tom's Cabin about Cassie, it put me in mind of my mother, and I wanted to tell Mrs. S. about her. She tried to kill herself several times, once with a knife and once by hanging. She had long, straight black hair, but after this it all turned white like an old person's. When she had her raving turns, she always talked about her children. The jailer told the owner that if he would let her go to her children, perhaps she would get quiet. They let her out one time, and she came to the place where we were. I might have been 7 or 8 years old. Don't know my age exactly. I was not at home when she came. I came in and found her in one of the cabins near the kitchen. She sprung and caught my arms and seemed going to break them, and then said, "I'll fix you so they'll never get you." I screamed, for I thought she was going to kill me. They came in and took me away. They tied her and carried her off. Sometimes, when she was in her right mind, she used to tell me what things they had done to her. At last her owner sold her for a small sum to a man named Lackey. While with him, she had another husband and several children. After a while, this husband either died or was sold. I do not remember which. The man then sold her to another person named Bryant. My own father's owner now came and lived in the neighborhood of this man, and brought my mother with him. He had had another wife and family of children where he had been living. He and my mother came together again and finished their days together. My mother almost recovered her mind in the last days. I never saw anything in Kentucky which made me suppose that ministers or professors of religion considered it any more wrong to separate the families of slaves by sale than to separate any domestic animals. There may be ministers and professors of religion who think it is wrong, but I never met with them. My master was a minister, and yet he sold my mother, as I have related. When he was going to leave Kentucky for Pennsylvania, he sold all my brothers and sisters at auction. I stood by and saw them sold. When I was just going up on the block, he swapped me off for a pair of carriage horses. I looked at those horses with strange feelings. I had indulged hopes that the master would take me into Pennsylvania with him, and I should get free. How I looked at those horses and walked round them, and thought for them I was sold. It was commonly reported that my master had said in the pulpit that there was no more harm in separating a family of slaves than a litter of pigs. I did not hear him say it, so cannot say whether this is true or not. It may seem strange, but it is a fact. I had more sympathy and kind advice in my efforts to get my freedom from gamblers and such sort of men than Christians. Some of the gamblers were very kind to me. I never knew a slave trader that did not seem to think in his heart that the trade was a bad one. I knew a great many of them, such as Neal, McMahon, Cobb, Stone, Pulliam, and Davis, etc. They were like Haley. They meant to repent when they got through. Intelligent colored people in my circle of acquaintance, as a general thing, felt no security whatsoever for their family ties. Some, it is true, who belonged to rich families felt some security, but those of us who looked deeper and knew how many were not rich that seemed so, and saw how fast money slipped away, were always miserable. The trader was all around, the slave pens at hand, and we did not know what time any of us might be in it. Then there were the rice swamps and the sugar and cotton plantations. We had had them held before us as terrors by our masters and mistresses all our lives. We knew about them all, and when a friend was carried off, why, it was the same as death, for we could not write or hear, and never expected to see them again. I have one child who is buried in Kentucky, and that grave is pleasant to think of. I've got another that is sold nobody knows where, and that I never can bear to think of. End of letter by Lewis Hayden. The next history is a long one, and part of it transpired in a most public manner in the face of the whole community. The history includes in it the whole account of that memorable capture of the pearl, which produced such a sensation in Washington in the year 1848. The author, however, will preface it with a short history of a slave woman who had 6 children embarked in that ill-fated enterprise. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Select Incidents of Lawful Trade, or Facts Stranger Than Fiction. Recording by William Jones. Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 6, The Edmondson Family. Concerning Old Millie and her household, liberty and equality, the schooner Pearl, an American slave ship, capture of fugitives, indignation, captives imprisoned, voyage to New Orleans and return, affecting incidents, final redemption. Chapter 6. Millie Edmondson is an aged woman, now upwards of 70. She has received the slave's inheritance of entire ignorance. She cannot read a letter of a book, nor write her own name. But the writer must say that she was never so impressed with any presentation of the Christian religion as that which was made to her in the language and appearance of this woman during the few interviews that she had with her. The circumstances of the interviews will be detailed at length in the course of the story. Millie is above middle height, of a large, full figure. She dresses with the greatest attention to neatness. A plain Methodist cap shades her face, and the plain white Methodist handkerchief is folded across the bosom. A well-preserved stuff gown and clean white apron with a white pocket handkerchief pinned to her side completes the inventory of the costume in which the writer usually saw her. She is a mulatto, and must once have been a very handsome one. Her eyes and smile are still uncommonly beautiful, but there are deep-wrought lines of patient sorrow and weary endurance on her face, which tell that this lovely and noble-hearted woman has been all her life a slave. Millie Edmondson was kept by her owners and allowed to live with her husband, with the express understanding and agreement that her service and value was to consist in breeding up her own children to be sold in the slave market. Her legal owner was a maiden lady of feeble capacity, who was set aside by the decision of court as incompetent to manage her affairs. The estate, that is to say Millie Edmondson and her children, was placed in the care of a guardian. It appears that Millie's poor, infirm mistress was fond of her, and that Millie exercised over her much of that ascendancy which a strong mind holds over a weak one. Millie's husband, Paul Edmondson, was a free man. A little of her history, as she related it to the writer, will now be given in her own words. Her mistress, she said, was always kind to her, poor thing, but then she hadn't spirit ever to speak for herself, and her friends wouldn't let her have her own way. It always laid on my mind, she said, that I was a slave. When I wasn't more than 14 years old, Mrs. was doing some work one day that she thought she couldn't trust me with, and she says to me, "Millie,
Now you see, it's I that am the slave and not you. I says to her, Missus, I am a poor slave for all that. I's sorry afterwards I said it, for I thought it seemed to hurt her feelings. Well, after a while, when I got engaged to Paul, I loved Paul very much, but I thought it wasn't right to bring children into the world to be slaves, and I told our folks that I was never going to marry, though I did love Paul. But that wasn't to be allowed, she said with a mysterious air. What do you mean? Said I. Well, they told me I must marry, or I should be turned out of the church. So it was, she added with a significant nod. Well, Paul and me, we was married, and we was happy enough, if it hadn't been for that. But when our first child was born, I says to him, There 'tis now, Paul. Our troubles is begun. This child isn't ours. And every child I had, it grew worse and worse. Oh, Paul, says I, what a thing it is to have children that isn't ours. Paul, he says to me, Millie, my dear, if they be God's children, it ain't so much matter whether they be ours or no. They may be heirs of the kingdom, Millie, for all that. Well, then Paul's mistress died, and she set him free, and he got him a little place about 14 miles from Washington, and they let me live out there with him and take home my tasks, for they had that confidence in me that they always knowed that what I said I'd do was as good done as if they had seen it done. I had mostly sewing, sometimes a shirt to make in a day. It was coarse, like, or a pair of sheets or some such, but whatever it was, I always got it done. Then I had all my housework, and babies to take care of, and many's the time after 10 o'clock, I've took my children's clothes and washed 'em all out and ironed 'em late in the night, 'cause I couldn't never bear to see my children dirty. Always wanted to see 'em sweet and clean, and I brought 'em up and taught 'em the very best ways I was able. But nobody knows what I suffered. I never see a white man come on to the place that I didn't think, There now, he's coming to look at my children. And when I saw any white man going by, I've called to my children and hid 'em, for fear he'd see 'em and want to buy 'em. Oh, ma'am, mine's been a long sorrow, a long sorrow. I've borne this heavy cross a great many years. But, said I, the Lord has been with you. She answered with very strong emphasis, Ma'am, if the Lord hadn't held me up, I shouldn't been alive this day. Oh, sometimes my heart's been so heavy it seems as if I must die. And then I've been to the throne of grace, and when I'd poured out all my sorrows there, I came away light and felt that I could live a little longer. This language is exactly her own. She had often a forcible and peculiarly beautiful manner of expressing herself, which impressed what she said strongly. Paul and Millie Edmondson were both devout communicants in the Methodist Episcopal Church at Washington, and the testimony to their blamelessness of life and the consistence of their piety is unanimous from all who know them. In their simple cottage, made respectable by neatness and order, and hallowed by morning and evening prayer, they trained up their children to the best of their poor ability in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, to be sold in the slave market. They thought themselves only too happy, as one after another arrived at the age when they were to be sold, that they were hired to families in their vicinity, and not thrown into the trader's pen to be drafted for the dreaded Southern market. The mother, feeling with a constant but repressed anguish the weary burden of slavery which lay upon her, was accustomed, as she told the writer, thus to warn her daughters. Now, girls, don't you never come to the sorrows that I have. Don't you never marry till you get your liberty. Don't you marry to be mothers to children that ain't your own. As a result of this education, some of her older daughters, in connection with the young men to whom they were engaged, raised the sum necessary to pay for their freedom before they were married. One of these young women, at the time that she paid for her freedom, was in such feeble health that the physician told her that she could not live many months, and advised her to keep the money and apply it to making herself as comfortable as she could. She answered, "If I had only 2 hours to live, I would pay down that money to die free." If this was setting an extravagant value on liberty, it is not for an American to say so. All the sons and daughters of this family were distinguished both for their physical and mental developments, and therefore were priced exceedingly high in the market. The whole family, rated by the market prices which have been paid for certain members of it, might be estimated as an estate of $15,000. They were distinguished for intelligence, honesty, and faithfulness, but above all for the most devoted attachment to each other. These children, thus intelligent, were all held as slaves in the city of Washington, the very capital where our national government is conducted. Of course, the high estimate which their own mother taught them to place upon liberty was in the way of being constantly strengthened and reinforced by such addresses, celebrations, and speeches on the subject of liberty as everyone knows are constantly being made on one occasion or another in our national capital. On the 13th day of April, the little schooner Pearl, commanded by Daniel Drayton, came to anchor in the Potomac River at Washington. The news had just arrived of a revolution in France and the establishment of a democratic government, and all Washington was turning out to celebrate the triumph of liberty. The trees in the avenue were fancifully hung with many-colored lanterns, drums beat, bands of music played. The houses of the president and other high officials were illuminated, and men, women, and children were all turned out to see the procession and to join in the shouts of liberty that rent the air. Of course, all the slaves of the city, lively, fanciful, and sympathetic, most excitable as they were by music and by dazzling spectacles, were everywhere listening, seeing, and rejoicing in ignorant joy. All the heads of department, senators, representatives, and dignitaries of all kinds marched in procession to an open space on Pennsylvania Avenue, and there delivered congratulatory addresses on the progress of universal freedom. With unheard-of imprudence, the most earnest defenders of slaveholding institutions poured down on the listening crowd, both black and white, bond and free, the most inflammatory and incendiary sentiments. Such, for example, as the following language of Honorable Frederick P. Stanton of Tennessee: "We do not, indeed, propagate our principles with the sword of power, but there is one sense in which we are propagandists. We cannot help being so. Our example is contagious. In the section of this great country where I live, on the banks of the mighty Mississippi River, we have the true emblem of the tree of liberty. There you may see the giant cottonwood spreading its branches widely to the winds of heaven. Sometimes the current lays bare his roots, and you behold them extending far around and penetrating to an immense depth in the soil. When the season of maturity comes, the air is filled with a cotton-like substance which floats in every direction, bearing on its light wings the living seeds of the mighty tree. Thus the seeds of freedom have emanated from the tree of our liberties. They fill the air, They are wafted to every part of the habitable globe, and even in the barren sands of tyranny they are destined to take root. The tree of liberty will spring up everywhere, and nations will recline in its shade. Senator Foote of Mississippi also used this language. Such as has been the extraordinary course of events in France and in Europe within the last 2 months, that the more deliberately we survey the scene which has been spread out before us, and the more rigidly we scrutinize the conduct of its actors, the more confident does our conviction become that the glorious work which has been so well begun cannot possibly fail of complete accomplishment. That the age of tyrants and slavery is rapidly drawing to a close, and that the happy period to be signalized by the universal emancipation of man from the fetters of civil oppression and the recognition in all countries of the great principles of popular sovereignty, equality, and brotherhood is, at this moment, visibly commencing. Will anyone be surprised after this that 77 of the most intelligent young slaves, male and female, in Washington City, honestly taking Mr. Foote and his brother senators at the word, and believing that the age of tyrants and slavery was drawing to a close, banded together and made an effort to obtain their part in this reign of universal brotherhood? The schooner Pearl was lying in the harbor, and Captain Drayton was found to have the heart of a man. Perhaps he, too, had listened to the addresses on Pennsylvania Avenue and thought, in the innocence of his heart, that a man who really did something to promote universal emancipation was no worse than the men who only made speeches about it. At any rate, Drayton was persuaded to allow these 77 slaves to secrete themselves in the hold of his vessel, and among them were 6 children of Paul and Millie Edmondson. The incidents of the rest of the narrative will now be given as obtained from Mary and Emily Edmondson by the lady in whose family they have been placed by the writer for an education. Some few preliminaries may be necessary in order to understand the account. A respectable colored man by the name of Daniel Bell, who had purchased his own freedom, resided in the city of Washington. His wife, with her 8 children, were set free by her master when on his deathbed. The heirs endeavored to break the will on the grounds that he was not of sound mind at the time of its preparation. The magistrate, however, before whom it was executed, by his own personal knowledge of the competence of the man at the time, was enabled to defeat their purpose. The family, therefore, lived as free for some years. On the death of this magistrate, the heirs again brought the case into court, and it seemed likely to be decided against the family. They resolved to secure their legal rights by flight, and engaged passage on board the vessel of Captain Drayton. Many of their associates and friends, stirred up, perhaps, by the recent demonstration in favor of liberty, begged leave to accompany them in their flight. The seeds of the cottonwood were flying everywhere and springing up in all hearts, so that on the eventful evening of the 15th of April, 1848, not less than 77 men, women, and children, with beating hearts and anxious secrecy, stowed themselves away in the hold of the little schooner. And Captain Drayton was so wicked that he could not, for the life of him, say nay to one of them. Richard Edmondson had long sought to buy his liberty, had toiled for it early and late, but the price set upon him was so high that he despaired of ever earning it. On this evening he and his 3 brothers thought, as the reign of universal brotherhood had begun, and the reign of tyrants and slavery come to an end, that they would take to themselves and their sisters that sacred gift of liberty, which all Washington had been informed 2 evenings before It was the peculiar province of America to give all nations. Their two sisters, aged 16 and 14, were hired out to families in the city. On this evening, Samuel Edmondson called at the house where Emily lived and told her of the projected plan. "But what will mother think?" said Emily. "She would rather we'd be free than to spend time to talk about her." "Well, then, if Mary will go, I will." The girls gave as a reason for wishing to escape that though they had never suffered hardship or been treated unkindly, yet they knew they were liable at any time to be sold into rigorous bondage and separated far from all they loved. They then all went on board the Pearl, which was lying a little way off from the place where vessels usually anchor. There they found a company of slaves, 77 in number. At 12 o'clock at night, the silent wings of the little schooner were spread, and with her weight of fear and mystery, she glided out into the stream. A fresh breeze sprang up, and by 11 o'clock next night, they had sailed 200 miles from Washington and began to think that liberty was gained. They anchored in a place called Cornfield Harbor, intending to wait for daylight. All lay down to sleep in peaceful security, lulled by the gentle rock of the vessel and the rippling of the waters. But at 2 o'clock at night they were roused by terrible noises on deck, scuffling, screaming, swearing, and groaning. A steamer had pursued and overtaken them, and the little schooner was boarded by an infuriated set of armed men. In a moment the captain, mate, and all the crew were seized and bound, amid oaths and dreadful threats. As they, swearing and yelling, tore open the hatches of the defenseless prisoners below, Richard Edmondson stepped forward, and in a calm voice said to them, "Gentlemen, do yourselves no harm, for we are all here." With this exception, all was still among the slaves, and despair could make it. Not a word was spoken in the whole company. The men were all bound and placed on board the steamer. The women were left on board the schooner to be towed after. The explanation of their capture was this. In the morning after they had sailed, many families in Washington found their slaves missing, and the event created as great an excitement as the emancipation of France had 2 days before. At that time they had listened in the most complacent manner to the announcement that the reign of slavery was near its close, because they had not the slightest idea that their language meant anything, and they were utterly confounded by this practical application of it. More than 100 men, mounted upon horses, determined to push out into the country in pursuit of these new disciples of the doctrine of universal emancipation. Here a colored man, by the name of Judson Diggs, betrayed the whole plot. He had been provoked because, after having taken a poor woman with her luggage down to the boat, she was unable to pay the 25 cents that he demanded. So he told these admirers of universal brotherhood that they need not ride into the country, as their slaves had sailed down the river and were far enough off by this time. A steamer was immediately manned by 200 armed men, and away they went in pursuit. When the cortege arrived with the captured slaves, there was a most furious excitement in the city. The men were driven through the streets bound with ropes, 2 and 2. Showers of taunts and jeers rained upon them from all sides. One man asked one of the girls if she didn't feel pretty to be caught running away, and another asked her if she wasn't sorry. She answered, no. If it was to do again tomorrow, she would do it the same. The man turned to a bystander and said, "Ha'n't she got good spunk?" But the most vehement excitement was against Drayton and Sayers, the captain and mate of the vessel. Ruffians, armed with dirk knives and pistols, crowded around them with the most horrid threats. One of them struck so near Drayton as to cut his ear, which Emily noticed as bleeding. Meanwhile, there were mingled in the crowd multitudes of the relatives of the captives, who, looking on them as so many doomed victims, bewailed and lamented them. A brother-in-law of the Edmondsons was so overcome when he saw them that he fainted away and fell down in the street, and was carried home insensible. The sorrowful news spread to the cottage of Paul and Millie Edmondson, and, knowing that all their children were now probably doomed to the southern market, they gave themselves up to sorrow. "Oh, what a day that was," said the old mother when describing that scene to the writer. "Never a morsel of anything could I put into my mouth. Paul and me, we fasted and prayed before the Lord night and day for our poor children." The whole public sentiment of the community was roused to the most intense indignation. It was repeated from mouth to mouth that they had been kindly treated and never abused, and what could have induced them to try to get their liberty? All that Mr. Stanton had said of the insensible influence of American institutions, and all his pretty similes about the cottonwood seeds, seemed entirely to have escaped the memory of the community, and they could see nothing but the most unheard-of depravity in the attempt of these people to secure freedom. It was strenuously advised by many that their owners should not forgive them, that no mercy should be shown, but that they should be thrown into the hands of the traders forthwith for the southern market, that Siberia of the irresponsible despots of America. When all the prisoners were lodged in jail, the owners came to make oath to their property, and the property was also required to make oath to their owners. Among them came the married sisters of Mary and Emily, but were not allowed to enter the prison. The girls looked through the iron gates of the third-story windows and saw their sisters standing below in the yard weeping. The guardian of the Edmondsons, who acted in the place of the real owner, apparently touched with their sorrow, promised their family and friends, who were anxious to purchase them, if possible, that they should have an opportunity the next morning. Perhaps he intended at the time to give them one, but as Brown and Hill, the keepers of the large slave warehouse in Alexandria, offered him $4,500 for the 6 children, they were irrevocably sold before the next morning. Brown would listen to no terms which any of their friends could propose. The lady with whom Mary had lived offered $1,000 for her, but Brown refused, saying he could get double that sum in the New Orleans market. He said he had had his eye upon the family for 12 years, and had the promise of them should they ever be sold. While the girls remained in the prison, they had no beds or chairs, though the nights were chilly. But, understanding that the rooms below, where the brothers were confined, were still colder, and that no blankets were given them, they sent their own down to them. In the morning, they were allowed to go down into the yard for a few moments, and then they used to run to the windows of the brothers' room to bid them good morning and kiss them through the grate. At 10 o'clock Thursday night, the brothers were handcuffed, and with their sisters taken into carriages by their new owners, driven to Alexandria, and put into a prison called a Georgia pen. The girls were put into a large room alone, in total darkness, without bed or blanket, where they spent the night in sobs and tears, in utter ignorance of their brother's fate. At 8 o'clock in the morning they were called to breakfast, when, to their great comfort, they found their 4 brothers all in the same prison. They remained there about 4 weeks, being usually permitted by day to stay below with their brothers, and at night to return to their own rooms. Their brothers had great anxieties about them, fearing they would be sold south. Samuel, in particular, felt very sadly, as he had been the principal actor in getting them away. He often said he would gladly die for them, if that would save them from the fate he feared. He used to weep a great deal, though he endeavored to restrain his tears in their presence. While in the slave prison, they were required to wash for 13 men, though their brothers had performed a great share of the labor. Before they left, their size and weight were measured by their owners. At length they were again taken out, and the brothers handcuffed, and all put on board a steamboat, where there were about 40 slaves, mostly men, and taken to Baltimore. The voyage occupied 1 day and a night. When arrived in Baltimore, they were thrown into a slave pen kept by a partner of Brown and Hill. He was a man of coarse habits, constantly using the most profane language and grossly obscene and insulting in his remarks to women. Here they were forbidden to pray together, as they had previously been accustomed to do. But by rising very early in the morning, they secured to themselves a little interval which they could employ uninterrupted in this manner. They, with 4 or 5 other women in the prison, used to meet together before daybreak to spread their sorrows before the refuge of the afflicted, and in these prayers the hard-hearted slave-dealer was daily remembered. The brothers of Mary and Emily were very gentle and tender in their treatment of their sisters, which had an influence upon other men in their company. At this place they became acquainted with Aunt Rachel, a most godly woman, about middle age, who had been sold into the prison away from her husband. The poor husband used often to come to the prison and beg the trader to sell her to his owners, who he thought were willing to purchase her if the price was not too high. But he was driven off with brutal threats and curses. They remained in Baltimore about 3 weeks. The friends in Washington, though hitherto unsuccessful in their efforts to redeem the family, were still exerting themselves in their behalf, and one evening a message was received from them by telegraph stating that a person would arrive in the morning train of cars prepared to bargain for the family, and that a part of the money was now ready. But the trader was inexorable, and in the morning, an hour before the cars were to arrive, they were all put on board the brig Union, ready to sail for New Orleans. The messenger came and brought $900 in money, the gift of a grandson of John Jacob Astor. This was finally appropriated to the ransom of Richard Edmondson, as his wife and children were said to be suffering in Washington, and the trader would not sell the girls to them upon any consideration, nor would he even suffer Richard to be brought back from the brig, which had not yet sailed. The bargain was, however, made, and the money deposited in Baltimore. On this brig, the 11 women were put in one small apartment, and the 30 or 40 men in an adjoining one. Emily was very seasick most of the time, and her brothers feared she would die. They used to come and carry her out on deck and back again, buy little comforts for their sisters, and take all possible care of them. Frequently headwinds blew them back, so that they made very slow progress. And in their prayer meetings, which they held every night, they used to pray that headwinds might blow them to New York. And one of the sailors declared that if they could get within 100 miles of New York, and the slaves would stand by him, he would make way with the captain and pilot them into New York himself. When they arrived near Key West, they hoisted a signal for a pilot, the captain being aware of the dangers of the place, and not yet knowing how to avoid them. As the pilot boat approached, the slaves were all fastened below, and a heavy canvas thrown over the grated hatchway door, which entirely excluded all circulation of air and almost produced suffocation. The captain and pilot had a long talk about the price, and some altercation ensued, the captain not being willing to give the price demanded by the pilot, during which time there was great suffering below. The women became so exhausted that they were mostly helpless, and the situation of the men was not much better, though they managed with a stick to break some holes through the canvas on their side, so as to let in a little air. But only a few of the strongest could get there to enjoy it. Some of them shouted for help as long as their strength would permit, And at length, after what seemed to them an almost interminable interview, the pilot left, refusing to assist them. The canvas was removed, and the brig obliged to turn back and take another course. Then, one after another, as they got air and strength, crawled out on deck. Mary and Emily were carried out by their brothers as soon as they were able to do it. Soon after this, the stock of provisions ran low, and the water failed, so that the slaves were restricted to a gill a day. The sailors were allowed a quart each, and often gave a pint of it to one of the Edmondsons for their sisters, and they divided it with the other women, as they always did every nice thing they got in such ways. The day they arrived at the mouth of the Mississippi, a terrible storm arose, and the waves rolled mountain high, so that when the pilot boat approached, it would sometimes seem to be entirely swallowed by the waves, and again it would emerge, and again appear wholly buried. At length they were towed into and up the river by a steamer, and there, for the first time, saw cotton plantations, and gangs of slaves at work on them. They arrived at New Orleans in the night, and about 10 the next day were landed and marched to what they called the showrooms, and going out into the yard saw a great many men and women sitting around with such sad faces that Emily soon began to cry, upon which an overseer stepped up and struck her on the chin and bade her stop crying, or he would give her something to cry about. Then, pointing, he told her there was the calaboose where they whipped those who did not behave themselves. As soon as he turned away, a slave woman came and told her to look cheerful, if she possibly could, as it would be better for her. One of her brothers soon came to inquire what the woman had been saying to her, and when informed, encouraged Emily to follow the advice and endeavor to profit by it himself. That night all the 4 brothers had their hair cut close, their mustaches shaved off, and their usual clothing exchanged for a blue jacket and pants, all of which so altered their appearance that at first their sisters did not know them. Then for 3 successive days they were all obliged to stand in an open porch fronting the street for passers-by to look at, except when one was tired out, she might go in for a little time, and another take her place. Whenever buyers called, they were paraded in the auction rooms in rows, exposed to coarse jokes and taunts. When anyone took a liking to any girl in the company, he would call her to him, take hold of her, open her mouth, look at her teeth, and handle her person rudely, frequently making obscene remarks, and she must stand and bear it without resistance. Mary and Emily complained to the brothers that they could not submit to such treatment. They conversed about it with Wilson, a partner of Brown and Hill, who had the charge of the slaves at this prison. After this, they were treated with more decency. Another brother of the girls, named Hamilton, had been enslaved in or near New Orleans for 16 years, and had just purchased his own freedom for $1,000, having once before earned that sum for himself, and then had it taken from him. Richard, being now really free, as the money was deposited in Baltimore for his ransom, found him out the next day after their arrival in New Orleans, and brought him to the prison to see his brothers and sisters. The meeting was overpoweringly affecting. He had never before seen his sister Emily, as he had been sold away from his parents before her birth. The girls' lodging room was occupied at night by about 20 or 30 women, who all slept on the bare floor, with only a blanket each. After a few days, word was received, which was really incorrect, that half the money had been raised for the redemption of Mary and Emily. After this, they were allowed, upon their brother's earnest request, to go to their free brother's house and spend their nights, and return in the mornings, as they had suffered greatly from the mosquitoes and other insects, and their feet were swollen and sore. While at this prison, some horrible cases of cruelty came to their knowledge, and some of them under their own observation. 2 persons, 1 woman and 1 boy, were whipped to death in the prison, while they were there, though they were not in the same pen or owned by the same trader as themselves. None of the slaves were allowed to sleep in the daytime, and sometimes little children, sitting or standing idle all day, would become so sleepy as not to be able to hold up their eyelids. But if they were caught thus by the overseer, they were cruelly beaten. Mary and Emily used to watch the little ones and let them sleep until they heard the overseers coming, and then spring and rouse them in a moment. One young woman, who had been sold by the traders for the worst of purposes, was returned, not being fortunate enough to suit her purchaser, and it is their custom in such cases was most cruelly flogged, so much so that some of her flesh mortified, and her life was despaired of. When Mary and Emily first arrived at New Orleans, they saw and conversed with her. She was then just beginning to sit up, was quite small, and very fine-looking, with beautiful straight hair, which was formerly long, but had been cut off short by her brutal tormentors. The overseer who flogged her said, in their hearing, that he would never flog another girl in that way. It was too much for anyone to bear. They suggested that perhaps the reason why he had promised this was because he was obliged to be her nurse, and of course saw her sufferings. She was from Alexandria, but they had forgotten her name. One young man and woman of their company in the prison, who were engaged to be married and were sold to different owners, felt so distressed at their separation that they could not or did not labor well, and the young man was soon sent back with a complaint that he would not answer the purpose. Of course, the money was to be refunded, and he flogged. He was condemned to be flogged each night for a week, and after about 200 lashes by the overseer, each one of the male slaves in the prison was required to come and lay on 5 lashes with all his strength, upon penalty of being flogged himself. The young woman, too, was soon sent there with a note from her new mistress, requesting that she might be whipped a certain number of lashes, and enclosing the money to pay for it, which request was readily complied with. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1, The Edmondson Family. Recording by William Jones. Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 2, The Edmondson Family, from A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 6, The Edmondson Family. While in New Orleans, they saw gangs of women cleaning the streets, chained together, some with a heavy iron ball attached to the chain, a form of punishment frequently resorted to for household servants who had displeased their mistresses. Hamilton Edmondson, the brother who had purchased his own freedom, made great efforts to get good homes for his brothers and sisters in New Orleans, so that they need not be far separated from each other. One day, Mr. Wilson, the overseer, took Samuel away with him in a carriage and returned without him. The brothers and sisters soon found that he was sold, and gone they know not whither, but they were not allowed to weep or even look sad upon pain of severe punishment. The next day, however, to their great joy, he came to the prison himself and told them that he had a good home in the city with an Englishman who had paid $1,000 for him. After remaining about 3 weeks in this prison, the Edmondsons were told that, in consequence of the prevalence of yellow fever in the city, together with the fact of their not being acclimated, it was deemed dangerous for them to remain there longer. And, besides this, purchasers were loath to give good prices under these circumstances. Some of the slaves in the pen were already sick, some of them old, poor, or dirty, and for these reasons greatly exposed to sickness. Richard Edmondson had already been ransomed, and must be sent back, and upon the whole it was thought best to fit out and send off a gang to Baltimore without delay. The Edmondsons received these tidings with joyful hearts, for they had not yet been undeceived with regard to the raising of the money for their ransom. Their brother, who was free, procured for them many comforts for the voyage, such as a mattress, blankets, sheets, and different kinds of food and drink. And, accompanied to the vessel by their friends there, they embarked on the brig Union just at night, and were towed out of the river. The brig had nearly a full cargo of cotton, molasses, sugar, and so forth, and of course the space for the slaves was exceedingly limited. The place allotted the females was a little, close, filthy room, perhaps 8 or 10 feet square, filled with cotton within 2 or 3 feet of the top of the room, except for the space directly under the hatchway door. Richard Edmondson kept his sisters upon deck with him, though without a shelter, prepared their food himself, made up their bed at night on the tops of barrels, or wherever he could find a place, and then slept by their side. Sometimes a storm would arise in the middle of the night, when he would spring up and wake them, and gathering up their bed and bedding, conduct them to a little kind of pantry, where they could all three just stand till the storm passed away. Sometimes he contrived to make a temporary shelter for them out of bits of boards and something else on deck. After a voyage of 16 days, they arrived at Baltimore, fully expecting that their days of slavery were numbered. Here they were conducted back to the same old prison from which they had been taken a few weeks before, though they supposed it would be but for an hour or two. Presently, Mr. Bigelow of Washington came for Richard. When the girls found that they were not to be set free too, their grief and disappointment were unspeakable. But they were separated, Richard to go to his home, his wife and children, and they to remain in the slave prison. Wearisome days and nights rolled on. In the mornings they were obliged to march around the yard to the music of fiddles, banjos, and so forth. In the daytime they washed and ironed for the male slaves, slept some, and wept a great deal. After a few weeks their father came to visit them, accompanied by their sister. His object was partly to ascertain what were the very lowest terms upon which their keeper would sell the girls, as he indulged a faint hope that in some way or another the money might be raised if time enough were allowed. The trader declared that he should soon send them to some other slave market, but he would wait 2 weeks, and if the friends could raise the money in that time, they might have them. The night their father and sister spent in the prison with them, he laid in the room over their heads, and they could hear him groan all night, while their sister was weeping by their side. None of them closed their eyes in sleep. In the morning came again the wearisome routine of the slave prison. Old Paul walked quietly into the yard and sat down to see the poor slaves marched around. He had never seen his daughters in such circumstances before, and his feelings quite overcame him. The yard was narrow, and the girls, as they walked by him, almost brushing him with their clothes, could just hear him groaning within himself, "Oh, my children, my children." After the breakfast, which none of them were able to eat, they parted with sad hearts, the father begging the keeper to send them to New Orleans if the money could not be raised, as perhaps the brothers there might secure for them kind masters. 2 or 3 weeks afterward, Brown and Hill visited the prison, dissolved partnership with the trader, settled accounts, and took the Edmondsons again in their own possession. The girls were roused about 11 o'clock at night, after they had fallen asleep, and told to get up directly and prepare for going home. They had learned that the word of a slaveholder is not to be trusted, and feared they were going to be sent to Richmond, Virginia, as there had been talk of it. They were soon on their way in the cars with Brown and arrived in Washington at a little past midnight. Their hearts throbbed high when, after these long months of weary captivity, they found themselves once more in the city where were their brothers, sisters, and parents. But they were permitted to see none of them, and were put into a carriage and driven immediately to the slave prison at Alexandria, where, about 2 o'clock at night, they found themselves in the same forlorn old room in which they had begun their term of captivity. This was the latter part of August. Again they were employed in washing, ironing, and sewing by day, and always locked up by night. Sometimes they were allowed to sew in Brown's house, and even to eat there. After they had been in Alexandria 2 or 3 weeks, their oldest married sister, not having heard from them for some time, came to see Brown to learn, if possible, something of their fate. And her surprise and joy were great to see them once more, even there. After a few weeks, their old father came again to see them. Hopeless as the idea of their emancipation seemed, he still clung to it. He had had some encouragement of assistance in Washington, and he proposed to go north to see if anything could be done there. And he was anxious to obtain from Brown what were the very lowest possible terms for which he would sell the girls. Brown drew up his terms in the following document, which we subjoin. Alexandria, Virginia, September 5th, 1848. The bearer, Paul Edmondson, is the father of 2 girls, Mary Jane and Emily Kathrine Edmondson. These girls have been purchased by us and once sent to the South, and upon the positive assurance that the money for them would be raised if they were brought back, they were returned. Nothing, it appears, has as yet been done in this respect by those who promised, and we are on the very eve of sending them South the second time, and we are candid in saying that if they go again, we will not regard any promises made in relation to them. The father wishes to raise money to pay for them, and intends to appeal to the liberality of the humane and the good to aid him, and has requested us to state in writing the conditions upon which we will sell his daughters. We expect to start our servants to the South in a few days. If the sum of $1,200 can be raised and paid to us in 15 days, or we be assured of that sum, then we will retain them for 25 days more, to give the opportunity for the raising of the other $1,050. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to send them along with our other servants. Brown and Hill. Paul took his papers and parted from his daughters sorrowfully. After this, the time to the girls dragged on in heavy suspense. Constantly they looked for a letter or message, and prayed to God to raise them up a deliverer from some quarter. But day after day and week after week passed, and the dreaded time drew near. The preliminaries for fitting up the gang for South Carolina commenced. Gay calico was bought for them to make up into show dresses, in which they were to be exhibited on sale. They made them up with far sadder feelings than they would have sewed on their own shrouds. Hope had almost died out of their bosoms. A few days before the gang were to be sent off, their sister made them a sad farewell visit. They mingled their prayers and tears, and the girls made up little tokens of remembrance to send by her as parting gifts to the brothers and sisters and aged father and mother, and with a farewell sadder than that of a deathbed, the sisters parted. The evening before the coffle was to start drew on. Mary and Emily went to the house to bid Brown's family goodbye. Brown had a little daughter who had been a pet and favorite with the girls. She clung around them, cried, and begged them not to go. Emily told her that if she wished to have them stay, she must go and ask their father. Away ran the little pleader, full of her errand, and was so very earnest in her importunities that he, to pacify her, said he would consent to their remaining if his partner, Captain Hill, would do so. At this time Brown, hearing Mary crying aloud in the prison, went up to see her. With all the earnestness of despair, she made her last appeal to his feelings. She begged him to make the case his own, and to think of his own dear little daughter. What if she were exposed to be torn away from every friend on earth, and cut off from all hope of redemption, at the very moment, too, when deliverance was expected? Brown was not absolutely a man of stone, and this agonizing appeal brought tears to his eyes. He gave some encouragement that, if Hill would consent, they need not be sent off with the gang. A sleepless night followed, spent in weeping, groaning, and prayer. Morning at last dawned, and according to orders received the day before, they prepared themselves to go, and even put on their bonnets and shawls, and stood ready for the word to be given. When the very last tear of hope was shed, and they were going out to join the gang, Brown's heart relented. He called them to him, and told them they might remain. Oh, how glad were their hearts made by this, as they might now hope on a little longer. Either the entreaties of little Martha or Mary's plea with Brown had prevailed. Soon the gang was started on foot, men, women, and children, 2 and 2, the men all handcuffed together, the right wrist of one to the left wrist of the other, and a chain passed through the middle from the handcuffs of one couple to those of the next. The women and children walked in the same manner throughout, handcuffed or chained. Drivers went before and at the side to take up those who were sick or lame. They were obliged to set off singing, accompanied with fiddles and banjos. For they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth. And this is a scene of daily occurrence in a Christian country. And Christian ministers say that the right to do these things is given by God himself. Meanwhile, poor old Paul Edmondson went northward to supplicate aid. Anyone who should have traveled in the cars at that time of night might have seen a venerable-looking black man, all of whose hair and attitude indicated a patient humility, and who seemed to carry a weight of overwhelming sorrow, like one who had long been acquainted with grief. That man was Paul Edmondson. Alone, friendless, unknown, and worst of all, black, he came into the great bustling city of New York to see if there was anyone there who could give him $2,500 to buy his daughters with. Can anybody realize what a poor man's feelings are who visits a great, bustling, rich city, alone and unknown, for such an object? The writer has now, in a letter from a slave father and husband who was visiting Portland on a similar errand, a touching expression of it. I walked all day till I was tired and discouraged. Oh, Mrs. S., when I see so many people who seem to have so many more things than they want or know what to do with, and then think that I have worked hard till I am past 40 all my life, and don't own even my own wife and children, it makes me feel sick and discouraged. So sick at heart and discouraged felt Paul Edmondson. He went to the anti-slavery office and made his case known. The sum was such a large one, and seemed to many so exorbitant, that though they pitied the poor father, they were disheartened about raising it. They wrote to Washington to authenticate the particulars of the story, and wrote to Brown and Hill to see if there could be any reduction of price. Meanwhile, the poor man looked sadly from one adviser to another. He was recommended to go to the Reverend H.W. Beecher and tell his story. He inquired his way to his door, ascended the steps to ring the doorbell, but his heart failed him. He sat down on the steps weeping. There Mr. Beecher found him. He took him in and inquired his story. There was to be a public meeting that night to raise money. The hapless father begged him to go and plead for his children. He did go, and spoke as if he were pleading for his own father and sisters. Other clergymen followed in the same strain. The meeting became enthusiastic, and the money was raised on the spot. And poor old Paul laid his head that night on a grateful pillow, not to sleep, but to give thanks. Meanwhile, the girls had been dragging on anxious days in the slave prison. They were employed in sewing for Brown's family, staying sometimes in the prison and sometimes in the house. It is to be stated here that Mr. Brown is a man of very different character from many in his trade. He is such a man as never would have been found in the profession of a slave trader, had not the most respectable and religious part of the community defended the right to buy and sell as being conferred by God himself. It is a fact, with regard to this man, that he was one of the earliest subscribers to the National Era in the District of Columbia, and when a certain individual there brought himself into great peril by assisting fugitive slaves, and there was no one found to go bail for him, Mr. Brown came forward and performed this kindness. While we abhor the horrible system and the horrible trade with our whole soul, there is no harm, we suppose, in wishing that such a man had a better occupation. Yet we cannot forbear reminding all such that, when we come to give our account at the judgment seat of Christ, every man must speak for himself alone, and that Christ will not accept as an apology for sin the word of all ministers and all the synods in the country. He has given fair warning, beware of false prophets, and if people will not beware of them, their blood is upon their own heads. The girls, while under Mr. Brown's care, were treated with as much kindness and consideration as could possibly consist with the design of selling them. There is no doubt that Brown was personally friendly to them, and really wished most earnestly that they might be ransomed. But then he did not see how he was to lose $2,500. He had just the same difficulty on this subject that some New York members of churches have had, when they have had slaves brought into their hands as security for Southern debts. He was sorry for them and wished them well, and hoped Providence would provide for them when they were sold, but still he could not afford to lose his money. And while such men remain elders and communicants in the churches of New York, we must not be surprised that there remain slave traders in Alexandria. It is one great art of the enemy of souls to lead men to compound for their participation in one branch of sin by the righteous horror of another. The slave trader has been the general scapegoat on whom all parties have vented their indignation while buying of him and selling to him. There is an awful warning given in the 50th Psalm to those who in word have professed religion, and in deed consented to iniquity, where from the judgment seat Christ is represented as thus addressing them, quote, "What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldst take my covenant into thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentedst with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers." Close quote. One thing is certain, that all who do these things, openly or secretly, must at last make up their account with a judge who is no respecter of persons, and who will just as soon condemn an elder in the church for slave trading as a professed trader. Nay, he may make it more tolerable for the Sodom and Gomorrah of the trade for them, for it may be, if the trader had the means of grace that they have had, that he would have repented long ago. But to return to our history. The girls were sitting sewing near the open window of their cage when Emily said to Mary, "There, Mary, is a white man that we have seen from the north." They both looked, and in a moment more saw their own dear father. They sprang and ran through the house and office and into the street, shouting as they ran, followed by Brown, who said he thought the girls were crazy. In a moment they were in their father's arms, but observed that he trembled exceedingly and that his voice was unsteady. They eagerly inquired if the money was raised for their ransom. Afraid of exciting their hopes too soon, before their free papers were signed, he said he would talk with them soon, and went into the office with Mr. Brown and Mr. Chaplin. Mr. Brown professed himself sincerely glad, as undoubtedly he was, that they had brought the money, but seemed much hurt by the manner in which he had been spoken of by the Reverend H.W. Beecher at the Liberation meeting in New York, thinking it hard that no difference should be made between him and other traders, when he had shown himself so much more considerate and humane than the great body of them. He, however, counted over the money and signed the papers with great goodwill, taking out a $5 gold piece for each of the girls as a parting present. The affair took longer than they supposed, and the time seemed an age to the poor girls, who were anxiously walking up and down outside the room in ignorance of their fate. Could their father have brought the money? Why did he tremble so? Could he have failed of the money at last? Or could it be that their dear mother was dead? For they had heard that she was very ill. At length a messenger came shouting to them, "You are free! You are free!" Emily thinks she sprang nearly to the ceiling overhead. They jumped, clapped their hands, laughed, and shouted aloud. Soon their father came to them, embraced them tenderly, and attempted to quiet them, and told them to prepare them to go and see their mother. This they did, they know not how, but with considerable help from the family, who all seemed to rejoice in their joy. Their father procured a carriage to take them to the wharf, and, with joy overflowing all bounds, they bade a most affectionate farewell to each member of the family, not even omitting Brown himself. The good that there is in human nature, for once, had the upper hand, and all were moved to tears of sympathetic joy. Their father, with subdued tenderness, made great efforts to soothe their tumultuous feelings, and at length partially succeeded. When they arrived at Washington, a carriage was ready to take them to their sister's house. People of every rank and description came running together to get a sight of them. The brothers caught them up in their arms and ran about with them, almost frantic with joy. Their aged and venerated mother, raised up from a sick bed by the stimulus of the glad news, was there, weeping and giving thanks to God. Refreshments were prepared in their sister's house for all who called, and amid greetings and rejoicings, tears and gladness, prayers and thanksgiving, but without sleep, the night passed away, and the morning of November 4th, 1848, dawned upon them free and happy. This last spring, during the month of May, as the writer has already intimated, the aged mother of the Edmondson family came on to New York, and the reason of her coming may be thus briefly explained. She had still one other daughter, the guide and support of her feeble age, or, as she calls her in her own expressive language, the last drop of blood in her heart. She also had a son, 21 years of age, still a slave on a neighboring plantation. The infirm woman, in whose name the estate was held, was supposed to be drawing near death, and the poor parents were distressed with the fear that, in case of this event, their 2 remaining children would be sold for the purpose of dividing the estate, and thus thrown into the dreaded Southern market. No one can realize what a constant horror the slave prisons and the slave traders are to all the unfortunate families in the vicinity. Everything for which other parents look upon their children with pleasure and pride is to these poor souls a source of anxiety and dismay, because it renders the child so much more a merchantable article. It is no wonder, therefore, that the light in Paul and Millie's cottage was overshadowed by this terrible idea. The guardians of these children had given their father a written promise to sell them for a certain sum, and by hard begging he had acquired $100 toward the $1,200 which were necessary. But he was now confined to his bed with sickness. After pouring out earnest prayers to the helper of the helpless, Millie says one day she said to Paul, "I tell you, Paul, I'm going up to New York myself to see if I can't get that money." Paul says to me, "Why, Millie dear, how can you? You ain't fit to be off the bed, and you's never in the cars in your life." "Never you fear, Paul," says I. "I shall go trusting in the Lord, and the Lord, He'll take me and He'll bring me, that I know." So I went to the cars and got a white man to put me on board, and sure enough, there I found 2 Bethel ministers, and one sat on one side of me and one sat the other all the way. And they got me my tickets and looked after my things and did everything for me. There didn't anything happen to me all the way. Sometimes, when I went to sit down in the sitting rooms, people looked at me and moved off, so scornful. Well, I thought, I wish the Lord would give you a better mind. Emily and Mary, who had been at the school in New York State, came to the city to meet their mother, and they brought her directly to the Reverend Henry W. Beecher's house, where the writer was then. The writer remembers now the scene when she first met this mother and daughters. It must be recollected that they had not seen each other before for 12 years. One was sitting each side of the mother, holding her hand, and the air of pride and filial affection with which they presented her was touching to behold. After being presented to the writer, she again sat down between them, took a hand of each, and looked very earnestly first on one and then on the other, and then looking up said with a smile, "Oh, these children, how do they lie around our hearts?" Then she explained to the writer all her sorrows and anxieties for the younger children. "Now, madam," she says, "that man that keeps the great trading house at Alexandria, that man," she said with a strong, indignant expression, "he has sent to know if there's any more of my children to be sold. That man said he wanted to see me." "Yes, ma'am," he said, "he'd give $20 to see me." "Well, I wouldn't see him if he'd give me $100. He sent for me to come and see him when he had my daughters in his prison. I wouldn't go to see him. I wouldn't want to see them there." The 2 daughters, Emily and Mary, here became very much excited and broke out in some very natural but bitter language against all slaveholders. "Hush, children, you must forgive your enemies," she said. "But they're so wicked," said the girls. "Ah, children, you must hate the sin, but love the sinner." "Well," said one of the girls, "Mother, if I was taken again and made a slave of, I'd kill myself." "I trust not, child. That would be wicked." "But, Mother, I should. I know I never could bear it." "Bear it, my child?" she answered. "It's they that bears the sorrow here is they that has the glories there." There was a deep, indescribable pathos of voice and manner as she said these words, a solemnity and force, and yet a sweetness that can never be forgotten. This poor slave mother, whose whole life had been one long outrage on her holiest feelings, who had been kept from the power to read God's word, whose whole pilgrimage had been made one day of sorrow by the injustice of a Christian nation, she had yet learned to solve the highest problem of Christian ethics, and to do what so few reformers can do, hate the sin, but love the sinner. A great deal of interest was excited among the ladies in Brooklyn by this history. Several large meetings were held in different parlors in which the old mother related her history with great simplicity and pathos, and a subscription for the redemption of the remaining 2 of her family was soon on foot. It may be interesting to know that the subscription list was headed by the lovely and benevolent Jenny Lind Goldschmidt. Some of the ladies who listened to this touching story were so much interested in Mrs. Edmondson personally that they wished to have her daguerreotype taken, both that they might be strengthened and refreshed by the sight of her placid countenance, and that they might see the beauty of true goodness beaming there. She accordingly went to the rooms with them with all the simplicity of a little child. "Oh," she said to one of the ladies, "you can't think how happy it's made me to get here, where everybody is so kind to me. Why, last night when I went home, I was so happy I couldn't sleep. I had to go and tell my Savior over and over again how happy I was." A lady spoke to her about reading something. "Law bless you, honey, I can't read a letter." "Then," said the other lady, "how have you learned so much of God and heavenly things?" "Well, 'pears like a gift from above." "Can you have the Bible read to you?" "Why, yes. Paul, he reads a little, but then he has so much work all day, and when he gets home at night he's so tired, and his eyes is bad. But then the Spirit teaches us." "Do you go much to meeting?" "Not much now. We live so far. In winter I can't never. But oh, what meetings I have had alone in the corner, my Savior and only me." The smile with which these words were spoken was a thing to be remembered. A little girl, daughter of one of the ladies, made some rather severe remarks about somebody in the daguerreotype rooms, and her mother checked her. The old lady looked up with her placid smile. "That puts me in mind," she said, "of what I heard a preacher say once. 'My friends,' says he, 'if you know of anything that will make a brother's heart glad, run quick and tell it. But if it is something that will only cause a sigh, bottle it up, bottle it up.' Oh, I often tell my children, bottle it up, bottle it up." When the writer came to part with the old lady, she said to her, "Well, goodbye, my dear friend. Remember and pray for me." "Pray for you?" she said earnestly. "Indeed I shall. I can't help it." She then, raising her finger, said in an emphatic tone, peculiar to the old of her race, "Tell you what, we never gets no good bread ourselves till we begins to ask for our brethren." The writer takes this opportunity to inform all those friends in different parts of the country who generously contributed for the redemption of these children that they are at last free. The following extract from the letter of a lady in Washington may be interesting to them. "I have seen the Edmondson parents, Paul and his wife Millie. I have seen the free Edmondsons, mother, son, and daughter, the very day after the great era of free life commenced. While yet the inspiration was on them, while the mother's face was all light and love, the father's eyes moistened and glistening with tears, the son calm in conscious manhood and responsibility, the daughter, not more than 15 years old, I think, smiling a delightful appreciation of joy in the present and hope of the future, thus suddenly and completely unfolded. Thus we have finished the account of one of the families who were taken on board the Pearl. We have another history to give, to which we cannot promise so fortunate a termination. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 2, The Edmondson Family. Recording by William Jones.
Part 3, Chapter 7 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell, July 2018. Chapter 7, Emily Russell. Among those unfortunates guilty of loving freedom too well was a beautiful young quadroon girl named Emily Russell, whose mother is now living in New York. The writer has seen and conversed with her. She is a pious woman, highly esteemed and respected, a member of a Christian church. By the avails of her own industry, she purchased her freedom and also redeemed from bondage some of her children. Emily was a resident of Washington, D.C., a place which belongs not to any state, but to the United States. And there, under the laws of the United States, she was held as a slave. She was of a gentle disposition and amiable manners. She had been early touched with a sense of religious things, and was on the very point of uniting herself with a Christian church. But her heart yearned after her widowed mother and after freedom, and so, on the fatal night when all the other poor victims sought the pearl, the child Emily went also among them. How they were taken has already been told. The sin of the poor girl was inexpiable. Because she longed for her mother's arms and for liberty, she could not be forgiven. Nothing would do for such a sin but to throw her into the hands of the traitor. She also was thrown into Bruin and Hill's jail in Alexandria. Her poor mother in New York received the following letter from her. Read it, Christian mother, and think what if your daughter had written it to you. To Mrs. Nancy Cartwright, New York, Alexandria, January 22nd, 1850. My dear mother, I take this opportunity of writing you a few lines to inform you that I am in Bruin's jail, and Aunt Sally and all of her children, and Aunt Hagar and all of her children, and grandmother is almost crazy. My dear mother, will you please to come on as soon as you can? I expect to go away very shortly. Oh, mother, my dear mother, come now and see your distressed and heartbroken daughter once more. Mother, my dear mother, do not forsake me, for I feel desolate. Please to come now. Your daughter, Emily Russell. P.S. If you do not come as far as Alexandria, come to Washington and do what you can. That letter, blotted and tear-soiled, was brought by this poor washerwoman to some Christian friends in New York and shown to them. What do you suppose they will ask for her? Was her question. All that she had, her little house, her little furniture, her small earnings, all these poor Nancy was willing to throw in, but all these were but as a drop to the bucket. The first thing to be done then was to ascertain what Emily could be redeemed for, and, as it may be an interesting item of American trade, we give the reply of the traders in full. Alexandria, January 31, 1850. Dear Sir, when I received your letter, I had not bought the negroes you spoke of, but since that time I have bought them. All I have to say about the matter is that we paid very high for the negroes and cannot afford to sell the girl Emily for less than $1,800. This may seem a high price to you, but cotton being very high, consequently slaves are high. We have 2 or 3 offers for Emily from gentlemen from the South. She is said to be the finest looking woman in this country. As for Hagar and her 7 children, we will take $2,500 for them. Sally and her 4 children, we will take for them $2,800. You may seem a little surprised at the difference in prices, but the difference in the negroes makes the difference in price. We expect to start south with the negroes on the 8th of February, and if you intend to do anything, you had better do it soon. Yours respectfully, Bruin and Hill. This letter came to New York before the case of the Edmondsons had called the attention of the community to this subject. The enormous price asked entirely discouraged effort, and before anything of importance was done they heard that the coffle had departed with Emily in it. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth! Let it be known in all the countries of the earth that the market price of a beautiful Christian girl in America is from $1,800 to $2,000. And yet Judicatories in the Church of Christ have said, in solemn conclave, that American slavery as it is no evil. Footnote 22. The words of the Georgia Annual Conference resolved, quote, that slavery as it exists in the United States is not a moral evil. End quote. From the table of the sacrament and from the sanctuary of the Church of Christ, this girl was torn away because her beauty was a saleable article in the slave market in New Orleans. Perhaps some Northern apologist for slavery will say that she was kindly treated here, not handcuffed by the wrist to a chain and forced to walk, as articles less choice are, that a wagon was provided and that she rode, and that food abundant was given her to eat, and that her clothing was warm and comfortable, and therefore no harm was done. We have heard it told us again and again that there is no harm in slavery if one is only warm enough and well fed and comfortable. It is true that the slave woman has no protection from the foulest dishonor and the utmost insult that can be offered to womanhood. None whatever in law or gospel. But so long as she has enough to eat and wear, our Christian fathers and mothers tell us it is not so bad. Poor Emily could not think so. There was no eye to pity, and none to help. The food of her accursed lot did not nourish her. The warmest clothing could not keep the chill of slavery from her heart. In the middle of the overland passage, sick, weary, heartbroken, the child laid her down and died. By that lonely pillow there was no mother, but there was one friend who loveth at all times, who is closer than a brother. Could our eyes be touched by the seal of faith, where others see only the lonely wilderness and the dying girl, we perhaps should see one clothed in celestial beauty, waiting for that short agony to be over, that he might redeem her from all iniquity, and present her faultless before the presence of his grace with exceeding joy. Even the hard-hearted trader was touched with her sad fate, and we are credibly informed that he said he was sorry he had taken her. Bruin and Hill wrote to New York that the girl Emily was dead. A friend of the family went with the letter to break the news to her mother. Since she had given up all hope of redeeming her daughter from the dreadful doom to which she had been sold, the helpless mother had drooped like a stricken woman. She no longer lifted up her head, or seemed to take any interest in life. When the friend called on her, she asked eagerly, "Have you heard anything from my daughter?" "Yes, I have," was the reply. "A letter from Bruin and Hill." "And what is the news?" He thought best to give a direct answer. "Emily is dead." The poor mother clasped her hands and looking upwards said, "The Lord be thanked. He has heard my prayers at last." And now, will it be said this is an exceptional case? It happens one time in 1,000. Though we know that this is the foulest of falsehoods, and that the case is only a specimen of what is acting every day in the American slave trade, yet, for argument's sake, let us, for once, admit it to be true. If only once in this nation, under the protection of our law, a Christian girl had been torn from the altar and the communion table and sold to foulest shame and dishonor, would that have been a light sin? Does not Christ say, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these, ye have done it unto me"? Oh, words of woe for thee, America! words of woe for thee, Church of Christ. Hast thou trod them under foot and trampled them in the dust so long that Christ has forgotten them? In the day of judgment, every one of these words shall rise up, living and burning, as accusing angels to witness against thee. Art thou, O Church of Christ, praying daily, thy kingdom come? Dost thou pray, come, Lord Jesus, come quickly? Oh, what if he should come? What if the Lord whom ye seek should suddenly come into his temple? If his soul was stirred within him that he found within his temple of old those that changed money and sold sheep and oxen and doves, what will he say now when he finds them selling body, blood, and bone of his own people? And is the Christian church, which justifies this enormous system, which has used the awful name of her Redeemer to sanction the buying, selling, and trading in the souls of men, is this church the bride of Christ? Is she one with Christ, even as Christ is one with the Father? Oh, bitter mockery! Does this church believe that every Christian's body is a temple of the Holy Ghost? Or does she think those solemn words were idle breath when 1,000 times every day and week, in the midst of her, in this temple set up and sold at auction, to be bought by any godless, blasphemous man who has money to pay for it? As to poor Daniel Bell and his family, whose contested claim to freedom was the beginning of the whole trouble, a few members of it were redeemed, and the rest were plunged into the abyss of slavery. It would seem as if this event, like the sinking of a ship, drew into its maelstrom the fate of every unfortunate being who was in its vicinity. A poor, honest, hard-working slave man of the name of Thomas Duckett had a wife who was on board the Pearl. Tom was supposed to know the men who countenanced the enterprise, and his master therefore determined to sell him. He brought him to Washington for the purpose. Some in Washington doubted his legal right to bring a slave from Maryland for the purpose of selling him, and commenced legal proceedings to test the matter. While they were pending, the counsel for the master told the men who brought action against his client that Tom was anxious to be sold, that he preferred being sold to the man who purchased his wife and children rather than to have his liberty. It was well known that Tom did not wish to be separated from his family, and the friends here, confiding in the representations made to them, consented to withdraw the proceedings. Some time after this, they received letters from poor Tom Duckett, dated 90 miles above New Orleans, complaining sadly of his condition, and making piteous appeals to hear from them respecting his wife and children. Upon inquiry, nothing could be learned respecting them. They had been sold and gone, sold and gone. No one knew whither. And as a punishment to Tom for his contumacy in refusing to give the name of the man who had projected the expedition of the Pearl, he was denied the privilege of going off the place and was not allowed to talk with the other servants, his master fearing a conspiracy. In one of his letters he says, "I have seen more trouble here in one day than I have in all my life." In another, "I would be glad to hear from her," referring to his wife, "but I should be more glad to hear of her death than for her to come here." In his distress, Tom wrote a letter to Mr. Bigelow of Washington. People who are not in the habit of getting such documents have no idea of them. We give a facsimile of Tom's letter, with all its poor spelling, all its ignorance, helplessness, and misery. Dated February 18, 1852. Mr. Bigelow, dear sir, I write to let you know how I am getting along. Hard times here. I have not had 1 hour to go outside the place since I have been on it. I put my trust in the Lord to help me. I long to hear from you all. I written to hear from you all. Mr. Bigelow, I hope you will not forget me. You know it was not my fault that I am here. I hope you will name me to Mr. Giddon, Mr. Chaplin, Mr. Bailey, to help me out of it. I believe that if they would make the least move to it, that it could be done. I long to hear from my family how they are getting along. You will please to write to me just to let me know how they are getting along. You can write to me. I remain your humble servant, Thomas Duckett. You can direct your letters to Thomas Duckett in care of Mr. Samuel T. Harrison, Louisiana, near Bayou Goula. For God's sake, let me hear from you all. My wife and children are not out of my mind, day nor night. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Emily Russell. Part 3, Chapter 8 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique, Campbell. Chapter 8, Kidnapping. The principle which declares that one human being may lawfully hold another as property leads directly to the trade in human beings, and that trade has, among its other horrible results, the temptation to the crime of kidnapping. The trader is generally a man of coarse nature and low associations, hard-hearted, and reckless of right or honor. He who is not so is an exception rather than a specimen. If he has anything good about him when he begins the business, it may well be seen that he is in a fair way to lose it. Around the trader are continually passing and repassing men and women who would be worth to him thousands of dollars in the way of trade, who belong to a class whose rights nobody respects, and who, if reduced to slavery, could not easily make their word good against him. The probability is that hundreds of free men and women and children are all the time being precipitated into slavery in this way. The recent case of Northrop, tried in Washington, D.C., throws light on this fearful subject. The following account is abridged from the New York Times. Solomon Northrop is a free colored citizen of the United States. He was born in Essex County, New York, about the year 1808, became early a resident of Washington County, and married there in 1829. His father and mother resided in the county of Washington about 50 years, till their decease, and both were free. With his wife and children, he resided at Saratoga Springs in the winter of 1841, and while there was employed by 2 gentlemen to drive a team south at the rate of $1 a day. In fulfillment of his employment, he proceeded to New York, and having taken out free papers to show that he was a citizen, he went on to Washington City, where he arrived the 2nd day of April the same year, and put up at Gadby's Hotel. Soon after he arrived, he felt unwell and went to bed. While suffering with severe pain, some persons came in, and seeing the condition he was in, proposed to give him some medicine, and did so. This is the last thing of which he had any recollection until he found himself chained to the floor of William's slave pen in this city and handcuffed. In the course of a few hours, James H. Birch, a slave dealer, came in, and the colored man asked him to take the irons off from him, and wanted to know why they were put on. Birch told him it was none of his business. The colored man said he was free, and told where he was born. Birch called in a man by the name of Ebenezer Rodberry, and they 2 stripped the man and laid him across a bench, Rodberry holding him down by his wrists. Birch whipped him with a paddle until he broke that, and then with a cat-o'-nine-tails, giving him 100 lashes, and he swore he would kill him if he ever stated to anyone that he was a free man. From that time forward, the man says he did not communicate the fact from fear, either that he was a free man or what his name was, until the last summer. He was kept in the slave pen about 10 days when he, with others, were taken out of the pen in the night by Birch, handcuffed and shackled, and taken down the river by a steamboat, and then to Richmond, where he, with 48 others, were put on board the brig Orleans. There Birch left them. The brig sailed for New Orleans, and on arriving there, before she was fastened to the wharf, Theophilus Freeman, another slave dealer, belonging in the city of New Orleans, and who in 1833 had been a partner with Birch in the slave trade, came to the wharf and received the slaves as they were landed, under his direction. This man was immediately taken by Freeman and shut up in his pen in that city. He was taken sick with the smallpox immediately after getting there, and was sent to a hospital, where he lay 2 or 3 weeks. When he had sufficiently recovered to leave the hospital, Freeman declined to sell him to any person in that vicinity, and sold him to a Mr. Ford, who resided in Rapides Parish, Louisiana, where he was taken and lived more than a year, and worked as a carpenter, working with Ford at that business. Ford became involved and had to sell him. A Mr. Thibault became the purchaser. He in a short time sold him to Edwin Epps in Bayou Boeuf, about 130 miles from the mouth of Red River, where Epps had retained him on a cotton plantation since the year 1843. To go back a step in the narrative, the man wrote a letter in June 1841 to Henry B. Northrop of the state of New York, dated and postmarked at New Orleans, stating that he had been kidnapped and was on board a vessel, but was unable to state what his destination was, but requesting Mr. N. to aid him in recovering his freedom if possible. Mr. N. was unable to do anything in his behalf in consequence of not knowing where he had gone and not being able to find any trace of him. His place of residence remained unknown until the month of September last, when the following letter was received by his friends from Bayou Boeuf, August 1852. Mr. William Peeney or Mr. Lewis Parker, gentlemen, it having been a long time since I have seen or heard from you, and not knowing that you are living, it is with uncertainty that I write to you, but the necessity of the case must be my excuse. Having been born free just across the river from you, I am certain you know me, and I am here now a slave. I wish you to obtain free papers for me, and forward them to me at Marksville, Louisiana, parish of Avayals, and oblige, yours, Solomon Northrop. On receiving the above letter, Mr. N. applied to Governor Hunt, of New York, for such authority as was necessary for him to proceed to Louisiana as an agent to procure the liberation of Solomon. Proof of his freedom was furnished to Governor Hunt by affidavits of several gentlemen, General Clark among others. Accordingly, in pursuance of the laws of New York, Henry B. Northrop was constituted an agent to take such steps by procuring evidence, retaining counsel, and etc., as were necessary to secure the freedom of Solomon, and to execute all the duties of his agency. The result of Mr. Northrop's agency was the establishing of the claim of Solomon Northrop to freedom and restoring him to his native land. It is a singular coincidence that this man was carried to a plantation in the Red River country, that same region where the scene of Tom's captivity was laid, and his account of this plantation, his mode of life there, and some incidents which he describes, form a striking parallel of that history. We extract them from the article of the Times. The condition of this colored man during the 9 years that he was in the hands of Epps was of a character nearly approaching that described by Mrs. Stowe as the condition of Uncle Tom while in that region. During that whole period his hut contained neither a floor, nor a chair, nor a bed, nor a mattress, nor anything for him to lie upon, except a board about 12 inches wide, with a block of wood for his pillow, and with a single blanket to cover him, while the walls of his hut did not by any means protect him from the inclemency of the weather. He was sometimes compelled to perform acts revolting to humanity, and outrageous in the highest degree. On one occasion, a colored girl belonging to Epps, about 17 years of age, went one Sunday, without the permission of her master, to the nearest plantation, about half a mile distant, to visit another colored girl of her acquaintance. She returned in the course of 2 or 3 hours, and for that offense she was called up for punishment, which Solomon was required to inflict. Epps compelled him to drive 4 stakes into the ground at such distance that the hands and ankles of the girl might be tied to them, as she lay with her face upon the ground, and having thus fastened her down, he compelled him, while standing by himself, to inflict 100 lashes upon her bare flesh, she being stripped naked. Having inflicted the 100 blows, Solomon refused to proceed any further. Epps tried to compel him to go on, but he absolutely set him at defiance, and refused to murder the girl. Epps then seized the whip and applied it until he was too weary to continue it. Blood flowed from her neck to her feet, and in this condition she was compelled the next day to go into the field to work as a field hand. She bears the marks still upon her body, although the punishment was inflicted 4 years ago. When Solomon was about to leave under the care of Mr. Northrop, this girl came from behind her hut, unseen by her master, and, throwing her arms around the neck of Solomon, congratulated him on his escape from slavery and his return to his family, at the same time, in language of despair, exclaiming, "But, oh God, what will become of me?" These statements regarding the condition of Solomon while with Epps, and the punishment and brutal treatment of the colored girls, are taken from Solomon himself. It has been stated that the nearest plantation was distant that of Epps a half-mile, and of course there could be no interference on the part of neighbors in any punishment, however cruel, or however well disposed to interfere they might be. Had not Northrop been able to write, as few of the free blacks in the slave states are, his doom might have been sealed for life in this den of misery. 2 cases recently tried in Baltimore also unfold facts of a similar nature. The following is from the case of Rachel Parker and her sister. It will be remembered that more than a year since, a young colored woman named Mary Elizabeth Parker was abducted from Chester County and conveyed to Baltimore, where she was sold as a slave and transported to New Orleans. A few days after, her sister, Rachel Parker, was also abducted in like manner, taken to Baltimore, and detained there in consequence of the interference of her Chester County friends. In the first case, Mary Elizabeth was, by an arrangement with the individual who had her in charge, brought back to Baltimore to await her trial on a petition for freedom. So also with regard to Rachel. Both, after trial, the proof in their favor being so overwhelming, were discharged and are now among their friends in Chester County. In this connection, we give the narrative of both females, obtained since their release. Rachel Parker's narrative. I was taken from Joseph C. Miller's about 12 o'clock on Tuesday, December 30th, 1851, by 2 men who came up to the house by the back door. One came in and asked Mrs. Miller where Jessie McCreary lived, and then seized me by the arm and pulled me out of the house. Mrs. Miller called to her husband, who was in the front porch, and he ran out and seized the man by the collar and tried to stop him. The other, with an oath, then told him to take his hands off, and if he touched me, he would kill him. He then told Miller that I belonged to Mr. Schofield in Baltimore. They then hurried me to a wagon where there was another large man, put me in, and drove off. Mr. Miller ran across the field to head the wagon and picked up a stake to run through the wheel, when one of the men pulled out a sword, I think it was a sword, I never saw one, and threatened to cut Miller's arm off. Pollock's wagon being in the way and he refusing to get out of the road, we turned off to the left. After we rode away, one of the men tore a hole in the back of the carriage to look out to see if they were coming after us, and they said they wished they had given Miller and Pollock a blow. We stopped at a tavern near the railroad, and I told the landlord, I think it was, that I was free. I also told several people at the car office, and a very nice-looking man at the car office was talking at the door, and he said he thought that they had better take me back again. One of the men did not come further than the tavern. I was taken to Baltimore, where we arrived about 7 o'clock the same evening, and I was taken to jail. The next morning, a man with large light-colored whiskers took me away by myself and asked me if I was not Mr. Schoolfield's slave. I told him I was not. He said that I was, and that if I did not say I was, he would cowhide me and salt me and put me in a dungeon. I told him I was free, and that I would say nothing but the truth. Mary E. Parker's narrative. I was taken from Matthew Donnelly's on Saturday night, December 6th or 13th, 1851. Was caught whilst out of doors, soon after I had cleared the supper table, about 7 o'clock, by 2 men, and put into a wagon. One of them got into the wagon with me and rode to Elkton, Maryland, where I was kept until Sunday night at 12 o'clock, when I left there in the cars for Baltimore, and arrived there early on Monday morning. At Elkton, a man was brought in to see me by one of the men, who said that I was not his father's slave. Afterwards, when on the way to Baltimore in the cars, a man told me that I must say that I was Mr. Schoolfield's slave or he would shoot me, and pulled a rifle out of his pocket and showed it to me, and also threatened to whip me. On Monday morning, Mr. Schoolfield called at the jail in Baltimore to see me, and on Tuesday morning he brought his wife and several other ladies to see me. I told them that I did not know them, and then Mr. C. took me out of the room and told me who they were, and took me back again so that I might appear to know them. On the next Monday I was shipped to New Orleans. It took about a month to get to New Orleans. After I had been there about a week, Mr. C. sold me to Madame C., who kept a large flower garden. She sends flowers to sell to the theaters, sells milk in market, and etc. I went out to sell candy and flowers for her when I lived with her. One evening, when I was coming home from the theater, a watchman took me up, and I told him I was not a slave. He put me in the caboose, and next morning took me before a magistrate, who sent for Madame C., who told him she bought me. He then sent for Mr. C., and told him he must account for how he got me. Mr. C. said that my mother and all the family were free, except me. The magistrate told me to go back to Madame C., and he told Madame C. that she must not let me go out at night, and he told Mr. C. that he must prove how he came by me. The magistrate afterwards called on Mrs. C. at her house, and had a long talk with her in the parlor. I do not know what he said, as they were by themselves. About a month afterwards I was sent back to Baltimore. I lived with Madame C. about 6 months. There were 6 slaves came in the vessel with me to Baltimore, who belonged to Mr. D., and returned because they were sickly. A man called to see me at the jail after I came back to Baltimore, and told me that I must say I was Mr. Schoolfield's slave, and that if I did not do it he would kill me the first time he got a chance. He said Rachel, who was her sister, said she came from Baltimore and was Mr. Schoolfield's slave. Afterwards some gentlemen called on me, Judge Campbell and Judge Bell of Philadelphia, and William H. Norris, Esquire of Baltimore, and I told them that I was Mr. Schoolfield's slave. They said they were my friends, and I must tell them the truth. I then told them who I was, and all about it. When I was in New Orleans, Mr. C. whipped me because I said that I was free. Elizabeth, by her own account above, was seized and taken from Philadelphia, December 6th or 13th, 1851, which is confirmed by other testimony. It is conceded that such cases, when brought into Southern courts, are generally tried with great fairness and impartiality. The agent for Northrop's release testifies to this, and it has been generally admitted fact. But it is probably only 1 case in 100 that can get into court. Of the multitudes who are drawn down in the ever-widening maelstrom, only now and then 1 ever comes back to tell the tale. The succeeding chapter of advertisements will show the reader how many such victims there may probably be. End of Part 3, Chapter 8, Kidnapping.
Part 3, Chapter 9 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2018. Chapter 9, Slaves as They Are, on Testimony of Owners. The investigation into the actual condition of the slave population at the South is beset with many difficulties. So many things are said pro and con, so many said in one connection and denied in another, that the effect is very confusing. Thus we are told that the state of the slaves is one of blissful contentment, that they would not take freedom as a gift, that their family relations are only now and then invaded, that they are a stupid race, almost sunk to the condition of animals, that generally they are kindly treated, etc., etc., etc. In reading over some 200 Southern newspapers this fall, the author has been struck with the very graphic and circumstantial pictures which occur in all of them, describing fugitive slaves. From these descriptions one may learn a vast many things. The author will here give an assortment of them, taken at random. It is a commentary on the contented state of the slave population that the writer finds 2 or 3 always, and often many more, in every one of the hundreds of Southern papers examined. In reading the following little sketches of slaves as they are, let the reader notice 1. The color and complexion of the majority of them. 2. That it is customary either to describe slaves by some scar, or to say, no scars recollected. 3. The intelligence of the parties advertised. 4. The number that say they are free, that are to be sold to pay jail fees. Every one of these slaves has a history of woe and crime, degradation, endurance, and wrong. Let us open the chapter. Southside Democrat, October 28, 1852, Petersburg, Virginia. Reward: $25 with the payment of all necessary expenses will be given for the apprehension and delivery of my man Charles, if taken on the Appomattox River or within the precincts of Petersburg. He ran off about a week ago, and if he leaves the neighborhood, will no doubt make for Farmville and Petersburg. He is a mulatto, rather below the medium height and size, but well proportioned and very active and sensible. He is aged about 27 years, has a mild, submissive look, and will no doubt show the marks of a recent whipping if taken. He must be delivered to the care of Peebles, White, Davis & Company. R. H. Desjarnette, Lunenburg. Stowe's comment: Poor Charles, mulatto, has a mild, submissive look, and will probably show marks of a recent whipping. Kosciuszko Chronicle, November 24, 1852. Committed to the jail of Attila County on the 8th instant, a Negro boy who calls his name Green and says he belongs to James Gray of Winston County. Said boy is about 20 years old, yellow complexion, round face, has a scar on his face, one on his left thigh and one in his left hand, is about 5 feet 6 inches high. Had on, when taken up, a cotton check shirt, linsey pants, new cloth cap, and was riding a large roan horse, about 12 or 14 years old and thin in order. The owner is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be sold to pay charges. E.B. Sanders, jailer, A.C. Capitolian vis-a-vis West Baton Rouge, November 1, 1852. $100 reward. Run away from the subscriber in Randolph County on the 18th of October, a yellow boy named Jim. This boy is 19 years old, a light mulatto with dirty sunburnt hair, inclined to be straight. He is just 5 feet 7 inches high and slightly made. He had on when he left a black cloth cap, black cloth pantaloons, a plaided sack coat, a fine shirt, and brogan shoes. $100 will be paid for the recovery of the above-described boy if taken out of the state, or $50 if taken in the state. Mrs. S. P. Hall, Huntsville, Missouri. American Baptist, December 20th, 1852. $20 reward for a preacher. The following paragraph, headed $20 reward, appeared in a recent number of the New Orleans Picayune. Run away from the plantation of the undersigned, the Negro man Shedrick, a preacher, 5 feet 9 inches high, about 40 years old, but looking not over 23, stamped NE on the breast, and having both small toes cut off. He is of a very dark complexion, with eyes small but bright, and a look quite insolent. He dresses good and was arrested as a runaway at Donaldsonville some 3 years ago. The above reward will be paid for his arrest by addressing Messrs. Armont Brothers, St. James Parish, or A. Miltonberger and Company, 30 Carondelet Street. Stowe's comment: Here is a preacher who is branded on the breast and has both toes cut off, and will look insolent yet. There's depravity for you. Jefferson Inquirer, November 27, 1852. $100 reward. Ran away from my plantation in Bolivar County, Mississippi, a Negro man named May, aged 40 years, 5 feet 10 or 11 inches high, copper-colored and very straight. His front teeth are good and stand a little open, stout through the shoulders, and has some scars on his back that show above the skin plane, caused by the whip. He frequently hiccups when eating if he has not got water handy. He was pursued into Ozark County, Missouri, and there left. I will give the above reward for his confinement in jail so that I can get him. James H. Kosar, Victoria, Bolivar County, Mississippi. Stowe's comment: Delightful master to go back to, this man must be. The Alabama Standard has for its motto, Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. Date of November 29th, this advertisement. Committed to the jail of Choctaw County by Judge Young of Marengo County, a runaway slave who calls his name Billy and says he belongs to the late William Johnson and was in employment of John Jones near Alexandria, Louisiana. He is about 5 feet 10 inches high, black, about 40 years old, much scarred on the face and head, and quite intelligent. The owner is requested to come forward, prove his property, and take him from jail, or he will be disposed of according to law. S.S. Houston, Jailer, C.C. Stowe's comment: Query whether this quite intelligent Billy hadn't been corrupted by hearing this incendiary motto of the Standard. Knoxville, Tennessee, Register, November 3rd. Look out for runaways. $25 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on the night of 26th July last, a Negro woman named Harriet. Said woman is about 5 feet 5 inches high, has prominent cheekbones, large mouth, and good front teeth, tolerably spare built, about 26 years old. We think it probable she is harbored by some Negroes not far from John Maynette's in Knox County, where she and they are likely making some arrangements to get to a free state, or she may be concealed by some Negroes, her connections, in Anderson County, near Clinton. I will give the above reward for her apprehension and confinement in any prison in this state, or I will give $50 for her confinement in any jail out of this state, so that I get her. H.B. Gouins, Clinton, Tennessee. Stowe's comment: Alexandria Gazette, November 29, 1852. Under the device of liberty, trampling on a tyrant, motto Sic Semper Tyrannis, has the following. $25 reward. Run away from the subscriber, living in the county of Rappahannock on Tuesday last. Daniel, a bright mulatto, about 5 feet 8 inches high, about 35 years old, very intelligent, has been a wagoner for several years and is pretty well acquainted from Richmond to Alexandria. He calls himself Daniel Turner. His hair curls without showing black blood or wool. He has a scar on one cheek, and his left hand has been seriously injured by a pistol shot, and he was shabbily dressed when last seen. I will give the above reward if taken out of the county and secured in jail, so that I get him again, or $10 if taken in the county. A. M. Wells. Rappahannock County, Virginia. Stowe's comment: Another very intelligent, straight-haired man. Who was his father? The New Orleans Daily Crescent, office number 93, St. Charles Street, Tuesday morning, December 13th, 1852. Brought to the 1st District Police Prison, Nancy, a griff, about 34 years old, 5 feet 1 inches high, a scar on her left wrist, says she belongs to Madam Wolfe. Charles Hall, a black, about 13 years old, 5 feet 6 inches high, says he is free, but supposed to be a slave. Philomonia, a mulatress, about 10 years old, 4 feet 3 inches high, says she is free, but supposed to be a slave. Columbus, a griff about 21 years old, 5 feet 4 3/4 inches high, says he is free but supposed to be a slave. Seymour, a black about 21 years old, 5 feet 1 3/4 inch high, says he is free but supposed to be a slave. The owners will please comply with the law respecting them. J. Worrell, Warden. Stowe's comment: what chance for any of these poor fellows who say they are free? $50 reward. Ran away from the subscriber living in Unionville, Frederick County, Maryland, on Sunday morning, the 17th instant. A dark mulatto girl, about 18 years of age, 5 feet 4 or 5 inches high, looking pleasant generally, talks very quick, converses tolerably well, and can read. It is supposed she had on when she left a red merino dress, black visette or plaid shawl, and a purple calico bonnet, as those articles are missing. A reward of $25 will be given for her if taken in the state, or $50 if taken out of the state and lodged in jail, so that I can get her again. J. R. Sappington, October 13th, Kosciuszko Chronicle, Mississippi. $20 reward will be paid for the delivery of the boy Walker, aged about 28, about 5 feet 8 or 10 inches high, black complexion, loose make, smiles when spoken to, has a mild, sweet voice and fine teeth. Apply at 25 Chapachula Street, upstairs. Stowe's comment: Walker has walked off, it seems. Peace be with him. $25 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, living near White's Store, Anson County, on the 3rd of May last, a bright mulatto boy named Bob. Bob is about 5 feet high, will weigh 130 pounds, is about 22 years old, and has some beard on his upper lip. His left leg is somewhat shorter than his right, causing him to hobble in his walk. He has a very broad face and will show color like a white man. It is probable he has gone off with some wagoner or trader, or he may have free papers and be passing as a free man. He has straight hair. I will give a reward of $25 for the apprehension and delivery to me of said boy, or for his confinement in any jail so that I get him again. Clara Lockhart, by Adam Lockhart. June 30th, 1852. Southern Standard, October 16th, 1852. $50 reward. Ran away or stolen from the subscriber living near Aberdeen, Mississippi, a light mulatto woman of small size, about 23 years of age. She has long black straight hair, and she usually keeps it in good order. When she left, she had on either a white dress or a brown calico one with white spots or figures, and took with her a red handkerchief and a red or pink sunbonnet. She generally dresses very neatly. She generally calls herself Mary Ann Payne, can read print, has some freckles on her face and hands. Shoes, number 4. Had a ring or 2 on her fingers. She's very intelligent and converses well. The above reward will be given for her if taken out of the state, and $25 if taken within the state. U. McAllister. Memphis Weekly Appeal will insert to the amount of $5, and send account to this office. October 6th. Stowe's comment: much can be seen of this Mary Ann in this picture. The black straight hair usually kept in order, and general neatness of dress, the ring or 2 on the fingers, the ability to read, the fact of being intelligent and conversing well are all to be noticed. $20 reward. Ran away on the 9th of last August, my servant boy Henry. He is 14 or 15 years old, a bright mulatto, has dark eyes, stoops a little, and stutters when confused. Had on, when he went away, white pantaloons, long blue summer coat, and a palm-leaf hat. I will give the above reward if he should be taken in the state of Virginia, or $30 if taken in either of the adjoining states, but in either case he must be so secured that I get him again. Edwin C. Fitzhugh. Stowe's comment: poor Henry, only 14 or 15. Committed to the jail of Lundy's County, Mississippi, on the 9th of May by J.N.O. K. Pierce, Esquire, and taken up as a runaway slave by William S. Cox, a Negro man, who says his name is Roland, and that he belongs to Major Cathy of Marengo County, Alabama, was sold to him by Henry Williams, a Negro trader from North Carolina. Said Negro is about 35 years old, 5 feet 6 or 8 inches high, dark complexion, weighs about 150 pounds, middle finger on the right hand off at the second joint, and had on, when committed, a black silk hat, black drap-det dress coat, and white linsey pants. The owner is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with according to law. L. H. Wilford, jailer. Richmond Semi-Weekly Examiner, October 29, 1852. $50 reward. Run away from the subscriber residing in the county of Halifax about the middle of last August, a Negro man, Ned, aged some 30 or 40 years, of medium height, copper color, full forehead, and cheekbones a little prominent. No scars recollected, except one of his fingers, the little one probably, is stiff and crooked. The man Ned was purchased in Richmond of Mr. Robert Goodwin, who resides near Frederick Hall in Louisa County, and has a wife in that vicinity. He has been seen in the neighborhood, and is supposed to have gone over the mountains, and to be now at work as a free man at some of the ironworks, someone having given him free papers. The above reward will be given for the apprehension of the slave Ned and his delivery to R. H. Dickinson and Brothers in Richmond, or to the undersigned in Halifax, Virginia, or 25 if confined in any jail in the Commonwealth, so that I get him. James M. Chappell, firm of Chappell and Tucker. Stowe's comment. This unfortunate copper-colored article is supposed to have gone after his wife. Kentucky Whig, October 22, 52. $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber near Mount Sterling, Kentucky, on the night of the 20th of October, a Negro man named Porter. Said boy is black, about 22 years old, very stout and active, weighs about 165 or 170 pounds. He is a smart fellow, converses well, without the Negro accent, no peculiar scars recollected. He had on a pair of coarse boots, about half worn, no other clothing recollected. He was raised near Sharpsburg in Bath County by Harrison Caldwell, and may be lurking in that neighborhood, but will probably endeavor to reach Ohio. I will pay the above-mentioned reward for him if taken out of the state, $50 if taken in any county bordering on the Ohio River, or $25 if taken in this or any adjoining county, and secured so that I can get him. He is supposed to have ridden a yellow horse, 15 hands and 1 inch high, mane and tail both yellow, 5 years old, and paces well. October 21, 1852, G. W. Proctor. Stowe's comment. No particular scars recollected. St. Louis Times, October 14, 1852. Notice. Taken up and committed to jail in the town of Rockbridge, Ozark County, Missouri, on the 31st of August last, a runaway slave who calls his name Moses, had on when taken a brown jeans pantaloons, old cotton shirt, blue frock coat, an old rag tied around his head. He is about 6 feet high, dark complexion, a scar over the left eye, supposed to be about 27 years old. The owner is hereby notified to come forward, prove said Negro, and pay all lawful charges incurred on his account, or the said Negro will be sold at public auction for ready money at the courthouse door in the town of Rockbridge on Monday the 13th of December next, according to law in such cases made and provided this 9th of September, 1852. Robert Hicks, Sheriff. Charleston Mercury, October 15, 1852. $50 reward. Run away on Sunday the 6th instant from the South Carolina Railroad Company, their Negro man Sam, recently bought by them, with others at Messrs. Kathrine and Sproul's sale at Aiken. He was raised in Cumberland County, North Carolina, and last brought from Richmond, Virginia. In height he is 5 feet 6 3/4 inches, complexion copper color, on the left arm and right leg somewhat scarred, countenance good. The above reward will be paid for his apprehension and lodgment in any of the jails of this or any neighboring state. J. D. Petch, Superintendent of Transportation. Kosciuszko Chronicle, November 4th, 1852. committed to the jail of Attila County, Mississippi, October the 7th, 1852, a Negro boy who calls his name Hambleton and says he belongs to Parson William Young of Pontotoc County, is about 26 or 27 years old, about 5 feet 8 inches high, rather dark complexion, has 2 or 3 marks on his back, a small scar on his left hip. Had on, when taken up, a pair of blue cotton pants, white cotton drawers, a new cotton shirt, a pair of kip boots, an old cloth cap, and wool hat. The owner is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with as provided in such case. E.B. Sanders, Jailer, A.C. Frankfort Commonwealth, October 21st, 1852. Committed to jail. A Negro boy who calls his name Adam was committed to the Muhlenberg jail on the 24th of July, 1852. Said boy is black, about 16 or 17 years old, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, will weigh about 150 pounds. He has lost a part of the finger next to his little finger on the right hand, also the great toe on his left foot. This boy says he belongs to William Mosley, that said Mosley was moving to Mississippi from Virginia. He further states that he is lost and not a runaway. His owner is requested to come forward, prove property, pay expenses, and take him away, or he will be disposed of as the law directs. S. H. Dempsey, J.M.C. Greenville, Kentucky, October 20th, 1852. Runaway slave. A Negro man arrested and placed in the Barron County Jail, Kentucky, on the 21st instant, calling himself Henry, about 22 years old, says he ran away from near Florence, Alabama, and belongs to John Calloway. He is about 5 feet 8 inches high, dark but not very black, rather thin visage, pointed nose, no scars perceivable, rather spare built, says he has been runaway nearly 3 months. The owner can get him by applying and paying the reward and expenses. If not, he will be proceeded against according to law. The 24th of August, 1852, Samuel Adwell, Jailer. In the same paper are 2 more poor fellows who probably have been sold to pay jail fees before now. Notice, taken up by M.H. Brand as a runaway slave on the 22nd of last month, in the city of Covington, Kenton County, Kentucky, a Negro man calling himself Charles Warfield, about 30 years old, but looks older, about 6 feet high, no particular marks, had no free papers, but he says he is free, and was born in Pennsylvania and in Fayette County. Said Negro was lodged in jail on the said 22nd of last month, and the owner or owners, if any, are hereby notified to come forward, prove property, and pay charges, and take him away. C.W. Hull, J.K.C. Committed to the jail of Graves County, Kentucky, on the 4th instant, a Negro man calling himself Dave or David. He says he is free, but formerly belonged to Samuel Brown of Prince William County, Virginia. He is of black color, about 5 feet 10 inches high, weighs about 180 pounds, supposed to be about 45 years old, had on brown pants and striped shirt. He had in his possession an old rifle gun, an old pistol, and some old clothing. He also informs me that he has escaped from the Dyersburg Jail, Tennessee, where he had been confined for some 8 or 9 months. The owner is hereby notified to come forward, prove property, pay charges, etc. L.B. Holefield, Jailer, G.C. June 28, 1852. Charleston, Mercury, October 29, 1852. $200 reward. Run away from the subscriber sometime in March last, his servant Lydia, and is suspected of being in Charleston. I will give the above reward to any person who may apprehend her and furnish evidence to conviction of the person supposed to harbor her, or $50 for having her lodged in any jail so that I get her. Lydia is a mulatto woman, 25 years of age, 4 feet 11 inches high, with straight black hair, which inclines to curl, her front teeth defective and has been plugged. The gold distinctly seen when talking. round face, a scar under her chin, and 2 fingers on one hand, stiff at the first joints. June 16th. C.T. Scaife. $25 reward. Run away from the subscriber on or about the 1st of May last. His Negro boy, George, about 18 years of age, about 5 feet high, well set, and speaks properly. He formerly belonged to Mr. J.D.A. Murphy, living in Blackville, has a mother belonging to Mr. Lorick, living in Lexington District. He is supposed to have a pass and is likely to be lurking about Branchville or Charleston. The above reward will be paid to anyone lodging George in any jail in the state so that I can get him. J.J. Andrews, Orangeburg, C.H. Orangeburg, August 7, 1852. Notice: committed to the jail at Colleen District as a runaway, Jordan, a Negro man about 35 years of age, who says he belongs to Dobson Coley of Pulaski County, Georgia. The owner has notice to prove property and take him away. L.W. McCants, Sheriff, Colleton District. Walterboro, South Carolina, September 7, 1852. The following are selected by the Commonwealth, mostly from New Orleans papers. The characteristics of the slaves are interesting. $25 reward will be paid to the undersigned for the apprehension and delivery to any jail in this city of the Negro woman Mariah, who ran away from the Phoenix House about the 15th of October last. She is about 45 years old, 5 feet 4 inches high, stout built, speaks French and English, was purchased from Charles de Blanc. H. Bidwell and Company, 16 Front Levee. $50 reward, ran away about the 25th of last month. Allan, a bright mulatto, aged about 22, 6 feet high, very well dressed, has an extremely careless gait, of slender build, and wore a mustache when he left, the property of J.P. Harrison, Esquire, of this city. The above reward will be paid for his safe delivery at any safe place in the city. For further particulars, apply at 10 Bank Place. $100 reward. We will give the above reward for the apprehension of the light mulatto boy, Seaborn, aged 20 years, about 5 feet 4 inches high, is stout, well made, and remarkably active. He is somewhat of a circus actor, by which he may easily be detected, as he is always showing his gymnastic qualifications. The said boy absented himself on the 3rd instant. Besides the above reward, all reasonable expenses will be paid. W. and H. Stackhouse, 70, Tchoupitoulas. $25 reward. The above reward will be paid for the apprehension of the mulatto boy Severin, aged 25, 5 feet 6 or 8 inches high. Most of his front teeth are out, and the letters CV are marked on either of his arms with India ink. He speaks French, English, and Spanish, and was formerly owned by Mr. Corsell in the 3rd District. I will pay, in addition to the above reward, $50 for such information as will lead to the conviction of any person harboring said slave. John Erman, corner of Camp and Race Streets. $25 reward. Ran away from the chain gang in New Orleans, First Municipality, in February last, a Negro boy named Stephen. He is about 5 feet 7 inches in height, a very light mulatto, with blue eyes and brownish hair, stoops a little in the shoulders, has a cast-down look, and is very strongly built and muscular. He will not acknowledge his name or owner, is an habitual runaway, and was shot somewhere in the ankle while endeavoring to escape from Baton Rouge jail. The above reward, with all attendant expenses, will be paid on his delivery to me or for his apprehension and commitment to any jail from which I can get him. A. L. Bingaman. $25 reward. The above reward will be given to the person who will lodge in one of the jails of this city the slave Sarah, belonging to Mr. Guisenet, corner of St. John Baptiste and Race Streets. Said slave is aged about 28 years, 5 feet high, benevolent face, fine teeth, and speaking French and English. Captains of vessels and steamboats are hereby cautioned not to receive her on board, under penalty of the law. Avett Brothers, corner Bienville and Old Levee Streets. Lynchburg, Virginia, November 6th. $25 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad in the county of Wythe on the 20th of June, 1852. A Negro man named Charles, 6 feet high, copper color with several teeth out in front, about 35 years of age, rather slow to reply, but pleasing appearance when spoken to. He wore, when he left, a cloth cap and a blue cloth sack coat. He was purchased in Tennessee 14 months ago by Mr. M. Connell of Lynchburg and carried to the place where he remained until I purchased him 4 months ago. It is more than probable that he will make his way to Tennessee, as he has a wife now living there, or he may perhaps return to Lynchburg and lurk about there, as he has acquaintances there. The above reward will be paid if he is taken in the state and confined so that I can get him again, or I will pay a reward of $40 if taken out of the state and confined in jail. George W. Kyle. Winchester Republican, Virginia, November 26th. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber near Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, about the 1st of October. A Negro man named Alfred, about 5 feet 7 inches high, about 25 years of age, uncommonly muscular and active, complexion dark but not black, countenance mild and rather pleasant. He had a boil last winter on the middle joint of the middle or second finger of the right hand, which left the finger stiff in that joint, more visible in opening his hand than in shutting it. He has a wife at Mr. Thomas G. Marshall's, near Farrowsville in Fauquier County, and may be in that neighborhood, where he wishes to be sold and where I am willing to sell him. I will give the above reward if he is taken out of the state and secured so that I get him again, or $50 if taken in the state and secured in like manner. W.B. Slaughter. October 29th, 1852. From the Louisville Daily Journal, October 23rd, 1852. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber in the city on Friday, May 28th. A Negro boy named Wyatt. Said boy is copper-colored, 25 or 26 years old, about 5 feet 11 inches high, of large frame, slow and heavy gait, has very large hands and feet, small side whiskers, a full head of hair which he combs to the side, quite a pleasing look, and is very likely. I recently purchased Wyatt from Mr. Garrett of Garrett's Landing, Kentucky, and his wife is the property of Thomas G. Rowland, Esquire, of this city. I will pay the above reward for the apprehension and delivery of the boy to me if taken out of the state, or $50 if taken in the state. David W. Yandell. $200 reward. 2 Negroes ran away from the subscriber living in Louisville on the 2nd, one Negro man and girl. The man's name is Miles. He is about 5 feet 8 inches high, dark brown color, with a large scar upon his head as if caused from a burn, age about 25 years, and had with him 2 carpet sacks, one of cloth, the other enameled leather, also a pass from Louisville to Owentown, Owen County, Kentucky, and back. The girl's name is Julia, and she is of a light brown color, short and heavy-set, rather good-looking, with a scar upon her forehead, had on a plaid silk dress when she left, and took other clothes with her, looks to be about 16 years of age. The above reward will be paid for the man if taken out of the state, or $100 for the girl, $100 for the man if taken in the state, or $50 for the girl. In either event, they are to be secured, so I get them. John W. Lynn. The following advertisements are all dated Shelby County, Kentucky. Jailer's Notice. We committed to the jail of Shelby County a Negro woman who says her name is Judah, dark complexion, 20 years of age, some 5 feet high, weighs about 120 pounds, no scars recollected, and says she belongs to James Wilson, living in Denmark, Tennessee. The owner of said slave is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take her away, or she will be dealt with as the law directs. W.H. Eanes, Jailer, Shelby County. Jailer's notice. We committed to the jail of Shelby County on the 28th of last month a Negro boy who says his name is John W. Lloyd, of a bright complexion, 25 years of age, will weigh about 150 pounds, about 5 feet 9 or 10 inches, 3 scars on his left leg, which was caused by a dog bite. The said John claims to be free. If he has any master, he is hereby notified to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with as the law directs. Also committed at the same time a Negro boy who says his name is Patrick, of a bright complexion, about 30 years of age, will weigh about 145 or 50 pounds, about 6 feet high. His face is very badly scarred, which he says was caused by being salivated. The disease caused him to lose the bone out of his nose and his jawbone also. Says he belongs to Dr. William Cheatham, living in Nashville, Tennessee. The owner of said slave is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with as the law directs. Also committed at the same time a Negro boy who says his name is Claiborne, dark complexion, 22 years of age, will weigh about 140 pounds, about 5 feet high, no scars recollected, says he belongs to Colonel Roussel, living in DeSoto County, Mississippi. The owner of said slave is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with as the law directs. W.H. Eanes, Jailer of Shelby County. Jailer's notice. We committed to the jail of Shelby County a Negro boy who says his name is George, dark complexion, about 25 or 30 years of age, some 5 feet 9 or 10 inches high, will weigh about 140 pounds, no scars, and says he belongs to Mallory Bradford, living in Issaquah County, Mississippi. The owner of said slave is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take him away, or he will be dealt with as the law directs. W.H. Eanes, Jailer of Shelby County. Jailer's notice. We committed to the jail of Shelby County on the 30th of last month a Negro woman who says her name is Nancy, of a bright complexion, some 20 or 21 years of age, will weigh about 140 pounds, about 5 feet high, no scars. She says she belongs to John Pittman, living in Memphis, Tennessee. The owner of said slave is requested to come forward, prove property, pay charges, and take her away, or she will be dealt with as the law directs. W.H. Eanes, Jailer of Shelby County. Stowe interjects. Negro property is decidedly brisk in this county. Natchez, Mississippi, Free Trader, November 6, 1852. $25 reward. Ran away from the undersigned on the 17th day of October, 1852, a Negro man by the name of Allan, about 23 years old, near 6 feet high, of dark mulatto color, no marks save one, and that caused by the bite of a dog. Had on when he left Lowell pants and cotton shirt, reads imperfect, can make a short calculation correctly, and can write some few words. Said Negro has run away heretofore, and when taken up was in possession of a free pass. He is quick-spoken, lively, and smiles when in conversation. I will give the above reward to anyone who will confine said Negro to any jail so that I can get him. Thomas R. Cheatham. Newberry Sentinel, South Carolina, November 17, 1852. Notice. Ran away from the subscriber on the 9th of July last. My boy William, a bright mulatto, about 26 years old, 5 feet 9 or 10 inches high, of slender make, quite intelligent, speaks quick when spoken to, and walks briskly. Said boy was brought from Virginia and will probably attempt to get back. Any information of said boy will be thankfully received. John M. Mars. Near Molahan, P.O., Newberry District, South Carolina. Raleigh Register and Richmond Enquirer will copy 4 times weekly and send bills to this office. Greensboro, Patriot, North Carolina, November 6th. $10 reward. Ran away from my service in February 1851. A colored man named Edward Winslow, low, thick-set, part Indian, and a first-rate fiddler. Said Winslow was sold out of Guilford Jail at February Court, 1851, for his prison charges for a term of 5 years. It was supposed that he is at work on the railroad somewhere in Davidson County. The above reward will be paid for his apprehension and confinement in the jail of Guilford or any of the adjoining counties, so that I get him, or for his delivery to me in the southeast corner of Guilford. My post office is Long's Mills, Randolph, North Carolina. P.C. Smith. October 27, 1852. The New Orleans True Delta of the 11th Ult., 1853, has the following editorial notice. The great raffle of a trotting horse and a Negro servant. The enterprising and go-ahead Colonel Jennings has got a raffle underway now, which eclipses all his previous undertakings in that line. The prizes are the celebrated trotting horse Star, buggy and harness, and a valuable Negro servant, the latter valued at $900. See his advertisements in another column. The advertisement is as follows. Raffle, Mr. Joseph Jennings respectfully informs his friends and the public that at the request of many of acquaintances, he has been induced to purchase from Mr. Osborne of Missouri the celebrated dark bay horse Star, aged 5 years, square trotter and warranted sound, with a new light trotting buggy and harness, also the stout mulatto girl Sarah, aged about 20 years, general house servant, valued at $900, and guaranteed. Will be raffled for at 4:00 p.m., February 1st, at any hotel selected by the subscribers. The above is as represented, and those persons who may wish to engage in the usual price of raffling will, I assure them, be perfectly satisfied with their destiny in this affair. 1,500 chances at $1 each. The whole is valued at its just worth, $1,500. The raffle will be conducted by gentlemen selected by the interested subscribers present. 5 nights allowed to complete the raffle. Both of above can be seen at my store, number 78 Common Street, second door from camp, at from 9:00 a.m. till 2:30 p.m. Highest throw takes the first choice, the lowest throw the remaining prize, and the fortunate winners to pay $25 each for the refreshments furnished for the occasion. January 9th. J. Jennings. Daily Courier, Natchez, Mississippi, November 20th, 1852. $25 reward. The above reward will be given for the apprehension and confinement in any jail of the Negro man Hardy, who ran away from the subscriber, residing on Lake St. John, near Rifle Point, Concordia Parish, Louisiana, on the 9th August last. Hardy is a remarkably likely Negro, entirely free from all marks, scars, or blemishes when he left home, about 6 feet high, of black complexion, though quite light, fine countenance, unusually smooth skin, good head of hair, fine eyes and teeth. Address this subscriber at Rifle Point, Concordia Parish, Louisiana. Robert Y. Jones. Stowe's comment. What an unfortunate master! Lost an article entirely free from marks, scars, and blemishes. Such a rarity ought to be choice. Savannah Daily Georgian, 6th September, 1852. Arrested. About 3 weeks ago, under suspicious circumstances, a Negro woman who calls herself Phoebe, or Phyllis, says she is free and lately from Beaufort District, South Carolina. Said woman is about 50 years of age, stout in stature, mild-spoken, 5 feet 4 inches high, and weighs about 140 pounds. Having made diligent inquiry by letter, and from what I can learn, said woman is a runaway. Any person owning said slave can get her by making application to me, properly authenticated. Waring Russell, County Constable. Savannah, October 25th, 1852. $250 reward. Ran away from Sparta, Georgia, about the 1st of last year, my boy George. He is a good carpenter, about 35 years, a bright mulatto, tall and quite likely. He was brought about 3 years ago from St. Mary's, and had, when he ran away, a wife there, or near there, belonging to a Mr. Holzendorf. I think he has told me he has been about Macon also. He had, and perhaps still has, a brother in Savannah. He is very intelligent. I will give the above reward for his confinement in some jail in the state so that I can get him. Refer for any further information to Rabin and Whitehead, Savannah, Georgia. W.J. Sassonet. Oxford, Georgia, August 13, 1852. Back to Stowe's comments. From these advertisements and hundreds of similar ones, one may learn the following things. 1. That the arguments for the enslaving of the Negro do not apply to a large part of the actual slaves. 2. That they are not, in the estimation of their masters, very stupid. 3. That they are not remarkably contented. 4. That they have no particular reason to be so. 5. That multitudes of men claiming to be free are constantly being sold into slavery. In respect to the complexion of these slaves, there are some points worthy of consideration. The writer adds the following advertisements, published by William I. Bowditch, Esquire, in his pamphlet, Slavery and the Constitution. From the Richmond, Virginia, Whig. $100 reward will be given for the apprehension of my Negro, Edmund Kenny. He has straight hair and complexion so nearly white that it is believed a stranger would suppose there was no African blood in him. He was with my boy Dick a short time since in Norfolk, and offered him for sale, and was apprehended, but escaped under pretense of being a white man. Anderson Bowles, January 6, 1836. From the Republican Banner and Nashville Whig of July 4, 1849, $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on the 23rd of June last, a bright mulatto woman named Julia, about 25 years of age. She is of common size, nearly white, and very likely. She is a good seamstress and can read a little. She may attempt to pass for white. Dresses fine. She took with her Anna, her child, 8 or 9 years old, and considerably darker than her mother. She once belonged to a Mr. Helm of Columbia, Tennessee. I will give a reward of $50 for said Negro and child, if delivered to me, or confined in any jail in this state, so I can get them. $100 if caught in any other slave state, and confined in a jail so that I can get them, and $200 if caught in any free state, and put in any good jail in Kentucky or Tennessee, so I can get them. A. W. Johnson. Nashville, July 9, 1849. The following 3 advertisements are taken from Alabama papers. Ran away. From the subscriber, working on the plantation of Colonel H. Tinker, a bright mulatto boy named Alfred. Alfred is about 18 years old, pretty well grown, has blue eyes, light flaxen hair, skin disposed to freckle. He will try to pass as free-born. Greene County, Alabama, S. G. Stewart. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, a bright mulatto manslave named Sam. Light, sandy hair, blue eyes, ruddy complexion, is so white as very easily to pass for a free white man. Edwin Peck, Mobile, April 22, 1837. Ran away on the 15th of May from me a Negro woman named Fanny. Said woman is 20 years old, is rather tall, can read and write, and so forge passes for herself. Carried away with her a pair of earrings, a Bible with a red cover, is very pious. She prays a great deal, and was, as supposed, contented and happy. She is as white as most white women, with straight, light hair and blue eyes, and can pass herself for a white woman. I will give $500 for her apprehension and delivery to me. She is very intelligent. Tuscaloosa, May 29, 1845. John Balch. From the New Bern, North Carolina, Spectator. $50 reward. will be given for the apprehension and delivery to me of the following slaves: Samuel and Judy his wife, with their 4 children, belonging to the estate of Sacker Dubberly, deceased. I will give $10 for the apprehension of William Dubberly, a slave belonging to the estate. William is about 19 years old, quite white, and would not readily be taken for a slave. John J. Lane, March 13th, 1837. The next 2 advertisements we cut from the New Orleans Picayune of September 2nd, 1846. $25 reward. Ran away from the plantation of Madame Fergus du Plantier on or about the 27th of June, 1846. A bright mulatto named Ned, very stout-built, about 5 feet 11 inches high, speaks English and French, about 35 years old, waddles in his walk. He may try to pass himself for a white man, as he is of a very clear color and has sandy hair. The above reward will be paid to whoever will bring him to Madame du Plantier's plantation, Manchac, or lodge him in some jail where he can be conveniently obtained. $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber last November, a white Negro man, about 35 years old, height about 5 feet 8 or 10 inches, blue eyes, has a yellow woolly head, very fair skin. Stowe's comments. These are the characteristics of 3 races. The copper-colored complexion shows the Indian blood. The others are the mixed races of Negroes and whites. It is known that the poor remains of Indian races have been in many cases forced into slavery. It is no less certain that white children have sometimes been kidnapped and sold into slavery. Reverend George Bourne of Virginia, Presbyterian minister, who wrote against slavery there as early as 1816, gives an account of a boy who was stolen from his parents at 7 years of age, immersed in a tan vat to change his complexion, tattooed and sold, and after a captivity of 14 years, succeeded in escaping. The tanning process is not necessary now, as a fair skin is no presumption against slavery. There is reason to think that the grandmother of poor Emily Russell was a white child stolen by kidnappers. That kidnappers may steal and sell white children at the South now is evident from these advertisements. This writer, within a week, has seen a fugitive quadroon mother who had with her 2 children, a boy of 10 months and a girl of 3 years. Both were surpassingly fair and uncommonly beautiful. The girl had blue eyes and golden hair. The mother and those children were about to be sold for the division of an estate, which was the reason why she fled. When the mind once becomes familiarized with the process of slavery, of enslaving first black, then Indian, then mulatto, then quadroon, and when blue eyes and golden hair are advertised as properties of Negroes, what protection will there be for poor white people, especially as under the present fugitive law they can be carried away without a jury trial? A governor of South Carolina openly declared in 1835 that the laboring population of any country, bleached or unbleached, were a dangerous element unless reduced to slavery. Will not this be the result, then? End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Slaves as They Are, on Testimony of Owners. Part 3, Chapter 10 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 10, Part 1 of 2, Poor White Trash. When the public sentiment of Europe speaks in tones of indignation of the system of American slavery, the common reply has been, "Look at your own lower classes." The apologists of slavery have pointed England to her own poor. They have spoken of the heathenish ignorance, the vice, the darkness of her crowded cities, nay, even of her agricultural districts. Now, in the first place, a country where the population is not crowded, where the resources of the soil are more than sufficient for the inhabitants, a country of recent origin, not burdened with the worn-out institutions and clumsy lumber of past ages, ought not to be satisfied to do only as well as countries which have to struggle against all these evils. It is a poor defense for America to say to older countries, "We're no worse than you are." She ought to be infinitely better. But it will appear that the institution of slavery has produced not only heathenish, degraded, miserable slaves, but it produces a class of white people who are, by universal admission, more heathenish, degraded, and miserable. The institution of slavery has accomplished the double feat in America, not only of degrading and brutalizing her black working classes, but of producing, notwithstanding a fertile soil and abundant room, a poor white population as degraded and brutal as ever existed in any of the most crowded districts of Europe. The way that it is done can be made apparent in a few words. 1. The distribution of the land into large plantations and the consequent sparseness of settlement make any system of common school education impracticable. 2. The same cause operates with regard to preaching of the gospel. 3. The degradation of the idea of labor, which results inevitably from enslaving the working class, operates to a great extent in preventing respectable working men of the middling classes from settling or remaining in slave states. Where carpenters, blacksmiths, and masons are advertised every week with their own tools or in company with horses, hogs, and other cattle, there is necessarily such an estimate of the laboring class that intelligent, self-respecting mechanics, such as abound in the free states, must find much that is annoying and disagreeable. They may endure it for a time, but with much uneasiness, and they are glad of the first opportunity of immigration. Then again, the filling up of all branches of mechanics and agriculture with slave labor necessarily depresses free labor. Suppose now a family of poor whites in Carolina or Virginia, and the same family in Vermont or Maine. How different the influences that come over them. In Vermont or Maine, the children have the means of education at hand in public schools, and they have all around them in society avenues of success that require only industry to make them available. The boys have their choice among all the different trades for which the organization of free society makes a steady demand. The girls, animated by the spirit of the land in which they are born, think useful labor no disgrace, and find, with true female ingenuity, 100 ways of adding to the family stock. If there be one member of a family in whom diviner gifts and higher longings seem a call for a more finished course of education, then cheerfully the whole family unites its productive industry to give that one the wider education which his wider genius demands, and thus have been given to the world such men as Roger Sherman and Daniel Webster. But take this same family and plant them in South Carolina or Virginia, how different the result. No common school opens its doors to their children. The only church, perhaps, is 15 miles off, over a bad road. The whole atmosphere of the country in which they are born associates degradation and slavery with useful labor, and the only standard of gentility is ability to live without work. What branch of useful labor opens a way to its sons? Would he be a blacksmith? The planters around him prefer to buy their blacksmiths in Virginia. Would he be a carpenter? Each planter in his neighborhood owns one or two now. And so coopers and masons. Who would be a shoemaker? The plantation shoes are made in Lynn and Natick, towns of New England. In fact, between the free labor of the North and the slave labor of the South, there is nothing for a poor white to do. Without schools or churches, these miserable families grow up heathen on a Christian soil, in idleness, vice, dirt, and discomfort of all sorts. They are the pest of the neighborhood, the scoff and contempt or pity even of the slaves. The expressive phrase, so common in the mouths of the Negroes, of "po' white trash," says all for this luckless race of beings that can be said. From this class spring a tribe of keepers of small groggeries and dealers by a kind of contraband trade with the Negroes in the stolen produce of plantations. Thriving and promising sons may perhaps hope to grow up into Negro traders and thence be exalted into overseers of plantations. The utmost stretch of ambition is to compass money enough by any of a variety of nondescript measures to buy a nigger or two and begin to appear like other folks. Woe betide the unfortunate Negro man or woman carefully raised in some good religious family when an execution or the death of their proprietors throws them into the market and they are bought by a master and mistress of this class. Oftentimes the slave is infinitely the superior in every respect, in person, manners, education, and morals, but for all that the law guards the despotic authority of the owner quite as jealously. From all that would appear in the case of Souther, which we have recorded, he must have been one of this class. We have certain indications in the evidence that the two white witnesses who spent the whole day in gaping, unresisting survey of his diabolical proceedings were men of this order. It appears that the crime alleged against the poor victim was that of getting drunk and trading with these two very men, and that they were sent for probably by way of showing them what a nigger would get by trading with them. This circumstance at once marks them out as belonging to that band of half-contraband traders who spring up among the mean whites and occasion owners of slaves so much inconvenience by dealing with their hands. Can any words so forcibly show what sort of white men these are as the idea of their standing in stupid, brutal curiosity a whole day as witnesses in such a hellish scene? Conceive the misery of the slave who falls into the hands of such masters. A clergyman, now dead, communicated to this writer the following anecdote. In traveling in one of the southern states, he put up for the night in a miserable log shanty, kept by a man of this class. All was dirt, discomfort, and utter barbarism. The man, his wife, and their stock of wild, neglected children drank whiskey, loafed, and predominated over the miserable man and woman who did all the work and bore all the caprices of the whole establishment. He, the gentleman, was not long in discovering that these slaves were in person, language, and in every respect superior to their owners, and all that he could get of comfort in the miserable abode was owing to their ministrations. Before he went away, they contrived to have a private interview, and begged him to buy them. They told him that they had been decently brought up in a respectable and refined family, and that their bondage was therefore the more inexpressibly galling. The poor creatures had waited on him with most assiduous care, tending his horse, brushing his boots, and anticipating all his wants, in the hope of inducing him to buy them. The clergyman said that he never so wished for money as when he saw the dejected visages with which they listened to his assurances that he was too poor to comply with their desires. This miserable class of whites form in all the southern states a material for the most horrible and ferocious of mobs. Utterly ignorant and inconceivably brutal, they are like some blind, savage monster which, when aroused, tramples heedlessly over everything in its way. Singular as it may appear, though slavery is the cause of the misery and degradation of this class, yet they are the most vehement and ferocious advocates of slavery. The reason is this. They feel the scorn of the upper classes, and their only means of consolation is in having a class below them, whom they may scorn in turn. To set the Negro at liberty would deprive them of this last comfort, and accordingly no class of men advocates slavery with such frantic and unreasoning violence, or hate abolitionists with such demonic hatred. Let the reader conceive of a mob of men as brutal and callous as the two white witnesses of the Souther tragedy, led on by men like Souther himself, and he will have some idea of the materials which occur in the worst kind of Southern mobs. The leaders of the community, those men who play on other men with as little care for them as a harper plays on a harp, keep this blind, furious monster of the mob very much as an overseer keeps plantation dogs as creatures to be set on to any man or thing whom he may choose to have put down. These leading men have used the cry of abolitionism over the mob, much as a huntsman uses the set on to his dogs. Whenever they have a purpose to carry, a man to put down, they have only to raise this cry, and the monster is wide awake, ready to spring wherever they shall send him. Does a minister raise his voice in favor of the slave? Immediately, with a whoop and a hurrah, some editor starts the mob on him as an abolitionist. Is there a man teaching his Negroes to read? The mob is started upon him. He must promise to give it up or leave the state. Does a man at a public hotel table express his approbation of some anti-slavery work? Up come the police and arrest him for seditious language. Footnote: the writer is describing here a scene of recent occurrence in a slave state, of whose particulars she has the best means of knowledge. The work in question was Uncle Tom's Cabin. End of footnote. And on the heels of the police thronging round the justice offices come the ever-ready mob, men with clubs and bowie knives, swearing that they will have his heart's blood. The more respectable citizens in vain try to compose them. It is quite as hopeful to reason with a pack of hounds, and the only way is to smuggle the suspected person out of the state as quickly as possible. All these are scenes of common occurrence at the South. Every Southern man knows them to be so, and they know, too, the reason why they are so. But so much do they fear the monster that they dare not say what they know. This brute monster sometimes gets beyond the power of his masters, and then results ensue most mortifying to the patriotism of honorable Southern men, but which they are powerless to prevent. Such was the case when the Honorable Senator Hoar of Massachusetts, with his daughter, visited the city of Charleston. The senator was appointed by the sovereign state of Massachusetts to inquire into the condition of her free-colored citizens detained in South Carolina prisons. We cannot suppose that men of honor and education in South Carolina can contemplate without chagrin the fact that this honorable gentleman, the representative of a sister state, and accompanied by his daughter, was obliged to flee from South Carolina because they were told that the constituted authorities would not be powerful enough to protect them from the ferocities of a mob. This is not the only case in which this mob power has escaped from the hands of its guiders and produced mortifying results. The scenes of Vicksburg and the succession of popular whirlwinds which at that time flew over the southwestern states have been forcibly painted by the author of The White Slave. They who find these popular outbreaks useful when they serve their own turns are sometimes forcibly reminded of the consequences, as in this quotation from Samuel Butler's Hudibras, of letting rapine loose and murder to go just so far and no further, and setting all the land on fire to burn just so high and no higher. The statements made above can be substantiated by various documents, mostly by the testimony of residents in slave states and by extracts from their newspapers. Concerning the class of poor whites, Mr. William Gregg of Charleston, South Carolina, in a pamphlet called Essays on Domestic Industry, or An Inquiry into the Expediency of Establishing Cotton Manufactories in South Carolina, 1845, says on page 22, quote, "Shall we pass unnoticed the thousands of poor, ignorant, degraded white people among us who, in this land of plenty, live in comparative nakedness and starvation? Many a one is reared in proud South Carolina from birth to manhood, who has never passed a month in which he has not, some part of the time, been stinted for meat. Many a mother is there who will tell you that her children are but scantily provided with bread, and much more scantily with meat, and if they be clad with comfortable raiment, it is at the expense of these scanty allowances of food. These may be startling statements, but they are nevertheless true, and if not believed in Charleston, the members of our legislature who have traversed the state in electioneering campaigns can attest their truth." End quote. The Reverend Henry Duffner, D.D., president of Lexington College, Virginia, himself a slaveholder, published in 1847 an address to the people of Virginia, showing that slavery is injurious to public welfare, in which he shows the influence of slavery in producing a decrease of the white population. He says, quote, "It appears that in the 10 years from 1830 to 1840, Virginia lost by immigration no fewer than 375,000 of her people, of whom East Virginia lost 304,000 and West Virginia 71,000. At this rate, Virginia supplies the West every 10 years with a population equal in number to the population of the state of Mississippi in 1840. She has sent, or we should rather say, she has driven from her soil at least 1/3 of all the immigrants who have gone from the old states to the new. More than another third have gone from the other old slave states. Many of these multitudes who have left the slave states have shunned the regions of slavery and settled in the free countries of the West. These were generally industrious and enterprising white men who found by sad experience that a country of slaves was not the country for them. It is a truth, a certain truth, that slavery drives free laborers, farmers, mechanics, and all, and some of the best of them too, out of the country and fills their places with Negroes. Even the common mechanical trades do not flourish in a slave state. Some mechanical operations must indeed be performed in every civilized country, but the general rule in the South is to import from abroad every fabricated thing that can be carried in ships, such as household furniture, boats, boards, lathes, carts, plows, axes, and axe helves, besides innumerable other things, which free communities are accustomed to make for themselves. What is most wonderful is that the forests and iron mines of the South supply in great part the materials out of which these things are made. The northern freemen come with their ships, carry home the timber and pig iron, work them up, supply their own wants with a part, and then sell the rest at a good profit in the southern markets. Now, although mechanics, by setting up their shops in the South, could save all these freights and profits, yet so it is that northern mechanics will not settle in the South, and the southern mechanics are undersold by their northern competitors." End quote. In regard to education, Reverend Theodore Parker gives the following statistics in his Letters on Slavery, page 65. Quote, "In 1671, Sir William Berkeley, governor of Virginia, said, 'I thank God that there are no free schools nor printing presses in Virginia, and I hope we shall not have them these 100 years.' In 1840, in the 15 slave states and territories, there were at the various primary schools 201,085 scholars. At the various primary schools of the free states, 1,626,028 scholars. The state of Ohio alone had at her primary schools 17,524 more scholars than all the 15 slave states. New York alone had 301,282 more. In the slave states, there are 1,368,325 free white children between the ages of 5 and 20. In the free states, 3,536,689 such children. In the slave states, at schools and colleges, there are 301,172 pupils. In the free states, 2,212,444 pupils at schools or colleges. Thus, in the slave states, out of 25 free white children between 5 and 20, there are not quite 5 at any school or college, while out of 25 such children in the free states, there are more than 15 at school or college. In the slave states, of the free white population that is over 20 years of age, there is almost 1/10 part that are unable to read and write, while in the free states there is not quite 1 in 156 who is deficient to that degree. In New England there are but few born therein and more than 20 years of age who are unable to read and write, but many foreigners arrive there with no education, and thus swell the number of the illiterate and diminish the apparent effect of her free institutions. The South has few such immigrants. The ignorance of the Southern states, therefore, is to be ascribed to other causes. The Northern men who settle in the slave-holding states have perhaps about the average culture of the North, and more than that of the South. The South, therefore, gains educationally from immigration, as the North loses. Among the Northern states, Connecticut, among the Southern states, South Carolina, are to a great degree free from disturbing influences of this character. A comparison between the two will show the relative effects of the respective institutions of the North and South. In Connecticut, there are 163,843 free persons over 20 years of age. In South Carolina, but 111,663. In Connecticut, there are but 526 persons over 20 who are unable to read and write, while in South Carolina there are 20,615 free white persons over 20 years of age unable to read and write. In South Carolina, out of each 626 free whites more than 20 years of age, there are more than 58 wholly unable to read or write. Out of that number of such persons in Connecticut, not quite 2. More than the sixth part of the adult freemen of South Carolina are unable to read the vote which will be deposited at the next election. It is but fair to infer that at least 1/3 of the adults of South Carolina, if not of much of the South, are unable to read and understand even a newspaper. Indeed, in one of the slave states that is not a matter of mere inference, for in 1837 Governor Clark of Kentucky declared in his message to the legislature that 1/3 of the adult population were unable to write their names. Yet Kentucky has a school fund valued at $1,221,819, while South Carolina has none. One sign of this want of ability even to read in the slave states is too striking to be passed on. The staple reading of the least cultivated Americans is the newspapers, one of the lowest forms of literature, though one of the most powerful, read even by men who read nothing else. In the slave states there are published but 377 newspapers, and in the free states 1,135. These numbers do not express the entire difference in the case, for as a general rule, the circulation of the Southern newspapers is 50 to 75% less than that of the North. Suppose, however, that each Southern newspaper has 2/3 the circulation of a Northern journal. We have then but 225 newspapers for the slave states. The more valuable journals, the monthlies and quarterlies, are published almost entirely in the free states. The number of churches, the number and character of the clergy who labor for these churches are other measures of the intellectual and moral condition of the people. The scientific character of the Southern clergy has been already touched on. Let us compare the more external facts. In 1830, South Carolina had a population of 581,185 souls, Connecticut 297,675 souls. In 1836, South Carolina had 364 ministers, Connecticut 498. In 1834, there were in the slave states but 82,532 scholars in the Sunday schools, in the free states 504,835. In the single state of New York, 161,768. End of Theodore Parker's citation. The fact of constant immigration from slave states is also shown by such extracts from papers as the following from the Raleigh, North Carolina Register, quoted in the columns of the National Era. They will leave North Carolina. Our attention was arrested on Saturday last by quite a long train of wagons winding through our streets, which upon inquiry we found to belong to a party emigrating from Wayne County in this state to the far west. This is but a repetition of similar scenes that we and others have witnessed during the past few years, and such spectacles will be still more frequently witnessed unless something is done to retrieve our fallen fortunes at home. If there be any one consummation devoutly to be wished in our policy, it is that our young men should remain at home and not abandon their native state. From the early settlement of North Carolina, the great drain upon her prosperity has been the spirit of immigration, which has so prejudicially affected all the states of the South. Her sons, hitherto neglected, if we must say it, by an unparental government, have wended their way by hundreds upon hundreds from the land of their fathers, that land, too, to make it a paradise, wanting nothing but a market, to bury their bones in the land of strangers. We firmly believe that this immigration is caused by the laggard policy of our people on the subject of internal improvement, for man is not prone by nature to desert the home of his affections." End quote. The editor of the Era also quotes the following from the Greensboro, Alabama, Beacon. "An unusually large number of movers have passed through this village within the past 2 or 3 weeks. On one day of last week, upwards of 30 wagons and other vehicles belonging to immigrants, mostly from Georgia and South Carolina, passed through on their way, most of them bound to Texas and Arkansas." End quote. This tide of immigration does not emanate from an overflowing population, very far from it. Rather, it marks an abandonment of the soil which, exhausted by injudicious culture, will no longer repay the labor of tillage. The immigrant, turning his back upon the homes of his childhood, leaves a desolate region, it may be, and finds that he can indulge in his feelings of local attachment only at the risk of starvation. How are the older states of the South to keep their population? We say nothing of an increase, but how are they to hold their own? It is useless to talk about strict construction, states' rights, or Wilmot provisos. Of what avail can such things be in a sterile desert upon which people cannot subsist? This ends Chapter 10, Part 1 of 2, Poor White Trash. Part 3, Chapter 10 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 10, Part 2 of 2, Poor White Trash. In the columns of the National Era, October 2nd, 1851, also is the following article by its editor: "Stand Your Ground." A citizen of Guilford County, North Carolina, in a letter to the True Wesleyan, dated August 20th, 1851, writes, quote, "You may discontinue my paper for the present, as I am inclined to go westward, where I can enjoy religious liberty and have my family in a free country. Mobocracy has the ascendancy here, and there is no law. Brother Wilson had an appointment on Liberty Hill on Sabbath 24th instant. The mob came armed according to mob law and commenced operations on the meeting house. They knocked all the weatherboarding off, destroying doors, windows, pulpit, and benches, and I have no idea that if the mob was to kill a Wesleyan or one of their friends, that they would be hung. There is more moving this fall to the far west than was ever known in 1 year. People do not like to be made slaves, and they are determined to go where it is no crime to plead the cause of the poor and oppressed. They have become alarmed at seeing the laws of God trampled underfoot with impunity, and that too by legislators, sworn officers of the peace, and professors of religion. And even ministers, so-called, are justifying mobocracy. They think that such a course of conduct will lead to a dissolution of the Union, and then every man will have to fight in defense of slavery or be killed. This is an awful state of things, and if the people were destitute of the Bible and the various means of information which they possess, there might be some hope of reform. But there is but little hope under existing circumstances." End quote. We hope the writer will reconsider his purpose. In his section of North Carolina, there are very many anti-slavery men, and the majority of the people have no interest in what is called slave property. Let them stand their ground and maintain the right of free discussion. How is the despotism of slavery to be put down if those opposed to it abandon their rights and flee their country? Let them do as the indomitable Clay does in Kentucky, and they will make themselves respected. The following is quoted without comment in the National Era in 1851 from the columns of the Augusta Republic, Georgia. Freedom of Speech in Georgia, Warrenton, Georgia, Thursday, July 10, 1851. Quote, "This day the citizens of the town and county met in the courthouse at 8:00 a.m. On motion, Thomas F. Parsons, Esquire, was called to the chair, and Mr. William H. Pilcher requested to act as secretary. The object of the meeting was stated by the chairman as follows. Whereas our community has been thrown into confusion by the presence among us of one Nathan Bird Watson, who hails from New Haven, Connecticut, and who has been promulgating abolition sentiments, publicly and privately, among our people, sentiments at war with our institutions and intolerable in a slave community, and also been detected in visiting suspicious Negro houses, as we suppose for the purpose of inciting our slaves and free Negro population to insurrection and insubordination. The meeting having been organized, William Gibson, Esquire, offered the following resolution, which after various expressions of opinion was unanimously adopted, to wit, resolved that a committee of 10 be appointed by the chairman for the purpose of making arrangements to expel Nathan Bird Watson, an avowed abolitionist, who has been in our village for 3 or 4 weeks, by 12:00 this day by the Georgian railroad cars, and that it shall be the duty of said committee to escort the said Watson to Camac for the purpose of shipment to his native land. The following gentlemen were named as that committee: William Gibson, E. Cody, J. M. Roberts, J. B. Huff, E. H. Pottle, E. A. Brinkley, John C. Jennings, George W. Dixon, A. B. Rogers, and Dr. R. W. Hubert. On motion, the chairman was added to that committee. It was, on motion, resolved that the proceedings of this meeting, with a minute description of the said Watson, be forwarded to the publishers of the Augusta papers, with the request that they and all other publishers of papers in the slaveholding states publish the same for a sufficient length of time. Description: the said Nathan Bird Watson is a man of dark complexion, hazel eyes, black hair, and wears a heavy beard, measures 5 feet 11 3/4 inches, has a quick step, and walks with his toes inclined inward, and a little stoop-shouldered, now wears a checked coat and white pants, says he is 23 years of age, but will pass for 25 or 30. On motion, the meeting was adjourned. Thomas F. Parsons, chairman. William H. Pilcher, secretary. End quote. This may be regarded as a specimen of that kind of editorial halloo which is designed to rouse and start in pursuit of a man the bloodhounds of the mob. The following is copied by the National Era from the Richmond Times. Lynch Law. Quote, on the 13th instant, the Vigilance Committee of the County of Grayson in this state arrested a man named John Cornute, a friend and follower of Bacon, the Ohio abolitionist, and after examining the evidence against him, required him to renounce his abolition sentiments. This Cornute refused to do. Thereupon he was stripped, tied to a tree, and whipped. After receiving a dozen stripes, he caved in and promised not only to recant, but to sell his property in the county, consisting of land and Negroes, and leave the state. Great excitement prevailed throughout the country, and the Wytheville Republican of the 20th instant states that the Vigilance Committee of Grayson were in hot pursuit of other obnoxious persons. On this outrage, the Wytheville Republican makes the following comments. Quote, Laying aside the white man, humanity to the Negro, the slave demands that these abolitionists be dealt with summarily and above the law. On Saturday the 13th, we learned that the Committee of Vigilance of that county, to the number of near 200, had before them one John Cornute, a citizen, a friend and backer of Bacon, and promulgator of his abolition doctrines. They required him to renounce abolitionism and promise obedience to the laws. He refused. They stripped him, tied him to a tree, and appealed to him again to renounce and promise obedience to the laws. He refused. The rod was brought, 1, 2, 3, and on to 12 on the bare back, and he cried out. He promised, and more, he said he would sell and leave. This Mr. Cornute owns land, Negroes, and money, say $15,000 to $20,000. He has a wife, but no white children. He has among his Negroes some born on his farm of mixed blood. He is believed to be a friend of the Negro, even to amalgamation. He intends to set his Negroes free and make them his heirs. It is hoped he will retire to Ohio and there finish his operations of amalgamation and emancipation. The vigilance committees were after another of Bacon's men on Thursday. We have not heard whether they caught him nor what followed. There are not more than 6 of his followers that adhere. The rest have renounced him and are much outraged at his imposition." End quote. Mr. Cornute appealed for redress to the law. The result of his appeal is thus stated in the Richmond, Virginia Times, quoted by the National Era. More trouble in Grayson. The clerk of Grayson County Court, having on the 1st instant, the first day of Judge Brown's term, tendered his resignation, and there being no applicant for the office, and it being publicly stated at the bar that no one would accept said appointment, Judge Brown found himself unable to proceed with business, and accordingly adjourned the court until the first day of the next term. Immediately upon the adjournment of the court, a public meeting of the citizens of the county was held, when resolutions were adopted expressive of the determination of the people to maintain the stand recently taken, exhorting the committees of vigilance to increased activities in ferreting out all persons tinctured with abolitionism in the county, and offering a reward of $100 for the apprehension and delivery of one Jonathan Roberts to any one of the committees of vigilance. We have a letter from a creditable correspondent in Carroll County, which gives to the affair a still more serious aspect. Trusting that there may be some error about it, we have no comments to make until the facts are known with certainty. Our correspondent, whose letter bears the date of the 13th instant, says, quote, "I learned from an authentic source that the circuit court that was to sit in Grayson County during last week was dissolved by violence. The circumstances were these. After the execution of the Negroes in that county, some time ago, who had been excited to rebellion by a certain Methodist preacher by the name of Bacon, of which you have heard, the citizens held a meeting and instituted a sort of inquisition to find out, if possible, who were the accomplices of said Bacon. Suspicion soon rested on a man by the name of Cornute, and on being charged with being an accomplice, he acknowledged the fact, and declared his intention of persevering in the cause, upon which he was severely lynched. Cornute then instituted suit against the parties, who afterwards held a meeting and passed resolutions notifying the court and lawyers not to undertake the case, upon pain of a coat of tar and feathers. The court, however, convened at the appointed time, and, true to their promise, a band of armed men marched around the courthouse, fired their guns by platoons, and dispersed the court in confusion. There was no blood shed. This county and the county of Wythe have held meetings and passed resolutions sustaining the movement of the citizens of Grayson." End quote. Is it any wonder that people emigrate from states where such things go on? The following accounts will show what ministers of the gospel will have to encounter who undertake faithfully to express their sentiments in slave states. The first is an article by Dr. Bailey of the Era of April 3, 1852. Lynching in Kentucky. The American Baptist of Utica, New York, publishes letters from the Reverend Edward Matthews giving an account of his barbarous treatment in Kentucky. Mr. Matthews, it seems, is an agent of the American Free Mission Society, and in the exercise of his agency visited that state and took occasion to advocate from the pulpit anti-slavery sentiments. Not long since, in the village of Richmond, Madison County, he applied to several churches for permission to lecture on the moral and religious condition of the slaves, but was unsuccessful. February 1st, in the evening, he preached to the colored congregation of that place, after which he was assailed by the mob and driven from the town. Returning in a short time, he left a communication respecting the transaction at the office of the Richmond Chronicle, and again departed. But he had not gone far before he was overtaken by 4 men, who seized him and led him to an out-of-the-way place, where they consulted as to what they should do with him. They resolved to duck him, ascertaining first that he could swim. 2 of them took him and threw him into a pond as far as they could, and on his rising to the surface bade him come out. He did so, and on his refusing to promise never to come to Richmond, they flung him in again. This operation was repeated 4 times, when he yielded. They next demanded of him a promise that he would leave Kentucky and never return again. He refused to give it, and they threw him in the water 6 times more, when, his strength failing, and they threatening to whip him, he gave the pledge required and left the state. We do not know anything about Mr. Matthews or his mode of promulgating his views. The laws of Kentucky for the protection of what is called slave property are stringent enough, and nobody can doubt the readiness of public sentiment to enforce their heaviest penalties against offenders. If Mr. Matthews violated the law, he should have been tried by the law, and he would have been had he committed an illegal act. No charge of the kind is made against him. He was then the victim of lynch law, administered in a ruffianly manner and without provocation, and the parties concerned in the transaction, whatever their position in society, were guilty of conduct as cowardly as it was brutal. As to the manner in which Mr. Matthews conducted himself in Kentucky, we know nothing. We transfer to our columns the following extract from an editorial in the Journal and Messenger of Cincinnati, a Baptist paper, and which it may be presumed speaks intelligently on the subject. Quote, Mr. Matthews is likewise a Baptist minister whose ostensible mission is one of love. If he has violated that mission or any law, he is amenable to God and law, and not to lawless violence. His going to Kentucky is a matter of conscience to him, in which he has a right to indulge. Many good anti-slavery men would question the wisdom of such a step. None would doubt his right. Many, as a matter of taste and propriety, cannot admire the way in which he is reputed to do his work. But they believe he is conscientious, and they know that oppression maketh even a wise man mad. We do not think, in obedience to Christ's commands, he sufficiently counted the cost. For no one in his position should go to Kentucky to agitate the question of slavery unless he expects to die. No man in this position which Mr. Matthews occupies can do it without falling a martyr. Liberty of speech and thought is not, cannot be enjoyed in the slave states. Slavery could not exist for a moment if it did. It is doubtless the duty of the Christian not to surrender his life cheaply for the sake of being a martyr. This would be an unholy motive. It is his duty to preserve it until the last moment. So Christ enjoins. It is no mark of cowardice to flee. When they persecute you in one city, flee into another, said the Savior. But he did not say, give a pledge that you will not exercise your rights. Hence he nor his disciples never did it. But it is a question, after one has deliberated and conscientiously entered a community in the exercise of his constitutional and religious rights, whether he should give a pledge under the influence of a love of life never to return. If he does, he has not counted the cost. A Christian should be as conscientious in pledging solemnly not to do what he has undoubted right to do, as he is in laboring for the emancipation of the slave." End quote. Now the following is from the National Era, July 10th, 1851. Mr. McBride wishes to form a church of non-slaveholders. Case of Reverend Jesse McBride. This missionary, it will be remembered, was expelled lately from the state of North Carolina. We give below his letter detailing the conduct of the mob. His letter is dated Guilford, May 6th. After writing that he is suffering from temporary illness, he proceeds, quote, "I would have kept within doors this day, but for the fact that I mistrusted a mob would be out to disturb my congregation, though such a hint had not been given me by a human being. About 6 o'clock this morning, I crawled into my carriage and drove 18 miles, which brought me to my meeting place, 8 miles east of Greensboro. The place I gave an account of a few weeks since, where some 7 or 8 persons gave their names to go into the organization of a Wesleyan Methodist church. Well, sure enough, just before meeting time at 12 o'clock, I was informed that a pack of rioters were on hand, and that they had sworn I should not fulfill my appointment this day. As they had heard nothing of this before, the news came upon some of my friends like a clap of thunder from a clear sky. They scarcely knew what to do. I told them I should go to meeting or die in the attempt, and like good soldiers, they followed. Just before I got to the arbor, I saw a man leave the crowd and approached me at the left of my path. As I was about to pass, he said, "Mr. McBride, here's a letter for you." I took the letter, put it into my pocket, and said, "I have not time to read it until after the meeting." "No, you must read it now." Seeing that I did not stop, he said, "I want to speak to you," beckoning with his hand and turning, expecting me to follow. "I will talk to you after the meeting," I said, pulling out my watch. "You see, I have no time to spare. It is just 12. As I went to go in at the door of the stand, a man who had taken his seat on the step rose up, placed his hand on me, and said in a very excited tone, "Mr. McBride, you can't go in there." Without offering any resistance or saying a word, I knelt down outside the stand on the ground and prayed to my Father, pled his promises, such as, when the enemy comes in like a flood, I will rear up a standard against him. I am a present help in trouble. I will fight all your battles for you. Prayed for grace, victory, my enemies, etc. Rose perfectly calm. Meantime, my enemies cursed and swore some, but most of the time they were rather quiet. Mr. Hyatt, a slaveholder and merchant from Greensboro, said, "You can't preach here today. We have come to prevent you. We think you are doing harm, violating our laws, etc." "From what authority do you thus command and prevent me from preaching? Are you authorized by the civil authority to prevent me?" "No, sir." "Has God sent you, and does he enjoin it on you as a duty to stop me?" "I am unacquainted with him." "Well, acquaint now thyself with him, and be at peace, and he will give you a more honorable business than stopping men from preaching his gospel. The judgment day is coming on, and I summon you there to give an account of this day's conduct. And now, gentlemen, if I have violated the laws of North Carolina, by them I am willing to be judged, condemned, and punished, to go to the whipping post, pillory, or jail, or even to hug the stake. But, gentlemen, you are not generally a pack of ignoramuses. Your good sense teaches you the impropriety of your course. You know that you're doing wrong. You know that it is not right to trample all law, both human and divine, in the dust, out of professed love for it. You must see that your course will lead to perfect anarchy and confusion. The time may come when Jacob Hyatt may be in the minority, when his principles may be as unpopular as Jesse McBride's are now. What then? Why, if your course prevails, he must be lynched, whipped, stoned, tarred, and feathered, dragged from his own house, or his house burned over his head, and he perish in the ruins. The persons became food for the beasts they threw Daniel to. The same fire that was kindled for the Hebrew children consumed those who kindled it. Haman stretched the same rope he prepared for Mordecai. Yours is a dangerous course, and you must reap a retribution, either here or hereafter. We will sing a hymn, said I. Oh, yes, said H., you may sing. The congregation will please assist me, as I am quite unwell, and I lined off the hymn. Father, I stretch my hands to thee, and the riders and all helped to sing. All seemed in good humor, and I almost forgot their errand. When we closed, I said, let us pray. God blanket, that's not singing, said one of the company, who stood back pretty well. While we invoked the divine blessing, I think many could say, it is good for us to be here. Before I rose from my knees, after the friends rose, I delivered an exhortation of some 10 or 15 minutes, in which I urged the brethren to steadfastness, prayer, etc., some of the mob crying, lay hold of him, drag him out, stop him, etc. My voice being nearly drowned by the tumult, I left off. I was then called to have some conversation with H., who repeated some of the charges he preferred at first, said I was bringing on insurrection, causing disturbance, etc., wishing me to leave the state, said that he had some slaves, and he himself was the most of a slave of any of them, had harder times than they had, and he would like to be shut of them, and that he was my true friend. As to your friendship, Mr. H., you have acted quite friendly, remarkably so, fully as much so as Judas when he kissed the Savior. As to your having to be so much of a slave, I am sorry for you. You ought to be freed. As to insurrection, I am decidedly opposed to it, having no sympathy with it whatever. As to raising disturbance and leaving the state, I left a little motherless daughter in Ohio, over whom I wished to have an oversight and care. When I left, I only expected to remain in North Carolina 1 year, but the people dragged me up before this court under the charge of felony, put me in bonds, and kept me, and now would you have me leave my securities to suffer, have me lie and deceive the court? Oh, if you will leave, your bail will not have to suffer. That can, I think, be settled without much trouble, said Mr. H. They shall not have trouble on my account, said I. After talking with Mr. H. and 1 or 2 more on personal piety, etc., I went to the arbor, took my seat in the door of the stand for a minute, then rose, and after referring to a few texts of Scripture to show that all those who will live godly shall suffer persecution, I inquired, first, what is persecution? Secondly, noticed the fact, shall suffer, gave a synoptical history of persecution by showing that Abel was the first martyr for the right, the Israelites' sufferings. The prophets were stoned, were sawn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword, had to wander in deserts, mountains, dens, and caves of the earth, were driven from their houses, given to ferocious beasts, lashed to the stake, and destroyed in different ways. Spoke of John the Baptist, showed how he was persecuted and what the charge. Christ was persecuted for doing what John was persecuted for not doing. Spoke of the sufferings of the apostles and their final death, of Luther and his coadjutors, of the Wesleys and early Methodists, of Fox and the early Quakers, of the early settlers in the colonies of the United States. Noticed why the righteous were persecuted, the advantages thereof to the righteous themselves, and how they should treat their persecutors, with kindness, etc. Spoke, I suppose, some half an hour, and dismissed. Towards the close, some of the rioters got quite angry and yelled, "Stop him! Pull him out! The righteous were never persecuted for damned abolitionism," etc. Some of them paid good attention to what I said, and thus we spent the time from 12 to 3 o'clock, and thus the meeting passed by. Brother dear, I am more and more confirmed in the righteousness of our cause. I would much rather die for good principles than to have applause and honor for propagating false theories and abominations. You perhaps would like to know how I feel. Happy most of the time, a religion that will not stand persecution will not take us to heaven. Blessed be God that I have not, thus far, been suffered to deny him. Sometimes I have thought that I was nearly home. I generally feel a calmness of soul, but sometimes my enjoyments are rapturous. I have had a great burden of prayer for the dear flock. Help me pray for them. Thank God I have not heard of one of them giving up or turning, and I believe some, if not most of them, would go to the stake rather than give back. I forgot to say I read a part of the 5th chapter of the Acts of Apostles to the rioters, commencing at the 17th verse. I told them if their institutions were of God, I could not harm them, and that if our cause was of God, they could not stop it, that they could kill me, but they could not kill the truth. Though I talked plainly, I talked and felt kindly to them. I have had to write in such haste, and being fatigued and unwell, my letter is disconnected. I meant to give you a copy of the letter of the mob. Here it is. Mr. McBride, we, the subscribers, very and most respectfully request that you not attempt to fulfill your appointment at this place. If you do, you will surely be interrupted. Signed by 32 persons. May 6th, 1851. Some were professors of religion, Presbyterians, Episcopal Methodists, and Methodist Protestants. One of the latter was an exhorter. I understand some of the crowd were Negro traders. Farewell, J. McBride. This ends Chapter 10, Part 2, Poor White Trash.
Part 4, Chapter 1, of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. Chapter 1, The Influence of the American Church on Slavery, Part 1. There is no country in the world where the religious influence has a greater ascendancy than in America. There is no country where the clergy are more powerful. This is the more remarkable because in America religion is entirely divorced from the state, and the clergy have none of those artificial means for supporting their influence which result from rank and wealth. Taken as a body of men, the American clergy are generally poor. The salaries given to them afford only a bare support, and yield them no means of acquiring property. Their style of living can be barely decent and respectable, and no more. The fact that, under these circumstances, the American clergy are probably the most powerful body of men in the country is of itself a strong presumptive argument in their favor. It certainly argues in them, as a class, both intellectual and moral superiority. It is a well-known fact that the influence of the clergy is looked upon by our statesmen as a most serious element in making up their political combinations, and that influence is so great that no statesman would ever undertake to carry a measure against which all the clergy of the country should unite. Such a degree of power, though it be only a power of opinion, argument, and example, is not without its dangers to the purity of any body of men. To be courted by political partisans is always a dangerous thing for the integrity and spirituality of men who profess to be governed by principles which are not of this world. The possession, too, of so great a power as we have described involves a most weighty responsibility, since if the clergy do possess the power to rectify any great national immorality, the fact of its not being done seems in some sort to bring the sin of omission to their door. We have spoken thus far of the clergy alone, but in America, where the clergyman is, in most denominations, elected by the Church and supported by its voluntary contributions, the influence of the Church and that of the clergy are, to a very great extent, identical. The clergyman is the very ideal and expression of the Church. They choose him and retain him because he expresses more perfectly than any other man they can obtain their ideas of truth and right. The clergyman is supported in all cases by his church, or else he cannot retain his position in it. The fact of his remaining there is generally proof of identity of opinion, since if he differed very materially from them, they have the power to withdraw from him and choose another. The influence of a clergyman thus retained by the free consent of the understanding and heart of his church is in some respects greater even than that of a papal priest. The priest can control only by a blind spiritual authority, to which, very often, the reason demurs, while it yields an outward assent. But the successful free minister takes captive the affections of the heart by his affections, overrules the reasoning powers by superior strength of reason, and thus, availing himself of affection, reason, conscience, and the entire man, possesses a power, from the very freedom of the organization, greater than can ever result from blind spiritual despotism. If a minister cannot succeed in doing this to some good extent in a church, he is called unsuccessful, and he who realizes this description most perfectly has the highest and most perfect kind of power, and expresses the idea of a successful American minister. In speaking, therefore, of this subject, we shall speak of the church and the clergy as identical, using the word church in the American sense of the word for that class of men of all denominations who are organized in bodies distinct from nominal Christians as professing to be actually controlled by the precepts of Christ. What, then, is the influence of the church on this great question of slavery? Certain things are evident on the very face of the matter. 1. It has not put an end to it. 2. It has not prevented the increase of it. 3. It has not occasioned the repeal of the laws which forbid education to the slave. 4. It has not attempted to have laws passed forbidding the separation of families and legalizing the marriage of slaves. 5. It has not stopped the internal slave trade. 6. It has not prevented the extension of this system, with all its wrongs, over new territories. With regard to these assertions, it is presumed there can be no difference of opinion. What, then, have they done? In reply to this, it can be stated, 1. That almost every one of the leading denominations have, at some time in their collective capacity, expressed a decided disapprobation of the system, and recommended that something should be done with a view to its abolition. 2. One denomination of Christians has pursued such a course as entirely, and in fact, to free every one of its members from any participation in slaveholding. We refer to the Quakers. The course by which this result has been effected will be shown by a pamphlet, soon to be issued by the poet J.G. Whittier, one of their own body. 3. Individual members in all denominations, animated by the spirit of Christianity, have in various ways entered their protest against it. It will be well now to consider more definitely and minutely the sentiments which some leading ecclesiastical bodies in the Church have expressed on this subject. It is fair that the writer should state the sources from which the quotations are drawn. Those relating to the action of Southern judicatories are principally from a pamphlet compiled by the Honorable James G. Birney, and entitled, quote, "The Church, the Bulwark of Slavery," end quote. The writer addressed a letter to Mr. Birney, in which she inquired the sources from which he compiled. His reply was, in substance, as follows: that the pamphlet was compiled from original documents, or files of newspapers, which had recorded these transactions at the time of their occurrence. It was compiled and published in England in 1842, with a view of leading the people there to understand the position of the American Church and clergy. Mr. Birney says that although the statements have long been before the world, he has never known one of them to be disputed, that, knowing the extraordinary nature of the sentiments, he took the utmost pains to authenticate them. We will first present those of the Southern States. 1. The Presbyterian Church, Harmony Presbytery of South Carolina. Whereas sundry persons in Scotland and England, and others in the north, east, and west of our country, have denounced slavery as obnoxious to the laws of God, some of whom have presented before the General Assembly of our Church and the Congress of the nation memorials and petitions with the avowed object of bringing into disgrace slaveholders and abolishing the relation of master and slave, and whereas from the said proceedings, and the statements, reasonings, and circumstances connected therewith, it is most manifest that those persons, quote, "know not what they say, nor whereof they affirm," end quote, and with this ignorance discover a spirit of self-righteousness and exclusive sanctity, etc. Therefore, 1. Resolved, that as the kingdom of our Lord is not of this world, his church, as such, has no right to abolish, alter, or affect any institution or ordinance of men, political or civil, etc. 2. Resolved, that slavery has existed from the days of those good old slaveholders and patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who are now in the kingdom of heaven, to the time when the Apostle Paul sent a runaway home to his master Philemon, and wrote a Christian and fraternal letter to this slaveholder, which we find still stands in the canon of the Scriptures, and that slavery has existed ever since the days of the Apostle, and does now exist. 3. Resolved, that as the relative duties of master and slave are taught in the Scriptures in the same manner as those of parent and child, and husband and wife, the existence of slavery itself is not opposed to the will of God, and whosoever has a conscience too tender to recognize this relation as lawful is, quote, righteous over much, is, quote, wise above what is written, and has submitted his neck to the yoke of men, sacrificed his Christian liberty of conscience, and leaves the infallible word of God for the fancies and doctrines of men. The Charleston Union Presbytery. It is a principle which meets the views of this body that slavery, as it exists among us, is a political institution, with which ecclesiastical judicatories have not the smallest right to interfere, and in relation to which any such interference, especially at the present momentous crisis, would be morally wrong, and fraught with the most dangerous and pernicious consequences. The sentiments which we maintain, in common with Christians at the south of every denomination, are sentiments which so fully approve themselves to our consciences, are so identified with our solemn convictions of duty, that we should maintain them under any circumstances. Resolved, that in the opinion of this presbytery, the holding of slaves, so far from being a sin in the sight of God, is nowhere condemned in his holy word, that it is in accordance with the example or consistent with the precepts of patriarchs, apostles, and prophets, and that it is compatible with the most fraternal regard to the best good of those servants whom God may have committed to our charge. The New School Presbyterian Church in Petersburg, Virginia, November 16, 1838, passed the following. Whereas the General Assembly did, in the year 1818, pass a law which contains provisions for slaves irreconcilable with our civil institutions, and solemnly declaring slavery to be sin against God, a law at once offensive and insulting to the whole Southern community. 1. Resolved, that as slaveholders we cannot consent longer to remain in connection with any church where there exists a statute conferring the right upon slaves to arraign their masters before the judicatory of the church, and that, too, for the act of selling them without their consent first had been obtained. 2. Resolved, that as the great head of the church has recognized the relation of master and slave, we conscientiously believe that slavery is not a sin against God, as declared by the General Assembly. This sufficiently indicates the opinion of the Southern Presbyterian Church. The next extracts will refer to the opinions of Baptist churches. In 1835, the Charleston Baptist Association addressed a memorial to the legislature of South Carolina which contains the following. The undersigned would further represent that the said association does not consider that the Holy Scriptures have made the fact of slavery a question of morals at all. The divine author of our holy religion, in particular, found slavery a part of the existing institutions of society, with which, if not sinful, it was not his design to intermeddle, but to leave them entirely to the control of men. Adopting this, therefore, as one of the allowed arrangements of society, he made it the province of his religion only to prescribe the reciprocal duties of the relation. The question, it is believed, is purely one of political economy. It amounts, in effect, to this: whether the operatives of a country shall be bought and sold, and themselves become property, as in this state, or whether they shall be hirelings, and their labor only become property, as in some other states, In other words, whether an employer may buy the whole time of laborers at once, of those who have a right to dispose of it, with a permanent relation of protection and care over them, or whether he shall be restricted to buy it in certain portions only, subject to their control, and with no such permanent relation of care and protection. The right of masters to dispose of the time of their slaves has been distinctly recognized by the Creator of all things, who is surely at liberty to vest the right of property over any object in whomsoever he pleases. That the lawful possessor should retain this right at will is no more against the laws of society and good morals than that he should retain the personal endowments with which his Creator has blessed him, or the money and lands inherited from his ancestors or acquired by his industry. And neither society nor individuals have any more authority to demand a relinquishment without an equivalent in the one case than in the other. As it is a question purely of political economy, and one which in this country is reserved to the cognizance of the state governments severally, it is further believed that the state of South Carolina alone has the right to regulate the existence and condition of slavery within her territorial limits, and we should resist to the utmost every invasion of this right, come from what quarter and under what pretense it may. The Methodist Church is, in some respects, peculiarly situated upon this subject, because its Constitution and Book of Discipline contain the most vehement denunciations against slavery of which language is capable, and the most stringent requisitions that all members shall be disciplined for the holding of slaves, and these denunciations and requisitions have been reaffirmed by its General Conference. It seemed to be necessary, therefore, for the Southern Conference to take some notice of this fact, which they did, with great coolness and distinctness, as follows. The Georgia Annual Conference. Resolved unanimously that whereas there is a clause in the discipline of our Church which states that we are as much as ever convinced of the great evil of slavery, and whereas the said clause has been perverted by some, and used in such a manner as to produce the impression that the Methodist Episcopal Church believed slavery to be a moral evil, therefore resolved that it is the sense of the Georgia Annual Conference that slavery, as it exists in the United States, is not a moral evil. Resolved that we view slavery as a civil and domestic institution, and one with which, as ministers of Christ, we have nothing to do, further than to ameliorate the condition of the slave by endeavoring to impart to him and his master the benign influence of the religion of Christ, and aiding both on their way to heaven. On motion, it was resolved unanimously that the Georgia Annual Conference regard with feelings of profound respect and approbation the dignified course pursued by our several superintendents or bishops in suppressing the attempts that have been made by various individuals to get up and protract an excitement in the churches and country on the subject of abolitionism. Resolved, further, that they shall have our cordial and zealous support in sustaining them in the ground they have taken. South Carolina Conference. The Reverend W. Martin introduced resolutions similar to those of the Georgia Conference. The Reverend W. Capers, D.D., after expressing his conviction that the sentiment of the resolutions was universally held not only by the ministers of that conference but of the whole South, and after stating that the only true doctrine was, "It belongs to Caesar and not to the Church," offered the following as a substitute. Whereas we hold that the subject of slavery in these United States is not one proper for the action of the Church, but is exclusively appropriate to the civil authorities, therefore resolved that this conference will not intermeddle with it, further than to express our regret that it has ever been introduced, in any form, into any one of the judicatories of the Church. Brother Martin accepted the substitute. Brother Betts asked whether the substitute was intended as implying that slavery as it exists among us was not a moral evil. He understood it as equivalent to such a declaration. Brother Capers explained that his intention was to convey that sentiment fully and unequivocally, and that he had chosen the form of the substitute for the purpose not only of reproving some wrong-doings at the North, but with reference also to the General Conference. If slavery were a moral evil, that is, sinful, the Church would be bound to take cognizance of it. But our affirmation is that it is not a matter for her jurisdiction, but is exclusively appropriate to the civil government, and of course not sinful. The substitute was then unanimously adopted. In 1836, an Episcopal clergyman in North Carolina, of the name of Freeman, preached in the presence of his bishop, Reverend Levi S. Ives, D.D. and native of a free state, 2 sermons on the rights and duties of slaveholders. In these he essayed to justify from the Bible the slavery of both white men and Negroes, and insisted that, without a new revelation from heaven, no man was authorized to pronounce slavery wrong. The sermons were printed in a pamphlet, prefaced with a letter to Mr. Freeman from the Bishop of North Carolina, declaring that he had listened with most unfeigned pleasure to his discourses, and advised their publication as being urgently called for at the present time. The Protestant Episcopal Society for the Advancement of Christianity in South Carolina thought it expedient to republish Mr. Freeman's pamphlet as a religious tract. Afterwards, when the addition of the new state of Texas made it important to organize the Episcopal Church there, this Mr. Freeman was made Bishop of Texas. The question may now arise, it must arise to every intelligent thinker in Christendom, can it be possible that American slavery as defined by its laws and the decisions of its courts, including all the horrible abuses that the laws recognize and sanction, is considered to be a right and proper institution? Do these Christians merely recognize the relation of slavery in the abstract as one that, under proper legislation, might be made a good one, or do they justify it as it actually exists in America? It is a fact that there is a large party at the South who justify not only slavery in the abstract, but slavery just as it exists in America, in whole and in part, in even its worst abuses. There are 4 legalized parts or results of the system, which are of especial atrocity. They are, 1. The prohibition of the testimony of colored people in cases of trial. 2. The forbidding of education. 3. The internal slave trade. 4. The consequent separation of families. We shall bring evidence to show that every one of these practices has been either defended on principle or recognized without condemnation by decisions of judicatories of churches or by writings of influential clergymen, without any expression of dissent being made to their opinions by the bodies to which they belong. In the first place, the exclusion of colored testimony in the church. In 1840, the General Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church passed the following resolution: that it is inexpedient and unjustifiable for any preacher to permit colored persons to give testimony against white persons in any state where they are denied that privilege by law. This was before the Methodist Church had separated on the question of slavery, and they subsequently did into Northern and Southern conferences. Both Northern and Southern members voted for this resolution. After this was passed, the conscience of many Northern ministers was aroused, and they called for a reconsideration. The Southern members imperiously demanded that it should remain as a compromise and test of union. The spirit of the discussion may be inferred from one extract. Mr. Peck, of New York, who moved the reconsideration of the resolution, thus expressed himself: that the resolution, said he, was introduced under peculiar circumstances, during considerable excitement, and he went for it as a peace offering to the South, without sufficiently reflecting upon the precise import of its phraseology. But, after a little deliberation, he was sorry, and he had been sorry but once, and that was all the time he was convinced that, if that resolution remained upon the journal, it would be disastrous to the whole Northern Church. Reverend Dr. A.J. Few of Georgia, the mover of the original resolution, then rose. The following extracts are from his speech. Look at it. What do you declare to us in taking this course? Why, simply as much as to say, quote, we cannot sustain you in the condition which you cannot avoid, end quote. We cannot sustain you in the necessary conditions of slaveholding. one of its necessary conditions being the rejection of Negro testimony. If it is not sinful to hold slaves under all circumstances, it is not sinful to hold them in the only condition and under the only circumstances which they can be held. The rejection of Negro testimony is one of the necessary circumstances under which slaveholding can exist. Indeed, it is utterly impossible for it to exist without it. Therefore, it is not sinful to hold slaves in the condition and under the circumstances which they are held at the South, inasmuch as they can be held under no other circumstances. If you believe that slaveholding is necessarily sinful, come out with the abolitionists and honestly say so. If you believe that slaveholding is necessarily sinful, you believe we are necessarily sinners. And if so, come out and honestly declare it, and let us leave you. We want to know distinctly, precisely, and honestly the position which you take. We cannot be tampered with by you any longer. We have had enough of it. We are tired of your sickly sympathies. If you are not opposed to the principles which it involves, unite with us like honest men, and go home and boldly meet the consequences. We say again, you are responsible for this state of things, for it is you who have driven us to the alarming point where we find ourselves. You have made that resolution absolutely necessary to the quiet of the South, but you now revoke that resolution, and you pass the Rubicon. Let me not be misunderstood. I say you pass the Rubicon. If you revoke the principle which that resolution involves, and you array the whole South against you, and we must separate. If you accord to the principles which it involves, arising from the necessity of the case, stick by it, quote, though the heavens perish, end quote. But if you persist on reconsideration, I ask, in what light will your course be regarded in the South? What will be the conclusion there in reference to it? Why, that you cannot sustain us as long as we hold slaves. It will declare in the face of the sun, quote, we cannot sustain you, gentlemen, while you retain your slaves, end quote. Your opposition to the resolution is based on your opposition to slavery. You cannot, therefore, maintain your consistency unless you come out with the abolitionists and condemn us at once and forever, or else refuse to reconsider. The resolution was therefore left in force, with another resolution appended to it, expressing the undiminished regard of the General Conference for the colored population. It is quite evident that it was undiminished for the best of reasons. That the colored population were not properly impressed with this last act of condescension appears from the fact that, quote, the official members of the Sharp Street and Asbury Colored Methodist Church in Baltimore, end quote, protested and petitioned against the motion. The following is a passage from their address. The adoption of such a resolution by our highest ecclesiastical judicatory, a judicatory composed of the most experienced and wisest brethren in the Church, the choice selection of 28 annual conferences, has inflicted, we fear, an irreparable injury upon 80,000 souls for whom Christ died, souls who, by this act of your body, have been stripped of the dignity of Christians, degraded in the scale of humanity, and treated as criminals for no other reason than the color of their skin. Your resolution has, in our humble opinion, virtually declared that a mere physical peculiarity, the handiwork of our all-wise and benevolent Creator, is prima facie evidence of incompetency to tell the truth, or is an unerring indication of unworthiness to bear testimony against a fellow being whose skin is denominated white. Brethren, out of the abundance of the heart we have spoken. Our grievance is before you. If you have any regard for the salvation of the 80,000 immortal souls committed to your care, if you would not thrust beyond the pale of the Church 2,500 souls in this city who have felt determined never to leave the Church that has nourished and brought them up, if you regard us as children of one common Father, and can, upon reflection, sympathize with us as members of the body of Christ, if you would not incur the fearful, the tremendous responsibility of offending not only one, but many thousands of his, quote, little ones, end quote, we conjure you to wipe from your journal the odious resolution which is ruining our people." Quote, a colored Baltimorean, end quote, writing to the editor of Zion's Watchman, says, "The address was presented to one of the secretaries, a delegate of the Baltimore Conference, and subsequently given by him to the bishops. How many of the members of the conference saw it, I know not. One thing is certain, it was not read to the conference." With regard to the second head, of defending the laws which prevent the slave from being taught to read and write, we have the following instance. In the year 1835, the Chillicothe Presbytery, Ohio, addressed a Christian remonstrance to the Presbytery of Mississippi on the subject of slavery, in which they specifically enumerated the respects in which they considered it to be unchristian. The 8th resolution was as follows: "That any member of our church, who shall advocate or speak in favor of such laws as have been or may yet be enacted for the purpose of keeping the slaves in ignorance and preventing them from learning to read the Word of God, is guilty of a great sin, and ought to be dealt with as for other scandalous crimes." This remonstrance was answered by Reverend James Smiley, stated clerk of the Mississippi Presbytery, and afterwards of the Amity Presbytery of Louisiana, in a pamphlet of 87 pages, in which he defended slavery generally and particularly, in the same manner in which all other abuses have always been defended, by the Word of God. The 10th section of this pamphlet is devoted to the defense of this law. He devotes 7 pages of fine print to this subject. He says, page 63, "There are laws existing in both states, Mississippi and Louisiana, accompanied with heavy penal sanctions, prohibiting the teaching of the slaves to read, and meeting the approbation of the religious part of the reflecting community." He adds, still further, "The laws preventing the slaves from learning to read are a fruitful source of much ignorance and immorality among the slaves. The printing, publishing, and circulating of abolition and emancipatory principles in those states was the cause of the passage of those laws." He then goes on to say that the ignorance and vice which are the consequence of those laws do not properly belong to those who made the laws, but to those whose emancipating doctrines rendered them necessary. Speaking of these consequences of ignorance and vice, he says, "Upon whom must they be saddled? If you will allow me to answer the question, I will answer by saying, upon such great and good men as John Wesley, Jonathan Edwards, Bishop Porteous, Paley, Horsley, Scott, Clark, Wilberforce, Sharp, Clarkson, Fox, Johnson, Burke, and other great and good men who, without examining the Word of God, have concluded that it is a true maxim that slavery is in itself sinful." He then illustrates the necessity of these laws by the following simile. He supposes that the doctrine had been promulgated that the authority of parents was an unjust usurpation, and that it was getting a general hold of society, that societies were being formed for the emancipation of children from the control of their parents, that all books were beginning to be pervaded by this sentiment, and that under all these influences children were becoming restless and fractious. He supposes that, under these circumstances, parents meet and refer the subject to legislators. He thus describes the dilemma of the legislators. "These meet, and they take the subject seriously and solemnly into consideration. On the one hand, they perceive that, if their children had access to these doctrines, they were ruined forever. To let them have access to them was unavoidable, if they taught them to read. To prevent their being taught to read was cruel, and would prevent them from obtaining as much knowledge of the laws of heaven as otherwise they might enjoy. In this sad dilemma, sitting and consulting in a legislative capacity, they must, of 2 evils, choose the least. With indignant feelings toward those who, under the influence of, quote, seducing spirits, end quote, had sent and were sending among them, quote, doctrines of devils, end quote, but with aching hearts toward their children, they resolved that their children should not be taught to read, until the storm should be overblown, hoping that Satan's being let loose will be but for a little season. And during this season they will have to teach them orally, and thereby guard against their being contaminated by these wicked doctrines." So much for that law. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 1 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. Chapter 1, Influence of the American Church on Slavery, Part 2. Now, as for the internal slave trade, the very essence of that trade is the buying and selling of human beings for the mere purposes of gain. A master who has slaves transmitted to him, or a master who buys slaves with the purpose of retaining them on his plantation or in his family, can be supposed to have some object in it besides the mere purpose of gain. He may be supposed, in certain cases, to have some regard to the happiness or well-being of the slave. The trader buys and sells for the mere purpose of gain. Concerning this abuse, the Chillicothe Presbytery, in the document to which we have alluded, passed the following resolution. Resolved, that the buying, selling, or holding of a slave for the sake of gain is a heinous sin and scandal, requiring the cognizance of the judicatories of the Church. In the reply from which we have already quoted, Mr. Smiley says, page 13, if the buying, selling, and holding of a slave for the sake of gain is, as you say, a heinous sin and scandal, then verily 3/4 of all Episcopalians, Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians in the 11 states of the Union are of the devil. Again, to question whether slaveholders or slave buyers are of the devil seems to me like calling in question whether God is or is not a true witness. That is, provided it is God's testimony, and not merely the testimony of the Chillicothe Presbytery, that it is a heinous sin and scandal to buy, sell, and hold slaves. Again, page 21. If language can convey a clear and definite meaning at all, I know not how it can more plainly or unequivocally present to the mind any thought or idea than the 25th chapter of Leviticus clearly and unequivocally establishes the fact that slavery was sanctioned by God himself, and that buying, selling, holding, and bequeathing slaves as property are regulations which are established by himself. What language can more explicitly show, not that God winked at slavery merely, but that, to say the least, he gave a written permit to the Hebrews, then the best people in the world, to buy, hold, and bequeath men and women to perpetual servitude? What now becomes of the position of the Chillicothe Presbytery? Is it indeed a fact that God once gave a written permission to his own dear people, ye shall buy, to do that which is in itself sinful? Nay, to do that which the Chillicothe Presbytery says is a heinous sin and scandal? God resolves that his own children may, or rather shall, buy, possess, and hold bondmen and bondwomen in bondage forever. But the Chillicothe Presbytery resolves that buying, selling, or holding slaves for the sake of gain is a heinous sin and scandal. We do not mean to say that Mr. Smiley had the internal slave trade directly in his mind in writing these sentences, but we do say that no slave trader would ask for a more explicit justification of his trade than this. Lastly, in regard to that dissolution of the marriage relation, which is the necessary consequence of this kind of trade, the following decisions have been made by judicatories of the Church. The Savannah River Baptist Association, in 1835, in reply to the question whether, in a case of involuntary separation of such a character as to preclude all prospect of future intercourse, the parties ought to be allowed to marry again, answered that such a separation among persons situated as our slaves are is civilly a separation by death, and they believe that, in the sight of God, it would be so viewed. To forbid second marriages in such cases would be to expose the parties not only to stronger hardships and strong temptation, but to church censure for acting in obedience to their masters, who cannot be expected to acquiesce in a regulation at variance with justice to the slaves and to the spirit of that command which regulates marriage among Christians. The slaves are not free agents, and a dissolution by death is not more entirely without their consent and beyond their control than by such separation. At the Shiloh Baptist Association, which met at Gordvine a few years since, the following query, says the Religious Herald, was presented from Hedgeman Church, viz., "Is a servant whose husband or wife has been sold by his or her master into a distant country to be permitted to marry again?" The query was referred to a committee, who made the following report, which, after discussion, was adopted: that in view of the circumstances in which servants in this country are placed, the committee are unanimous in the opinion that it is better to permit servants thus circumstanced to take another husband or wife. The Reverend Charles C. Jones, who was an earnest and indefatigable laborer for the good of the slave, and one who, it would be supposed, would be likely to feel strongly on this subject, if anyone would, simply remarks, in estimating the moral condition of the negroes, that, as husband and wife are subject to all the vicissitudes of property, and may be separated by division of estate, debts, sales or removals, etc., etc., the marriage relation naturally loses much of its sacredness, and says, "It is a contract of convenience, profit, or pleasure, that may be entered into and dissolved at the will of the parties, and that without heinous sin or injury to the property interests of any one." In this sentence he is expressing, as we suppose, the common idea of slaves and masters of the nature of this institution, and not his own. We infer this from the fact that he endeavors in his catechism to impress on the slave the sacredness and perpetuity of the relation. But when the most pious and devoted men that the South has, and those professing to spend their lives for the service of the slave, thus calmly and without any reprobation, contemplate this state of things as a state with which Christianity does not call on them to interfere, what can be expected of the world in general? It is to be remarked, with regard to the sentiments of Mr. Smiley's pamphlet, that they are endorsed in the appendix by a document in the name of 2 presbyteries, which document, though with less minuteness of investigation, takes the same ground with Mr. Smiley. This Reverend James Smiley was one who, in company with the Reverend John L. Montgomery, was appointed by the Synod of Mississippi in 1839 to write or compile a catechism for the instruction of the negroes. Mr. Jones says in his History of the Religious Instruction of the Negroes, page 83, "The Reverend James Smiley and the Reverend C. Blair are engaged in this good work of enlightening the negroes systematically and constantly in Mississippi. The former clergyman is characterized as an aged and indefatigable father. His success in enlightening the negroes has been very great. A large proportion of the negroes in his old church can recite both Williston's and the Westminster Catechism very accurately." The writer really wishes that it were in her power to make copious extracts from Mr. Smiley's pamphlet. A great deal could be learned from it as to what style of mind and habits of thought and modes of viewing religious subjects are likely to grow up under such an institution. The man is undoubtedly and heartily sincere in his opinions, and appears to maintain them with the most abounding and triumphant joyfulness, as the very latest improvement in theological knowledge. We are tempted to present a part of his introduction, simply for the light it gives us on the style of thinking, which is to be found on our southwestern waters. In presenting the following review to the public, the author was not entirely or mainly influenced by a desire or hope to correct the views of the Chillicothe Presbytery. He had hoped the publication would be of essential service to others, as well as to the Presbytery. From his intercourse with religious societies of all denominations, in Mississippi and Louisiana, he was aware that the abolition maxim, namely, that slavery is in itself sinful, had gained on and entwined itself among the religious and conscientious scruples of many in the community, so far as not only to render them unhappy, but to draw off the attention from the great and important duty of a householder to his household. The eye of the mind, resting on slavery itself as a corrupt fountain from which, of necessity, nothing but corrupt streams could flow, was incessantly employed in search of some plan, by which, with safety, the fountain could, in some future time, be entirely dried up, never reflecting or dreaming that slavery, in itself considered, was an innoxious relation, and that the whole error rested in the neglect of the relative duties of the relation. If there be a consciousness of guilt resting on the mind, it is all the same as to the effect, whether the conscience is or is not right. Although the Word of God alone ought to be the guide of conscience, yet it is not always the case. Hence conscientious scruples sometimes exist for neglecting to do that which the Word of God condemns. The Bornean, who neglects to kill his father and to eat him with his dates when he has become old, is sorely tortured by the wringings of a guilty conscience, when his filial tenderness and sympathy have gained the ascendancy over his apprehended duty of killing his parent. In like manner, many a slaveholder whose conscience is guided not by the Word of God, but by the doctrines of men, is often suffering the lashes of a guilty conscience, even when he renders to his slave that which is just and equal according to the Scriptures, simply because he does not emancipate his slave, irrespective of the benefit or injury done by such an act. How beautiful upon the mountains, in the apprehension of the reviewer, would be the feet of him that would bring to the Bornean the glad tidings that his conduct in sparing the life of his tender and affectionate parent was no sin. Equally beautiful and delightful, does the reviewer trust, will it be to an honest, scrupulous, and conscientious slaveholder to learn from the Word of God the glad tidings that slavery itself is not sinful. Released now from an incubus that paralyzed his energies in discharge of duty toward his slaves, he goes forth cheerfully to energetic action. It is not now as formerly, when he viewed slavery as in itself sinful. He can now pray with the hope of being heard, that God will bless his exertions to train up his slaves in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, whereas before he was retarded by this consideration: if I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. Instead of hanging down his head, moping and brooding over his condition as formerly, without action, he raises his head and moves on cheerfully in the plain path of duty. He is no more tempted to look askance at the Word of God, and saying, Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? Come to filch from me my slaves, which, while not enriching them, leaves me poor indeed. Instead of viewing the Word of God as formerly, come with whips and scorpions to chastise him into paradise, he feels that its ways are ways of pleasantness, and its paths peace. Distinguishing now between the real Word of God and what are only the doctrines and commandments of men, the mystery is solved, which was before insolvable, namely, the statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. If you should undertake to answer such a man by saying that his argument proves too much, that neither Christ nor his apostles bore any explicit testimony against the gladiatorial shows and the sports of the arena, and therefore it would be right to get them up in America, the probability seems to be that he would heartily assent to it, and think, on the whole, that it might be a good speculation. As a further specimen of the free and easy facetiousness which seems to be a trait in this production, see, on page 58, where the Latin motto Facilis descensus Averne sed revocare, etc., receives the following quite free and truly Western translation, which he good-naturedly says is given for the benefit of those who do not understand Latin: It is easy to go to the devil, but the devil to get back. Some uncharitable people might, perhaps, say that the preachers of such doctrines are as likely as anybody to have an experimental knowledge on this point. The idea of this jovial old father instructing a class of black Sams or young Topsies in the mysteries of the Assembly's catechism is truly picturesque. That Mr. Smiley's opinions on the subject of slavery have been amply supported and carried out by leading clergymen in every denomination, we might give volumes of quotations to show. A second head, however, is yet to be considered, with regard to the influence of the Southern Church and clergy. It is well known that the Southern political community have taken their stand upon the position that the institution of slavery shall not be open to discussion. In many of the slave states, stringent laws exist subjecting fine and imprisonment, and even death, any who speak or publish anything on the subject, except in its favor. They have not only done this with regard to citizens of slave states, but they have shown the strongest disposition to do it with regard to citizens of free states, and when these discussions could not be repelled by regular law, they have encouraged the use of illegal measures. In the published letters and speeches of Horace Mann, the following examples are given, page 467. In 1831, the legislature of Georgia offered $5,000 to anyone who would arrest and bring to trial and conviction in Georgia a citizen of Massachusetts named William Lloyd Garrison. This law was approved by W. Lumpkin, governor, December 26, 1831. At a meeting of slaveholders held at Sterling in the same state, September 4, 1835, it was formally recommended to the governor to offer by proclamation $5,000 reward for the apprehension of any one of 10 persons, citizens, with one exception, of New York and Massachusetts, whose names were given. The Milledgeville, Georgia, Federal Union of February 1, 1836, contained an offer of $10,000 for the arrest and kidnapping of the Reverend A. A. Phelps of New York. The Committee of Vigilance of the parish of East Feliciana offered, in the Louisville Journal of October 15, 1835, $50,000 to any person who would deliver into their hands Arthur Tappan of New York. At a public meeting at Mount Meigs, Alabama, August 13, 1836, the Honorable Bedford Guinness in the chair, a reward of $50,000 was offered for the apprehension of the same Arthur Tappan, or of Leroy Sunderland, a Methodist clergyman of New York. Of course, as none of these persons could be seized except in violation of the laws of the state where they were citizens, this was offering a public reward for an act of felony. Throughout all Southern states, associations were formed called Committees of Vigilance for the taking of measures for suppressing abolition opinions, and for the punishment by lynch law of suspected persons. At Charleston, South Carolina, a mob of this description forced open the post office and made a general inspection, at their pleasure, of its contents, and whatever publication they found there which they considered to be of a dangerous and anti-slavery tendency, they made a public bonfire of in the street. A large public meeting was held a few days afterwards to complete the preparation for excluding anti-slavery principles from publication, and for ferreting out persons suspected of abolitionism, that they might be subjected to lynch law. Similar popular meetings were held through the southern and western states. At one of these, held in Clinton, Mississippi, in the year 1835, the following resolutions were passed. Resolved, that slavery through the South and West is not felt as an evil, moral or political, but it is recognized in reference to the actual, and not to any utopian condition of our slaves, as a blessing both to master and slave. Resolved, that it is our decided opinion that any individual who dares to circulate, with a view to effectuate the designs of the abolitionists, any of the incendiary tracts or newspapers now in a course of transmission to this country, is justly worthy in the sight of God and man of immediate death, and we doubt not that such would be the punishment of any such offender in any part of the state of Mississippi where he may be found. Resolved, that the clergy of the state of Mississippi be hereby recommended at once to take a stand upon this subject, and that their further silence in relation thereto at this crisis will, in our opinion, be subject to serious censure. The treatment to which persons were exposed, when taken up by any of these vigilance committees, as suspected of anti-slavery sentiments, may be gathered from the following account. The writer has a distinct recollection of the circumstances at the present time, as the victim of this injustice was a member of the seminary then under the care of her father. Amos Dresser, now a missionary in Jamaica, was a theological student at Lane Seminary near Cincinnati. In the vacation, August 1835, he undertook to sell Bibles in the state of Tennessee, with a view to raise means further to continue his studios. Whilst there, he fell under suspicion of being an abolitionist, was arrested by the Vigilance Committee whilst attending a religious meeting in the neighborhood of Nashville, the capital of the state, and, after an afternoon and evening's inquisition, condemned to receive 20 lashes on his naked body. The sentence was executed on him between 11 and 12 o'clock on Saturday night, in the presence of most of the committee, and of an infuriated and blaspheming mob. The Vigilance Committee, an unlawful association, consisted of 60 persons. Of these, 27 were members of churches, one a religious teacher, another the elder who but a few days before, in the Presbyterian Church, handed Mr. Dresser the bread and wine at the communion of the Lord's Supper. It will readily be seen that the principle involved in such proceedings as these involves more than the question of slavery. The question was, in fact, this: whether it is so important to hold African slaves that it is proper to deprive free Americans of the liberty of conscience and liberty of speech and liberty of the press in order to do it. It is easy to see that very serious changes would be made in the government of a country by the admission of this principle, because it is quite plain that, if all these principles of our free government may be given up for one thing, they may for another, and that its ultimate tendency is to destroy entirely that freedom of opinion and thought which is considered to be the distinguishing excellence of American institutions. The question now is, did the Church join with the world in thinking the institution of slavery so important and desirable as to lead them to look with approbation upon lynch law and the sacrifice of the rights of free inquiry? We answer the reader by submitting the following facts and quotations. At the large meeting which we have described above in Charleston, South Carolina, the Charleston Courier informs us that the clergy of all denominations attended in a body, lending their sanction to the proceedings, and adding by their presence to the impressive character of the scene. There can be no doubt that the presence of the clergy of all denominations in a body at a meeting held for such a purpose was an impressive scene, truly. At this meeting it was resolved that the thanks of this meeting are due to the reverend gentlemen of the clergy in this city, who have so promptly and so effectually responded to public sentiment by suspending their schools in which the free colored population were taught, and that this meeting deem it a patriotic action, worthy of all praise and proper to be imitated by other teachers of similar schools throughout the state. The question here arises whether their Lord at the day of judgment will comment on their actions in a similar strain. The alarm of the Virginia slaveholders was not less, nor were the clergy in the city of Richmond, the capital, less prompt than the clergy in Charleston to respond to public sentiment. Accordingly, on the 29th of July, they assembled together and resolved unanimously that we earnestly deprecate the unwarrantable and highly improper interference of the people of any other state with the domestic relations of master and slave, that the example of our Lord Jesus Christ and his apostles in not interfering with the question of slavery, but uniformly recognizing the relations of master and servant, and giving full and affectionate instruction to both, is worthy of the imitation of all ministers of the gospel, that we will not patronize nor receive any pamphlet or newspaper of the anti-slavery societies, and that we will discountenance the circulation of all such papers in the community. The Reverend J.C. Postel, a Methodist minister of South Carolina, concludes a very violent letter to the editor of Zion's Watchman, a Methodist anti-slavery paper published in New York, in the following manner. The reader will see that this taunt is an allusion to the offer of $50,000 for his body at the South, which we have given before. But if you desire to educate the slaves, I will tell you how to raise the money without editing Zion's Watchman. You and old Arthur Tappan come out to the South this winter, and they will raise $100,000 for you. New Orleans itself will be pledged for it. Desiring no further acquaintance with you, and never expecting to see you but once in time or eternity, that is at the judgment, I subscribe myself the friend of the Bible and the opposer of abolitionists. J.C. Postel, Orangeburg, July 21, 1836. The Reverend Thomas S. Witherspoon, a member of the Presbyterian Church, writing to the editor of the Emancipator, says, I draw my warrant from the Scriptures of the Old and New Testament to hold the slave in bondage. The principle of holding the heathen in bondage is recognized by God. When the tardy process of the law is too long in redressing our grievances, we of the South have adopted the summary remedy of Judge Lynch, and really I think it one of the most wholesome and salutary remedies for the malady of Northern fanaticism that can be applied, and no doubt my worthy friend, the editor of the Emancipator and Human Rights, would feel the better of its enforcement, provided he had a Southern administrator. I go to the Bible for my warrant in all moral matters. Let your emissaries dare venture to cross the Potomac, and I cannot promise you that their fate will be less than Hammond's. Then beware how you goad an insulted but magnanimous people to deeds of desperation. The Reverend Robert N. Anderson, also a member of the Presbyterian Church, says in a letter to the sessions of the Presbyterian congregations within the bounds of the West Hanover Presbytery, "At the approaching stated meeting of our presbytery, I design to offer a preamble and string of resolutions on the subject of the use of wine in the Lord's Supper, and also a preamble and string of resolutions on the subject of the treasonable and abominably wicked interference of the Northern and Eastern fanatics with our political and civil rights, our property, and our domestic concerns. You are aware that our clergy, whether with or without reason, are more suspected by the public than the clergy of other denominations. Now, dear Christian brethren, I humbly express it as my earnest wish that you quit yourselves like men. If there be any stray goat of a minister among you, tainted with the bloodhound principles of abolitionism, let him be ferreted out, silenced, excommunicated, and left to the public to dispose of him in other respects. Your affectionate brother in the Lord, Robert N. Anderson." The Reverend William S. Plummer, D.D. of Richmond, a member of the Old School Presbyterian Church, is another instance of the same sort. He was absent from Richmond at the time the clergy in that city purged themselves in a body from the charge of being favorably disposed to abolition. On his return he lost no time in communicating to the chairman of the Committee of Correspondence his agreement with his clerical brethren. The passages quoted occur in his letter to the chairman. "I have carefully watched this matter from its earliest existence, and everything I have seen or heard of its character, both from its patrons and its enemies, has confirmed me beyond repentance in the belief that, let the character of abolitionists be what it may in the sight of the Judge of all the earth, this is the most meddlesome, impudent, reckless, fierce, and wicked excitement I ever saw. If abolitionists will set the country in a blaze, it is but fair that they should receive the first warming at the fire." Lastly, abolitionists are like infidels, wholly unaddicted to martyrdom for opinion's sake. Let them understand that they will be caught, lynched, if they come among us, and they will take good heed to keep out of our way. There is not one man among them who has any more idea of shedding his blood in this cause than he has of making war on the Grand Turk. The Reverend Dr. Hill of Virginia said in the New School Assembly, "The abolitionists have made the servitude of the slave harder. If I could tell you some of the dirty tricks which these abolitionists have played, you would not wonder. Some of them have been lynched, and it served them right." These things sufficiently show the estimate which the Southern clergy and church have formed and expressed as to the relative value of slavery and the right of free inquiry. It shows also that they consider slavery as so important that they can tolerate and encourage acts of lawless violence and risk all the dangers of encouraging mob law for its sake. These passages and considerations sufficiently show the stand which the Southern Church takes upon this subject. From many of these opinions, shocking as they may appear, some apology may be found in that blinding power of custom and all those deadly educational influences which always attend the system of slavery, and which must necessarily produce a certain obtuseness of the moral sense in the mind of any man who is educated from childhood under them. There is also, in the habits of mind formed under a system which is supported by continual resort to force and violence, a necessary deadening of sensibility to the evils of force and violence, as applied to other subjects. The whole style of civilization which is formed under such an institution has been not unaptly denominated by a popular writer the Bowie knife style, and we must not be surprised at its producing a peculiarly martial cast of religious character, and ideas very much at variance with the spirit of the gospel. A religious man, born and educated at the South, has all these difficulties to contend with in elevating himself to the true spirit of the gospel. It was said by one that, after the Reformation, the best of men, being educated under a system of despotism and force, and accustomed from childhood to have force and not argument made the test of opinion, came to look upon all controversies very much in a Smithfield light, the question being not as to the propriety of burning heretics, but as to which party ought to be burned. The system of slavery is a simple retrogression of society to the worst abuses of the Middle Ages. We must not therefore be surprised to find the opinions and practices of the Middle Ages as to civil and religious toleration prevailing. However much we may reprobate and deplore those unworthy views of God and religion which are implied in such declarations as are here recorded, however blasphemous and absurd they may appear, still it is apparent that their authors uttered them with sincerity, and this is the most melancholy feature of the case. They are as sincere as Paul when he breathed out threatenings and slaughter, and when he thought within himself that he ought to do many things contrary to the name of Jesus. They are as sincere as the Brahmin or Hindu, conscientiously supporting a religion of cruelty and blood. They are as sincere as many enlightened, scholar-like, and Christian men in modern Europe, who, born and bred under systems of civil and religious despotism, and having them entwined with all their dearest associations of home and country, and having all their habits of thought and feeling biased by them, do most conscientiously defend them. There is something in conscientious conviction, even in the case of the worst kind of opinions, which is not without a certain degree of respectability. That the religion, expressed by the declarations which we have quoted, is as truly Antichrist as the religion of the Church of Rome, it is presumed no sensible person out of the sphere of American influences will deny. That there may be very sincere Christians under this system of religion, with all its false principles and all its disadvantageous influences, liberality must concede. The Church of Rome has had its Fenelon, its Thomas à Kempis, and the Southern Church, which has adopted these principles, has had men who have risen above the level of their system. At the time of the Reformation, and now, the Church of Rome had in its bosom thousands of praying, devoted, humble Christians, which, like flowers in the clefts of rocks, could be counted by no eye save God's alone. And so amid the rifts and glaciers of this horrible spiritual and temporal despotism, we hope are blooming flowers of paradise, patient, prayerful, and self-denying Christians. And it is the deepest grief, in attacking the dreadful system under which they have been born and brought up, that violence must be done to their cherished feelings and associations. In another and better world, perhaps, they may appreciate the motives of those who do this. But now another consideration comes to the mind. These Southern Christians have been united in ecclesiastical relations with Christians of the Northern and Free States, meeting with them by their representatives yearly in their various ecclesiastical assemblies. One might hope, in case of such a union, that those debasing views of Christianity and that deadness of public sentiment which were the inevitable result of an education under the slave system might have been qualified by intercourse with Christians in free states, who, having grown up under free institutions, would naturally be supposed to feel the utmost abhorrence of such sentiments. One would have supposed that the church and clergy of the free states would naturally have used the most strenuous endeavors, by all the means in their power, to convince their brethren of errors so dishonorable to Christianity, and tending to such dreadful practical results. One would have supposed also that, failing to convince their brethren, they would have felt it due to Christianity to clear themselves of all complicity with these sentiments, by the most solemn, earnest, and reiterated protests. Let us now inquire what has, in fact, been the course of the Northern Church on this subject. Previous to making this inquiry, let us review the declarations that have been made in the Southern Church, and see what principles have been established by them. 1. That slavery is an innocent and lawful relation, as much as that of parent and child, husband and wife, and any other lawful relation of society. Harmony Presbyterian, South Carolina. 2. That it is consistent with the most fraternal regard for the good of the slave. Charleston Union Presbytery, South Carolina. 3. That masters ought not to be disciplined for selling slaves without their consent. New School Presbyterian Church, Petersburg, Virginia. 4. That the right to buy, sell, and hold men for purposes of gain was given by express permission of God. James Smiley and his presbyteries. 5. That the laws which forbid the education of the slave are right, and meet the approbation of the reflecting part of the Christian community. Ibid. 6. That the fact of slavery is not a question of morals at all, but is purely one of political economy. Charleston Baptist Association. 7. The right of masters to dispose of the time of their slaves has been distinctly recognized by the Creator of all things. Ibid. 8. That slavery, as it exists in these United States, is not a moral evil. Georgia Conference, Methodist. 9. That, without a new revelation from heaven, no man is entitled to pronounce slavery wrong. 10. That the separation of slaves by sale should be regarded as separation by death, and the parties allowed to marry again. Shiloh Baptist Association and Savannah River Association. 11. That the testimony of colored members of the churches shall not be taken against a white person. Methodist Church. In addition, it has been plainly avowed by the expressed principles and practice of Christians of various denominations that they regard it right and proper to put down all inquiry upon this subject by lynch law. One would have imagined that these principles were sufficiently extraordinary, as coming from the professors of the religion of Christ, to have excited a good deal of attention in their northern brethren. It also must be seen that, as principles, they are principles of very extensive application, underlying the whole foundations of religion and morality. If not true, they were certainly heresies of no ordinary magnitude, involving no ordinary results. Let us now return to our inquiry as to the course of the Northern Church in relation to them. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Influence of the American Church on Slavery, Part 2.
Part 4, Chapter 2, Part 1 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Chapter 2. American Church and Slavery, Part 1. In the first place, have any of these opinions ever been treated in the Church as heresies, and the teachers of them been subjected to the censures with which it is thought proper to visit heresy? After a somewhat extended examination upon the subject, the writer has been able to discover but one instance of this sort. It may be possible that such cases have existed in other denominations which have escaped inquiry. A clergyman in the Cincinnati N.S. Presbytery maintained the doctrine that slaveholding was justified by the Bible, and for persistence in teaching this sentiment was suspended by that presbytery. He appealed to Synod, and the decision was confirmed by the Cincinnati Synod. The New School General Assembly, however, reversed this decision of the presbytery and restored the standing of the clergyman. The presbytery, on its part, refused to receive him back, and he was received into the Old School Church. The Presbyterian Church has probably exceeded all other churches of the United States in its zeal for doctrinal opinions. This church has been shaken and agitated to its very foundation with questions of heresy. But, except in this individual case, it is not known that any of these principles, which have been asserted by Southern Presbyterian bodies and individuals, have ever been discussed in the General Assembly as matters of heresy. About the time that Smiley's pamphlet came out, the Presbyterian Church was convulsed with the trial of the Reverend Albert Barnes for certain alleged heresies. These heresies related to the federal headship of Adam, the propriety of imputing his sin to all his posterity, and the question whether men have any ability of any kind to obey the commandments of God. For advancing certain sentiments on these topics, Mr. Barnes was silenced by the vote of the synod to which he belonged, and his trial in the General Assembly on these points was the all-engrossing topic in the Presbyterian Church for some time. The Reverend Dr. L. Beecher went through a trial with reference to similar opinions. During all this time, no notice was taken of the heresy, if such it be, that the right to buy, sell, and hold men for purposes of gain was expressly given by God. Although that heresy was publicly promulgated in the same Presbyterian Church by Mr. Smiley and the presbyteries with which he was connected. If it be accounted for by saying that the question of slavery is a question of practical morals and not of dogmatic theology, we are then reminded that questions of morals of far less magnitude have been discussed with absorbing interest. The Old School Presbyterian Church, in whose communion the greater part of the slaveholding Presbyterians of the South are found, has never felt called upon to discipline its members for upholding a system which denies legal marriage to all slaves. Yet this church was agitated to its very foundation by the discussion of a question of morals which an impartial observer would only consider of far less magnitude, namely, whether a man might lawfully marry his deceased wife's sister. For all time, all the strength and attention of the church seemed concentrated upon this important subject. The trial went from presbytery to synod, and from synod to General Assembly, and ended with deposing a very respectable minister for this crime. Reverend Robert P. Breckenridge, D.D., a member of the Old School Assembly, has thus described the state of the slave population as to their marriage relations. Quote, "The system of slavery denies to a whole class of human beings the sacredness of marriage and of home, compelling them to live in a state of concubinage. For in the eye of the law, no colored slave man is the husband of any wife in particular, nor any slave woman the wife of any husband in particular. No slave man is the father of any children in particular, and no slave child is the child of any parent in particular." End quote. Now, had this church considered the fact that 3 million men and women were, by the laws of the land, obliged to live in this manner, as of equally serious consequence, it is evident from the ingenuity, argument, vehemence, biblical research, and untiring zeal which they bestowed upon Mr. McQueen's trial, that they could have made a very strong case with regard to this also. The history of the united action of denominations, which included churches both in the slave and free states, is a melancholy exemplification, to a reflecting mind, of that gradual deterioration of the moral sense which results from admitting any compromise, however slight, with an acknowledged sin. The best minds in the world cannot bear such a familiarity without injury to the moral sense. The facts of the slave system and of the slave laws, when presented to disinterested judges in Europe, have excited a universal outburst of horror. Yet, in assemblies composed of the wisest and best clergymen of America, these things have been discussed from year to year, and yet brought no results that have, in the slightest degree, lessened the evil. The reason is this: a portion of the members of these bodies had pledged themselves to sustain the system, and peremptorily to refuse and put down all discussion of it. and the other part of the body did not consider this stand, so taken as being of sufficient vital consequence to authorize separation. Nobody will doubt that had the Southern members taken such a stand against the divinity of our Lord, the division would have been immediate and unanimous. But yet the Southern members do maintain the right to buy and sell, lease, hire, and mortgage multitudes of men and women, whom with the same breath they declare to be members of their churches and true Christians. The Bible declares all such that they are temples of the Holy Ghost, that they are members of Christ's body, of his flesh and bones. It is not the doctrine that men may lawfully sell the members of Christ, his body, his flesh and bones, for purposes of gain, as really a heresy as a denial as the divinity of Christ. And is it not a dishonor to him who is over all, God blessed forever, to tolerate this dreadful opinion with its more dreadful consequences, while the smallest heresies concerning the imputation of Adam's sin are pursued with eager vehemence? If the history of the action of all the bodies thus united can be traced downwards, we shall find that, by reason of this tolerance of an admitted sin, the anti-slavery testimony has every year grown weaker and weaker. If we look over the history of all denominations, we shall see that at first they used very stringent language with relation to slavery. This is particularly the case with the Methodist and Presbyterian bodies, and for that reason we select these two as examples. The Methodist Society, especially as organized by John Wesley, was an anti-slavery society, and the Book of Discipline contained the most positive statutes against slaveholding. The history of the successive resolutions of the conference of this church is very striking. In 1780, before the church was regularly organized in the United States, they resolved as follows. Resolution. The conference acknowledges that slavery is contrary to the laws of God, man, and nature, and hurtful to society, contrary to the dictates of conscience and true religion, and doing what we would not others should do unto us. End of resolution. In 1784, when the church was fully organized, rules were adopted prescribing the times at which members who were already slaveholders should emancipate their slaves. These rules were succeeded by the following, quote, "Every person concerned who will not comply with these rules shall have liberty quietly to withdraw from our society within the 12 months following the notice being given him, as aforesaid. Otherwise, the assistants shall exclude him from the society." End of quote. No person holding slaves shall in future be admitted into society or to the Lord's Supper till he previously comply with these rules concerning slavery. Those who buy, sell, or give slaves away, unless on purpose to free them, shall be expelled immediately. In 1801, we declare that we are more than ever convinced of the great evil of African slavery which still exists in these United States. Every member of the society who sells a slave shall immediately, after full proof, be excluded from the society, and so forth. The annual conferences are directed to draw up addresses for the gradual emancipation of the slaves to the legislature. Proper committees shall be appointed by the annual conferences out of the most respectable of our friends for the conducting of the business, and the presiding elders, deacons, and traveling preachers shall procure as many proper signatures as possible to the addresses, and give all the assistance in their power, in every respect, to aid the committees and to further the blessed undertaking. Let this be continued from year to year till the desired end be accomplished. In 1836, let us notice the change. The General Conference held its annual session in Cincinnati and resolved as follows. Resolved, by the delegates of the annual conferences and General Conference assembled, that they are decidedly opposed to modern abolitionism and fully disclaim any right, wish, or intention to interfere in the civil and political relation between master and slave as it exists in the slaveholding states of this Union. End of resolution. These resolutions were passed by a very large majority. An address was received from the Wesleyan Methodist Conference in England, affectionately remonstrating on the subject of slavery. The conference refused to publish it. In the pastoral address to the churches are these passages. It cannot be unknown to you that the question of slavery in the United States, by the constitutional compact which binds us together as a nation, is left to be regulated by the several state legislatures themselves, and thereby is put beyond the control of the general government, as well as that of all ecclesiastical bodies. It being manifest that in the slaveholding states themselves the entire responsibility of its existence or non-existence rests with those state legislatures. These facts, which are only mentioned here as a reason for the friendly admonition which we wish to give you, constrain us as your pastors, who are called to watch over your souls as they must give account, to exhort you to abstain from all abolition movements and associations, and to refrain from patronizing any of their publications, and so forth. The subordinate conferences showed the same spirit. In 1836, the New York Annual Conference resolved that no one should be elected a deacon or elder in the church unless he would give a pledge to the church that he would refrain from discussing this subject. In 1838, the conference resolved, as the sense of this conference, that any of its members or probationers who shall patronize Zion's Watchman, either by writing in commendation of its character, by circulating it, recommending it to our people, or procuring subscribers, or by collecting or remitting monies, shall be deemed guilty of indiscretion and dealt with accordingly. It will be recollected that Zion's Watchman was edited by Leroy Sunderland, for whose abduction the state of Alabama had offered $50,000. In 1840, the General Conference at Baltimore passed the resolution that we have already quoted, forbidding preachers to allow colored persons to give testimony in their churches. It has been computed that about 80,000 people were deprived of the right of testimony by this act. The Methodist Church subsequently broke into a Northern and Southern Conference. The Southern Conference is avowedly all pro-slavery, and the Northern Conference has still in its communion slave-holding conferences and members. Of the Northern Conferences, one of the largest, the Baltimore, passed the following. Resolved, that this conference disclaims having any fellowship with abolitionism. On the contrary, while it is determined to maintain its well-known and long-established position by keeping the traveling preachers composing its own body free from slavery, it is also determined not to hold connection with any ecclesiastical body that shall make non-slaveholding a condition of membership in the church, but to stand by and maintain the discipline as it is. End of resolution. The following extract is made from an address to the Philadelphia Annual Conference to the societies under its care, dated Wilmington, Delaware, April 7th, 1847. If the plan of separation gives us the pastoral care of you, it remains to inquire whether we have done anything, as a conference, or as men, to forfeit your confidence and affection. We are not advised that even in the great excitement which has distressed you for some months past, anyone has impeached our moral conduct or charged us with unsoundness in doctrine, or corruption or tyranny in the administration of discipline. But we learn that the simple cause of the unhappy excitement among you is that some suspect us, or affect to suspect us, of being abolitionists. Yet no particular act of the conference, or any particular member thereof, is adduced as the ground of the erroneous and injurious suspicion. We would ask you, brethren, whether the conduct of our ministry among you for 60 years past ought not to be sufficient to protect us from this charge, whether the question we have been accustomed for a few years past to put to candidates for admission among us, namely, are you an abolitionist? And without each one answered in the negative, he was not received, ought not to protect us from the charge? Whether the action of the last conference on this particular matter ought not to satisfy any fair and candid mind that we are not and do not desire to be abolitionists. We cannot see how we can be regarded as abolitionists without the ministers of the Methodist Episcopal Church South being considered in the same light. Wishing you all heavenly benedictions, we are, dear brethren, yours in Christ Jesus, J.P. Durbin, J. Kennedy, Ignatius T. Cooper, William H. Gilder, Joseph Castle. End of declaration. These facts sufficiently define the position of the Methodist Church. The history is melancholy, but instructive. The history of the Presbyterian Church is also of interest. In 1793, the following note to the 8th Commandment was inserted in the Book of Discipline as expressing the doctrine of the Church upon slaveholding. 1 Timothy 1:10. The law is made for man-stealers. This crime among the Jews exposed the perpetrators of it to capital punishment. Exodus 21:15. And the apostle here classes them with sinners of the first rank. The word he uses, in its original import, comprehends all who are concerned in bringing any of the human race into slavery, or in retaining them in it. Hominum pueres qui servos vel liberos abdunctunt retenet vendunt vel emunt. Stealers of men are all those who bring off slaves or freemen and keep, sell, or buy them. To steal a free man, says Grotius, is the highest kind of theft. In other instances, we only steal human property, but when we steal or retain men in slavery, we seize upon those who, in common with ourselves, are constituted by the original grant lords of the earth. No rules of church discipline were enforced, and members whom this passage declared guilty of this crime remain undisturbed in its communion as ministers and elders. This inconsistency was obviated in 1816 by expunging the passage from the Book of Discipline. In 1818, it adopted an expression of its views on slavery. This document is a long one, conceived and written in a very Christian spirit. The Assembly's Digest says, page 341, that it was unanimously adopted. The following is its testimony as to the nature of slavery. We consider the voluntary enslaving of one part of the human race by another as a gross violation of the most precious and sacred rights of human nature, as utterly inconsistent with the law of God, which requires us to love our neighbors as ourselves, and as totally irreconcilable with the spirit and principles of the gospel of Christ, which enjoined that all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. Slavery creates a paradox in the moral system. It exhibits rational, accountable, and immoral beings in such circumstances as scarcely to leave them the power of moral action. It exhibits them as dependent upon the will of others, whether they shall receive religious instruction, whether they shall know and worship the true God, whether they shall enjoy the ordinances of the gospel, whether they shall perform the duties and cherish the endearments of husbands and wives, parents and children, neighbors and friends, whether they shall preserve their chastity and purity, or regard the dictates of justice and humanity. Such are some of the consequences of slavery, consequences not imaginary, but which connect themselves with its very existence. The evils to which the slave is always exposed often take place in fact, and in their very worst degree and form, and where all of them do not take place, as we rejoice to say that in many instances, through the influence of the principles of humanity and religion, on the minds of masters they do not, still the slave is deprived of his natural right, degraded as a human being, and exposed to the danger of passing into the hands of a master who may inflict upon them all the hardships and injuries which inhumanity and avarice may suggest. End of declaration. This language was certainly decided, and it was unanimously adopted, by slaveholders and non-slaveholders. Certainly, one might think the time of redemption was drawing nigh. The declaration goes on to say, "It is manifestly the duty of all Christians who enjoy the light of the present day, when the inconsistency of slavery both with the dictates of humanity and religion has been demonstrated and is generally seen and acknowledged, to use honest, earnest, unwearied endeavors to correct the errors of former times, and as speedily as possible to efface this blot on our holy religion and obtain the complete abolition of slavery throughout Christendom and throughout the world." End of declaration. Here we have the Presbyterian Church, slaveholding and non-slaveholding, virtually formed into one great abolition society, as we have seen the Methodist was. The Assembly goes on to state that the slaves are not at present prepared to be free, that they tenderly sympathize with the portion of the church and country that has had this evil entailed upon them, where, as they say, quote, "a great and the most virtuous part of the community abhor slavery and wish its extermination," close quote. But they exhort them to commence immediately the work of instructing slaves with a view to preparing them for freedom, and to let no greater delay take place than a regard to public welfare indispensably demands. To be governed by no other considerations than an honest and impartial regard to the happiness of the injured party, uninfluenced by the expense and inconvenience which such regard may involve. It warns against unduly extending this plea of necessity, against making it a cover for the love and practice of slavery. It ends by recommending that anyone who shall sell a fellow Christian without his consent be immediately disciplined and suspended. If we consider that this was unanimously adopted by slaveholders and all, and grant, as we certainly do, that it was adopted in all honesty and good faith, we shall surely expect something from it. We should expect forthwith the organizing of a set of common schools for the slave children, for an efficient religious ministration, for an entire discontinuance of trading in Christian slaves, for laws which make the family relations sacred. Was any such thing done or attempted? Alas, 2 years after this came the admission of Missouri and the increase of demand in the Southern slave market and the internal slave trade. Instead of school teachers, they had slave traders. Instead of gathering schools, they gathered slave coffles. Instead of building schoolhouses, they built slave pens and slave prisons, jails, barracoons, factories, or whatever the trade pleased to term them, and so went the plan of gradual emancipation. In 1834, 16 years after, a committee of the Senate of Kentucky, in which state slavery is generally said to exist in its mildest form, appointed to make a report on the condition of the slaves, gave the following picture of their condition. First, as to their spiritual condition, they say, after making all reasonable allowances, our colored population can be considered, at the most, but semi-heathen. As to their temporal state, brutal stripes and all the various kinds of personal indignities are not the only species of cruelty which slavery licenses. The law does not recognize the family relations of the slave and extends to him no protection in the enjoyment of domestic endearments. The members of a slave family may be forcibly separated, so that they shall never more meet until the final judgment. And cupidity often induces the masters to practice what the law allows. Brothers and sisters, parents and children, husbands and wives are torn asunder and permitted to see each other no more. These acts are daily occurring in the midst of us. The shrieks and the agony often witnessed on such occasions proclaim, with a trumpet tongue, the iniquity and cruelty of our system. The cries of these sufferers go up to the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. There is not a neighborhood where these heart-rending scenes are not displayed. There is not a village or road that does not behold the sad procession of manacled outcasts, whose chains and mournful countenances tell that they are exiled by force from all that their hearts hold dear. Our church, years ago, raised its voice of solemn warning against this flagrant violation of every principle of mercy, justice, and humanity. Yet we blush to announce to you and to the world that this warning has been often disregarded even by those who hold to our communion. Cases have occurred in our own denomination where professors of the religion of mercy have torn the mother from her children and sent her into a merciless and returnless exile. Yet acts of discipline have rarely followed such conduct. End of declaration. Honorable James G. Birney, for years a resident of Kentucky, in his pamphlet amends the word rarely by substituting never. What could show more plainly the utter inefficiency of the past act of the Assembly and the necessity of adopting some measures more efficient? In 1835, therefore, the subject was urged upon the General Assembly, entreating them to carry out the principles and designs they had avowed in 1818. Mr. Stewart of Illinois, in a speech he made upon the subject, said, "I hope this assembly are prepared to come out fully and declare their sentiments that slaveholding is a most flagrant and heinous sin. Let us not pass it by in this indirect way, while so many thousands and tens of thousands of our fellow creatures are writhing under the lash, often inflicted too by ministers and elders of the Presbyterian Church. In this church, a man may take a freeborn child, force it away from its parents, to whom God gave it in charge, saying, bring it up for me, and sell it as a beast, or hold it in perpetual bondage, and not only escape corporeal punishment, but really be esteemed an excellent Christian. Nay, even ministers of the gospel and doctors of divinity may engage in this unholy traffic, and yet sustain their high and holy calling. Elders, ministers, and doctors of divinity are with both hands engaged in the practice. One would have thought facts like these, stated in a body of Christians, were enough to awake the dead. But, alas, we can become accustomed to very awful things. No action was taken upon these remonstrances, except to refer them to a committee, to be reported on at the next session in 1836. The moderator of the assembly in 1836 was a slaveholder, Dr. T.S. Witherspoon, the same who said to the editor of The Emancipator, quote, "I draw my warrant from the scriptures of the Old and New Testament to hold my slaves in bondage. The principle of holding the heathen in bondage is recognized by God. When the tardy process of the law is too long in redressing our grievances, we at the South have adopted the summary process of Judge Lynch." Close quote. The majority of the committee appointed made a report as follows. Begin report. Whereas the subject of slavery is inseparably connected with the laws of many states in this Union, with which it is by no means proper for an ecclesiastical judicature to interfere, and involves many considerations in regard to which great diversity of opinion and intensity of feeling are known to exist in the churches represented in this assembly. And whereas there is great reason to believe that any action on the part of this assembly in reference to this subject would tend to distract and divide our churches, and would probably in no wise promote the benefit of those whose welfare is immediately contemplated in the memorials in question, therefore resolved, 1. That it is not expedient for the assembly to take any further order in relation to this subject. 2. That as the notes which have been expunged from our public formularies, and which some of the memorials referred to the committee request to have restored, were introduced irregularly, never had the sanction of the Church, and therefore never possessed any authority. The General Assembly has no power, nor would they think it expedient to assign them a place in the authorized standards of the Church. The minority of the committee, the Reverend Messrs. Dickey and Beeman, reported as follows. Resolved, 1. That the buying, selling, or holding of a human being as property is in the sight of God a heinous sin, and ought to subject the doer of it to the censures of the Church. 2. That it is the duty of everyone, and especially every Christian who may be involved in this sin, to free himself from its entanglement without delay. 3. That it is the duty of everyone, especially of every Christian, in the meekness and firmness of the gospel, to plead the cause of the poor and needy by testifying against the principle and practice of slaveholding, and to use his best endeavors to deliver the Church of God from the evil, and to bring about the emancipation of the slaves in these United States and throughout the world. The slaveholding delegates, to the number of 48, met apart and resolved that if the General Assembly shall undertake to exercise authority upon the subject of slavery so as to make it an immorality, or shall in any way declare that Christians are criminal in holding slaves, that a declaration shall be presented by the Southern delegation declining their jurisdiction in the case, and our determination not to submit to such decision. End report. In view of these conflicting reports, the Assembly resolved as follows. Inasmuch as the Constitution of the Presbyterian Church, in its preliminary and fundamental principles, declares that no church judicatories ought to pretend to make laws to bind the conscience in virtue of their own authority, and as the urgency of the business of the Assembly and the shortness of time during which they can continue in session render it impossible to deliberate and decide judiciously on the subject of slavery in its relation to the Church. Therefore, resolved that this whole subject be indefinitely postponed. End of Part 4, Chapter 2, American Church and Slavery, Part 1.